that dumb bartender saw me dust off Waldo.
What did Waldo do to you?
Who's asking?
Just making conversation.
He stooled on me on a bank job we did together. Got me 4 years in Michigan pen. How is he?
Dead.
I'm still good, drunk or sober. Tell me why I came here, pal.
You heard the barkeeper and me talking, and I told him my name, where I lived.
That's how, pal. I said why.
Skip the hangman would ask you to guess why he's there.
Oh, you're pretty tough at that, ain't you? But you're slamming off, pal.
All right, but you could get that gun out of my neck and try somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is this better? This suit you all right?
Just so it isn't my neck.
Say when, pal? It's your party.
I leaned against the gun. The door at the dressing room showed a crack of darkness. The crack widened. I began to shake a little. The girl came quietly into the room, but there was white all around her iris. She was scared. She had her gun in her hand, but I was sorry for her. Dead sorry. She'd try to make the door scream either way. It'd be curtains for both of us.
You scared, mister? You worried about any little thing?
I couldn't talk. The girl floated in the air somewhere behind Baldy, and her horrified face was drifting toward us. My mouth was as cold and dry as yesterday's toast.
Well, kid, how's it feel? You ready yet? Go on, say the word.
Well, don't take all night about it if you're going to do something about it.
Why not, pal? I like this.
Suppose I yell.
Go ahead, yell. Go ahead.
Put up your hands!
Hey, look!
Oh?
Thanks, sister. Thanks. That buys me. Everything I have is yours now and forever.
Is he dead?
You flatter me no end, lady. I only punched him. All right, now get out of here while I call the cops down on this killer.
Yes. Good night. Good night.
Hey, wait. Leave that bolero jacket here. It marks you for the cops.
Oh, yes. Here.
Okay. See you again?
Why?
Oh, I don't know. No, I guess not. After all, who am I to be the rival of a dead flyer? I'll see that the police get Jesse James here. Good night, lady. Yeah? You mean me?
Yes, please.
Oh, you. Again, huh?
Get in. I must talk to you.
You want to know what happened at headquarters, huh?
Yes.
Well, I went down there with the law and gave them the story. I left you out of it.
Thank you.
You saved my life, so no one knows a thing about you. Well, incidentally, neither do I.
Well, my name is Mrs. Frank Bosley. 212 Fremont Place, Olympia 24596. Is that what you wanted?
I guess so.
Well, there it is.
And why did you really come back?
I wanted my pearls.
Pearls?
Yes.
Pearls, too, huh? All right. Tell me about the pearls. We've had a murder and a beautiful mystery woman and a sadistic killer and a heroic rescue. Now we will have pearls.
I was to buy them back from the man called Waldo.
Well, I saw everything that came out of his pockets, and there weren't any pearls.
Could they be hidden in his apartment?
It's possible.
Waldo lived on the same floor you do in this apartment house.
And why didn't I know him, at least by sight?
He moved in last week. He managed to get a sublet.
Great, a sort of an amateur magician on the side, huh?
It's getting rather late.
Yeah. What about your husband this hot, mysterious night?
He's still at his meeting.
You could have brought him along. You could have sat in the back seat working out a problem in hydroelectrics while...
Well, what?
Well, I didn't have any answers. They wouldn't sound cheap or just ridiculous. They're from the sophomore class in repartee. Had an unlit cigarette in my hand. I threw it out of the window. I took a hold of her and kissed her. She sat very still. I was shaking when I let go of her. Her voice trembled a little when she spoke.
I meant you to do that. I wasn't always that way. Only since Johnny Dalmas was killed in the war. He gave me those pearls. 41 of them perfectly matched with the diamond propeller clasp. I'd have loved them if they'd been wooden beads because he gave them to me. I love Johnny. The way you love just one time. You understand that?
What's your name?
Lola.
Lola, how did you explain a $15,000 pearl necklace to your husband?
I told him they were imitation, then I bought them myself.
How did Waldo latch onto them and what they stood for?
When my husband was in Argentina, Waldo and I'd go for long drives. I was restless and wretched because of Johnny. Sometimes Waldo and I had a little drink together, but that's all.
But you confided in Waldo about those pearls.
I was a fool.
And when your husband came back, Waldo stole the pearls and offered to sell them back to you, or he'd tell Papa, huh?
I was a fool.
And now you think the pearls are upstairs in Waldo's apartment?
I suppose it's a lot to ask.
No, sweetheart, huh? I've been paid. I'll go look. Wait here, huh? Was the gun long, Lola?
No. Well?
No.
No pearls?
No pearls.
Oh.
There was a man in Waldo's room.
Man? Who?
You know a man named Leon Valstanos?
Not by name. I don't know.
Mexican, South American, about 45, small, iron gray hair, very neat, fawn-colored suit, wine-colored tie.
No, I don't think I know such a man. Is he the one in Waldo's room?
Yeah.
What does he have to say?
Very little. In fact, nothing. He's dead. I sat with Lola Barsley in her car listening to that jittery, infuriating desert wind gallop around in the midnight streets. I just told her about the Latin-looking man I'd found in Waldo's room in a very dead condition. I held her hands until they stopped trembling. Then I gave her the few remaining details. He had a gun in a shoulder holster, but someone had strangled him before he could use it.
Someone? Waldo?
Maybe. You see that convertible coupe 2 cars ahead of us?
It's been there for hours. It was there before I parked here to wait for you.
Leon, the man in Waldo's room, came in that car, but according to the key containers he carried, that isn't his car.
Whose car is it? Does it matter?
Well, it belongs to a lady, according to the tag on the keys.
A lady?
Well, anyway, a woman, if you're going to split hairs. Eugenie Kolchenko, in West Los Angeles?
Never heard of her.
Uh-huh. All right, well, you go home now, huh?
What are you going to do?
Drive that flossy convertible around, wave at my friends, impress people. You run along now. Me, I've got another date.
Yes? What is it, please?
Miss Eugenie Kolchenko,
Yes? What is it?
did you lose or misplace a pigeon gray convertible coupe?
What are you saying?
Now, don't be alarmed. I found it and I brought it home to you.
Come in, please. It is a reward you wish. Shall we say...
Snap out of it, Dragon Lady. Who was he?
Who was who?
The little guy, Leon. You loaned your car to. He's dead. Who was he?
Oh, no, no.
Oh, yes, yes.
Eugenie, what's
Darling, come here, please.
the matter, honey? Who is this man?
I came about Miss Kolchenko's car.
What about her car?
The gentleman who borrowed it couldn't return it on account of he isn't alive.
He's dead. Darling, he's dead.
Well, that's putting it more bluntly, of course.
Dead, huh?
Completely.
Who are you?
Philip Marlowe, private investigator. My card.
Mm-hmm. You told the police yet?
Never do at once what can be deferred pending negotiations. Aesop.
I might negotiate.
Oh, peachy.
What do you know, Marlowe?
A man named Waldo was shot in a bar tonight. I happened to have the inside as to who he was, and when I visited his apartment tonight, I found this Leo Balsanos dead.
He wouldn't have had $500 in 20s on him, would he?
No, but this Waldo had over $700 on him when he was killed at that cocktail bar, mostly in 20s.
Hmm.
Is there a basis there for negotiations yet?
Very well, Marlowe. I'm a married man. There were certain unpaid bills for some stuff Miss Kolchenko here had charged to my account.
But you told me I might charge to your account.
All right, so I wasn't very bright.
That might be the understatement of the decade, but go on.
I had the unpaid bills safely in my briefcase. Somehow this Waldo had a chance to steal the briefcase. I hired Leon and gave him $500 to buy back those bills from Waldo.
Instead, Waldo took Leon's dough and was forced to kill Leon in the process. And then he went out to keep another date and accidentally walked into an old pal hostile enough to blow him down.
And someone still has those bills. And I'm in for a divorce suit.
The man who shot Waldo got away in Waldo's car with your briefcase in it. Yeah, that could be. The cops caught him.
Oh. And the police have the briefcase.
Maybe. But the police are interested in solving crime, not in tossing mud for the benefit of sensation eaters. Look, I've got a friend or two at headquarters. Let me see what I can do.
It's worth $500 to me.
Well, then that's what it'll cost you.
Well, good luck And, thank you, Mr.
Marlowe. Philip Marlowe, remember?
My name is Frank Barcelay.
Barcelay. Oh,
What does that mean?
the big hydroelectric engineer?
Yeah. How did you know?
My voices tell me.
Who?
Darling, this man is manifestly insane.
It's the heat, Miss Kolchenko. It's the Santa and it's the desert wind. May I use your telephone? Someday I must tell you about Ibarra. Salt of the earth, Ibarra, detective lieutenant over at Central Homicide. I phoned Ibarra from Miss Kolchenko's house and told him where he could find a well-dressed cadaver named Leon and furnished a few small details. I gave Ibarra time to check my tip, and then I went down to see the good lieutenant and told him why I'd been up in Waldo's room, only to find Leon instead of a certain lady's string of pearls.
Pearls, eh?
Well, I thought Waldo might have them up there.
Whose pearls were they?
A lady's.
Go on.
Or they might have been in Waldo's car that Waldo's killer drove away in.
Yeah.
Oh, what, yeah?
They might have.
Also a batch of unpaid bills charged to the account of a certain Frank Barcelay?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, now, the police aren't interested in domestic scandal. They want to prevent or to solve crime, right?
So?
So I've got $500 for the police fund if those pearls and those bills are returned to their rightful owners.
Quit your kidding.
No, it's a valuable necklace.
Yeah? There's your necklace.
That's it. 41 pearls, perfectly matched diamond propeller clasp. That's it. That's the one.
Take it away, Marlowe.
On the level?
Just tell me straight what it's all about, all I ask.
Sure. Well, this Waldo was blackmailing a wife with the pearls, and her husband with the bills, a guy by the name of Barcelay. Well, Barcelay sent Leon to get the bills from Waldo. Instead, Waldo killed Leon, then stepped out and happened to get shot by that guy at the bar. Now, if Barcelay's name stays out of the paper, I get $500, and that goes to the police fund.
We'll keep him out.
Well, now, I'm not in this case for money. I just want to get back the bills and the pearls.
As you say, Marlowe, the police aren't in business to sling mud.
Well, you can deliver the pearls to the lady yourself if you like. She lives at...
No, Marlowe. You better take them to her. You see, except for the diamond propeller clasp on them, they're phony.
Phony, but...
All but the clasp, Marlowe. All but the clasp.
Well, I stared at Ibarra. So the flyer, Johnny Dalmas, the great lover, had given Lola a string of fake pearls. Well, I didn't know how to tell her, but I called her up and told her to meet me at the Beachcombers at 2. I was going to slip her the bad news slowly.
I'm glad you asked me to meet you here, Mr. Marlowe. See, I had to have someone to talk to.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead, talk. I'm listening.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, now more than ever, I must have those pearls.
Why? Money trouble?
Oh, no. It's just that everything's gone wrong. And this morning, my husband told me where to separate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lola.
But if I had Johnny's pearls, it would be a link with the past and with Johnny. And all he meant to me. It's how a woman feels, Mr. Marlowe. I wouldn't blame you for not understanding.
Well, maybe I do, though.
So please, Mr. Marlowe, please, you'll try to find my pearls.
Lola, look,
Even if it isn't all of them. Any part of them. Any single smallest one of them. It'll be Johnny's.
Look, will you meet me here again around 4 o'clock?
I'll be here.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. There was only one earthly decent thing I could do. I took Lola's glass pearls to a jeweler, and I had him take off the diamond clasp and put it on one of those strings of so-called simulated pearls that they sell you for $3, tax included. Then I went back to keep my 4 o'clock date with Lola at the Beachcombers.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, anything new?
Yes, the police found some pearls in Waldo's car.
They found my pearls?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly.
Well, Waldo was getting set to jail, Lola. He had the diamond clasp of your necklace attached to a string of cheap imitations. And then he sold the real pearls.
Oh, how... Oh.
These are the imitations here.
Yes. But it is my clasp. The clasp is real.
Is that all right?
Yes, it's the clasp that Johnny Dalmas gave me. Of course it's all right.
Oh, that's swell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marlowe.
Forget it.
I won't. Not ever. Well, is this goodbye?
Yeah, I think so. You'll never get over Johnny Dalmas, Lola. If anybody ever bothers you again, though, well, let me know. Name's Philip Marlowe. I drove almost to Malibu, and then I parked and walked out on a rock cliff. Then I reached in my pocket and dug out the string of Bohemian glass pearls that Lieutenant Ibarra found in Waldo's car. I cut the knot at one end and slipped the pearls off one by one. One by one, I flipped them into the water. A gull swooped down on them, and then flapped up again, screaming indignantly. The phony pearls had fooled Waldo and Lola Barsley, but they couldn't fool a seagull. I said to myself, to the memory of Johnny Dalmas, just another four-flusher. I listened a while to the wheeling seagulls. All at once, I realized that the wind had died. The Santa Ana had blown itself out. The red wind was done. It was over.
You have just heard Van Heflin starring in the first of a new mystery series, Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Tonight's story on The Adventure of Philip Marlowe is based on Red Wind, written by Raymond Chandler, creator of Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective. It was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger. Heard with Van Heflin was Lorene Tuttle as Lola Barsley. And this is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at this same time to another exciting story on The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with a distinguished cast.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, allotment swindle. Its title, The Traveling Bride.
The basic purpose in bringing you this series of official broadcasts from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is to acquaint you, the honest citizen, with the criminal. It is imperative that you know as much about the criminal as possible, because only one person can eliminate crime from the face of America. That person is you. Ask the average businessman about conditions in his particular field. He will tell you about the latest trends, the outlook for the future, and the competition he faces. Ask the average person, be that person man or woman, about crime in the community, and you will most likely be answered with a shrug of the shoulder or a blank look. Yet everyone, no matter what his or her business, should have the facts of crime at his fingertips. For crime is a part of our everyday life, as close to every American home as dust in a rug. Tonight's FBI file opens at an amusement park in a large West Coast city. It is early afternoon as a good-looking young man in a sailor's uniform walks past the merry-go-round and heads toward one of the concession stands.
Okay, sailor, try your arm. 3 balls for a dime. Hit the bullseye and give the pig a bath. Here we are, action every minute, only a dime, 10 cents.
What's that?
3 balls, 1 dime. I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you, kid. I'm a patriot. Take 1 ball free. Go ahead.
Where's Nora?
Son, I got no time for games. I'm a busy man. Player, keep moving. Okay, folks, 3 balls for a dime. Give the pig a bath.
Mister, a girl used to come down that chute, and I gotta find her.
Who?
Nora Young, the girl who used to work here.
Oh, that was last year. All right, lady, let your boy have some fun. 3 balls for the 10th spot of $1. Hit the target and give the pig a bath.
Mister, where is she? Where's Nora?
How should I know?
But she worked here last year.
A lot of dames worked here last year. I was changing dames more than I was changing shirts.
Look, I gotta find her. She's my wife. Here's her picture.
Yeah, she used to work here.
You know where she is?
Let's see. She used to go to see an agent who was trying to get her a dancing job.
What's his name?
Brooks, Cook, something like that.
Where can I find him?
He's got an office in the Central Building.
You sure?
sailor. I was never sure of anything with those dames. That's why I switched to pigs. All right, folks, 3 bolts for a dime. Hurry over here. Hey, y'all. Hey, come on.
And I know that none of you men at this luncheon have to be reminded that all of us are facing this law enforcement problem together. That's why this meeting was called. I know you all want to help. And if there's anything the sheriff's office can do for you, call on us. We're open for business 24 hours a day. Now, before we adjourn, I'd like to ask a man most of you know to say a few words. Special Agent Taylor of the FBI.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I can only echo the sheriff's invitation. If any of you run into any evidence of the violation of a law over which we have jurisdiction, why, we'll give you all the help we can.
This meeting is now adjourned.
Yes, thanks very much. Oh, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
You going back to headquarters?
Yep. You want a lift?
Yeah, please. See, I wasn't here during the last war, but I understand that there's more servicemen's complaints now.
Well, there are at least as many.
Huh? How do you account for it?
Well, the people aren't aware that these men in uniform are their boys. During the last war, we had canteens, free shows for servicemen. Folks were inviting soldiers home for a home-cooked meal. Today, the man in uniform is just another stranger. He's on his own.
Well, let's hope it doesn't take a full-scale war to make people change. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Yeah, thanks. My car's down this way, Jim.
Fine.
You going to be in your office later?
Yeah, all afternoon.
I might be over to see you. A case came in this morning that could have an FBI angle.
Huh? Well, if it has, you let me know. We'll work on it together.
Occasionally, an old-time crime is modernized and streamlined for use today. But for the most part, little originality is displayed by criminals. As an example, the wartime crimes of World War II are again becoming popular. Some of the victims of these crimes are civilians. Some are young men in uniform, like the sailor who went to the amusement park looking for his wife. The sailor who searched the corridors of an office building looking for a certain small-time theatrical agent, and finally found him.
Well, come in, sailor.
Are you Mr. Brooks?
Yes, and don't tell me what you want, I know. Your ship is putting on a show and you need some acts. Okay, I got a pip for you.
But
This is an alligator who plays the saxophone. And wait till you get what he does for a finish. Anchors away. Ha, ha. Pretty good, huh?
I'm looking for Nora Young.
Son, you never saw me before, did you?
No.
Believe me, I'm your friend. You don't want Nora Young's act.
Yeah, but
Now, look, how about Scuffy the Seal? He not only plays a horn, but he does imitations. Now, wait a minute. Don't take my word for how good he is. Listen to what Variety has to say. Scuffy the Seal was Sacco in a 10-minute turn that drew boff reaction from crowded houses. How about that? How many other seal acts ever got a notice like that, huh?
Mr. Brooks, I'm trying to find Nora Young. She's my wife. I married her just before I shipped out last year. Now I can't find her.
Well, now, there were 2 soldiers up here this week looking for her, and they both gave me the same story.
What were their names?
I don't know. I don't even know yours.
Seaman First Class Eric Wheeler.
Yeah, but they said they were married to Nora, too.
They're lying. Where is she?
Oh, I got her a week in a rag bag.
What?
A cheap carny. She and a dame named Gladys Harding are doing a 2-act. They start tomorrow. Lucky Bill's Carnival.
Where?
Riverdale.
Thanks.
Wait a minute, sailor.
Yeah?
You want some advice?
What?
You'd be better off with the seal.
Nora, you rehearsing the human fly bit?
Huh?
What are you doing halfway up the wall?
Taking down my pictures?
You're supposed to be packing.
I am. Gladys, look at this one. Ain't he cute?
Divine.
He's the first one I ever married.
No other cigarette can make that statement. Now, come on down.
Help me move the bureau.
What for?
I've got to get those other pictures.
Why?
They're my husband's.
So?
So I want to keep their pictures.
You got a heart like an open manhole. Look, finish packing. Your train leaves in an hour.
Hold this one, will you?
Sure. It'll make me feel like a bridesmaid. All right, now you got 'em all. Go get dressed. You grab the train, and I'll meet you at the carny as soon as I can.
Gladys, I can't go there alone.
Call the army. Tell them how many soldiers you're married to, and they'll give you a military escort.
But I never worked a carny before.
Honey, it's healthy burlesque. You do the same dances, only there's more fresh air.
There are supposed to be 2 of us.
Oh, tell them I'm sick. I missed the train. Anything. I'll take off as soon as I pick up the allotment check.
I still don't see why we have to play the carny at all.
Soldiers flock to a carny. And we're in business for you to marry soldiers.
But
Nora, I ain't making this up. I worked these same towns this way during the last war.
I suppose the soldiers at this place are getting ready to go overseas, too.
That's right.
The minute I marry anybody, he's gone.
That's why they call them ports of embarkation. Now get dressed and catch that train.
Morning, Jim.
Oh, hello, Sheriff.
I think I've got one for you. A serviceman's allowance violation.
Well, here we go again.
3 servicemen have been to see me in the last couple of days. They all married just before going to Korea. They're back home now on rotation, and none of them can find his wife.
What makes you think it's a swindle?
From the descriptions they gave, it sounds like they all married the same girl.
No.
I picked up photostatic copies of their marriage licenses. Here, take a look.
Okay.
The bride's first name is Nora on all 3.
You know, just offhand, I'd say this was the same writing.
Yep.
But I'll have the lab check for sure.
The police have no records on any of those names, neither have we.
Well, maybe Washington has. And I'll also request them to contact military authorities, compare the endorsements and all the government allowance checks.
Good.
Oh, were any of the checks delivered here?
1. I went to the address, but there wasn't anybody home.
Mm-hmm. Now, where are the 3 husbands?
Here. Here are their names and addresses.
All right, thanks. I'll get that teletype off to Washington, then I'll go interview them.
And that's why I'm telling you, folks, we got the greatest show on this midway, the greatest show you've ever seen. And in addition, at no extra charge, the biggest, the best collection of the most beautiful girls you've ever witnessed.
Mister.
Go away, girlie, I'm busy. Folks, you say you can't afford to see the show. You say it'll cost you too much. Don't be silly, friends. Friends, that's where you're wrong. The cost is 1/4, the 4th part of $1.
Mister, are you Lucky Bill?
Sorry, sister, no job's open.
I'm Madam Calypso.
Look, folks, if you want to see the show, buy a ticket. Huh? Who'd you say you were?
Well, my real name is Nora Young, but I dance under the name of Madam Calypso.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Where's your partner?
She can't get here till tonight. She's sick.
Well, ain't that just too bad? I'm supposed to be putting on a girls' show, so 2 dames take it on the Duffy. And your partner don't even come in. What does she want me to do? Ad-lib the girls?
I know the dances.
Well, okay, honey. Work alone. You work alone when she gets here. Dress in the tent back, and you better hurry up, too. You'll be on in about 5 minutes. This way, folks, this way. The greatest show, the most stupendous show you've ever seen in the midway.
Huh?
Come in and watch the
Nora,
girls do the
I
dance.
found you.
Let me go.
Nora,
All of the costs is
I'm Eric, your husband.
Oh.
Why didn't you answer my letters? I kept writing, but they all came back.
How did you ever find me?
I went to see your agent. And Nora, 2 soldiers told him you were married to them, too.
They're crazy.
That's what I told them. Gee, I missed you so
What's
much.
the idea? Ain't you getting dressed? I told you. You're on in 5 minutes, so quit gabbing with sailors.
But he's my husband.
I don't care about that. Come on, go on. Get ready.
All
Get
right.
ready.
Nora, wait.
Stay out of this, boy.
But I gotta talk to her. Nora, come home with me. You never met my folks, and...
Now you're on in 4 minutes.
Eric, I have to get dressed.
Don't stand here telling him about it. Go and do it.
Don't you want to go with me?
Sure, but...
Come on, get dressed. Get dressed now or you're
Eric,
fired.
I'll see you later.
Hold it, sailor.
I want to go back there with her. Nora! Nora!
Look, son, the only way you're going to see her in the next half hour is with a ticket.
In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you have seen 2 female criminals at work. You have also witnessed the wheels of 2 law enforcement agencies begin to mesh in an effort to apprehend them. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has always operated on the belief that a woman, simply because she is a woman, has no more right to break the law than a man. However, there have been sentimentalists who felt that pitting an organization like your FBI against a woman was unfair. Those people have ignorantly tried to aid every woman criminal. For a great number of those women would probably never have engaged in crime if they knew they'd share equal punishment with men when caught. Your FBI hopes through this series of programs to enlist each of you as a volunteer in the army of decent people fighting crime. As a soldier in that army, you should know the facts. One of those facts is this. Nationwide police records show that the number of women engaging in serious crimes like murder, robbery, and assault grows greater year after year. It is therefore time to replace our native chivalry with common sense and fight crime wherever we find it, no matter who the criminal might be. Tonight's FBI file continues later that afternoon at Sheriff Al Austin's office.
Sheriff, I think I've got something. I went by that address where the girl was getting a check, and it was picked up this morning.
Then she's still here, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. Something new has been added. The girl who picked up the check doesn't answer the description that we got from the 3 servicemen.
What?
Yeah, that's right. This was an older girl.
Well, what's her name?
The janitor didn't know. He just used to hold the check each month for this girl to pick up. I sent a complete description along to Washington.
Fine.
Oh, and Sheriff, all 3 marriage licenses showed the same first name for the bride.
Nora.
Yeah, so it'll be my guess that that's the right first name anyway.
She used it when she worked, too.
Oh?
Those servicemen I spoke to told me where they met her. One picked her up when she was a taxi dancer at that Daisy Bell ballroom.
Oh, that's a real nice place.
Yeah. The second met her when she was a waitress at a drive-in on Brewster Drive, and the last one picked her up while she was a chorus girl at the Mason Street Burlesque.
Nora gets around.
None of the places had any idea where we might locate her now.
Well, looks like our best chance is finding out who Nora's friend is. Hey, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Maybe this friend worked at one of those places, too.
It could be, Jim.
All right, I'll check and call you if I get anything.
Welcome to our happy home.
Gladys, I'm so glad you're here. Wait till I tell you what happened.
I know. I saw the boss and chilled the beat.
I don't mean that.
And say, I heard about you meeting a sailor. Good work, kid.
Gladys, please listen to me. We're in trouble. I was just going on for the first show, and this sailor comes running up. And who do you think it was? My first husband.
Huh? What's he doing here?
He came looking for me, and I made a date with him.
Oh, no.
I had to.
Why? Was his morale low?
No, but after all, I am married to him.
Look, I'm passing a new rule. From now on, you can't go out with anybody once you've married him.
That's not fair.
You want to be fair or rich?
Can't I even go out with Eric once? I like him.
Make him your pen pal.
You told me not to write to any of my husbands.
Oh, forget it. Where are you supposed to meet him?
I guess he'll be hanging around out front.
Get him.
Now?
Yeah, and bring him back here. The 3 of us better have a real heart-to-heart.
An investigation is almost like a jigsaw puzzle. But here, the pieces are not spread on a table waiting to be picked up. FBI headquarters 3,000 miles away in Washington, D.C. was busy on this case. All allowance checks mailed to Nora Young under her various aliases were obtained and examined. The endorsement handwriting matched perfectly. Now there was no question that an allowance swindle was in progress. But one piece of the picture was still missing. The piece showing where Nora Young was now.
Sheriff Austin.
Jim Taylor, Sheriff. I've got the name of Nora Young's friend. It's Gladys Harding.
Where'd you dig that up?
At the burlesque house. She worked there as a chorus girl with Nora. They quit to do an act together. Oh, pardon me, Sheriff. You want me, Tommy?
Teletype you, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, thanks. Sheriff, hold on a second, will you?
Okay.
This wire just came in from Washington. Wait a minute, I'll read it to you. Identification made of suspect described your wire named Gladys Harding.
Good.
As record for defrauding government in connection with servicemen's dependents' allowance checks. Her complete files being teletyped. Well, Sheriff, the minute it gets here, I'll come over and see you.
Nora, why do we have to wait here?
Because Gladys told me to bring you back to the tent so she could meet you.
No, I don't like this whole thing.
No, Eric.
Well, I mean it. You dancing in front of all those people in a veil.
It's all right. I'm not cold.
Oh, I see. It's you two again.
Hello.
Well, where's your partner this time?
I don't know.
Well, find her. The next show's about ready to go. And look, as a favor, will you please try to dance this time like you were both alive?
Nora, I thought maybe after you met my folks we could...
Please, Eric, not now. I've got a lot of other things on my mind.
I don't see what could be more important than us.
Rather, the whiskey they serve out there will make me vote dry.
Gladys, this is Seaman First Class Eric Wheeler.
I'm stripper First Class Gladys Harding.
Hello.
So you're the all-American boy. Pull up a battleship and sit down.
He wants me to go away with him.
Why?
I don't like the idea of Nora working here.
We tried to get other jobs, but every church choir was full.
Eric saw the show, and he doesn't want me to go out on the stage again.
Oh. A critic, too.
Nora, I've got a little money saved up. We'll have enough.
For what, a starvation diet?
Miss Harding, you're trying to make this a joke, and I don't like it.
Well, the boy has a temper.
And don't call me a boy. Nora, I've waited around here long enough. You've got to tell me now whether or not you're coming home with me. Don't walk away. Can't you answer me?
I don't know what to say.
Well, I do.
Gladys, you hit him.
Forget the play-by-play. Let's pile him into the trunk and take off.
The continental United States covers an area of more than 3 million square miles, an area that makes every search a long, arduous task. In this case, FBI headquarters in Washington continue to help, continued supplying vital information, supplying news that all of Nora Young's previous allowance checks had been cashed by Gladys Harding, supplying a resume of Gladys Harding's World War II allowance racket. Then, theatrical agent Joe Brooks was located and interviewed. He told about Lucky Bill's carnival.
Son, you feel a little better now?
Yeah. That's a bad bruise on your skull.
Feel strong enough to tell us what happened?
I was talking to my wife. She started to walk away. I turned to talk to her, and Miss Gladys hit me.
Then you were married to Nora, too.
Two? We're looking for your wife and Gladys Harding. They're working an allowance swindle.
So that agent was right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, son.
You know where they went?
No, sir.
Did you hear them mention any city, hotel, train?
Bay City.
Oh, what about Bay City?
Nora said they were there last month.
I'm afraid knowing where they've been won't help much.
Bay City, I think there was something about Bay City in Gladys Harding's record, Sheriff.
You got that sheet with you?
Yeah. There it is.
There's Bay City.
Yeah, and this may tell us where they are now. Come on, Sheriff.
Gladys, let's go back to town.
We just got here.
I know, but I don't like amusement parks.
We're here for work, not fun.
I won't do it.
Huh?
I can't slide down another chute into that cold water.
Oh, well, you won't have to. We'll work out of the dance hall.
Oh, that's good.
And the guy who gave us directions to the dance hall must have thought we meant Roseland in New York.
Let's go in there and rest.
The fortune tellers?
Uh-huh. We'll find out if we came to the right place.
Nora, when we get back to the hotel, I'll tell you fortunes for nothing.
Can you?
The hard way with a tea bag.
Oh, Gladys, there's the dance hall.
The first thing I'm going to do is request a waltz.
Serviceman.
Smorgasbord.
Huh?
Give it.
Oh, look, those two men are coming over here.
I'll handle them.
Good evening.
Sorry, Bud, we don't dance with civilians.
Well, Jim, they're the girls, all right.
I'll put it plainer. Take off. Blow. Get lost.
We all will, Miss Harding, as soon as we serve these warrants.
Gladys Harding and Nora Young were convicted in federal court. Both were sentenced to a federal prison for women. These two female swindlers were apprehended because Special Agent Taylor noticed something in Gladys Harding's record. Noticed that during World War II, she followed a regular geographical pattern, a pattern that took her from one port of embarkation to another. He also noticed that she was following the same pattern. So he and Sheriff Austin sped to the next city on her list and headed for the dance hall at the local amusement park, which was another part of her modus operandi. That observation brought to a close another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Brought it to a close and protected a few more servicemen from these particular criminals. However, other swindlers are at work this very minute in every part of the nation. Neither your FBI nor any local law enforcement agency can prevent those parasites from attempting to get easy money from you, the decent citizen. Only you can do that. Do it by following one simple rule. Always be alert.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Office of Samuel Spade, Private Investigations. Good morning. Evening.
Effie?
Miss Perrine is on a vacation. Perhaps I may be of assistance, no doubt.
I don't know. To whom am I speaking to?
I am sorry, I cannot divulge that information to an entire stranger. May I take a message?
Look, Miss Whoever you are, I don't want to discommode you, but
I am sorry, but I will have to ask you in no certain terms to resist from this line you are handing me. I am not the type secretary.
Forget it. I'll just call Miss Perrine long distance and dictate my report over the phone.
Oh, my stars and garter! How utterly gouch of me, Mr. Spade! Oh, I'm Bernadine, Effie's relief. I mean yours.
I could use some.
Oh, shall I send out for some medicine?
Yeah. The phone number's on the wall behind the water cooler. Tell them the 100-proof, bonded, and hang the expense. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the bail bond caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Only 3 days left, gals, and June, the month of weddings, will be over. But don't worry, there are still 187 days left in leap year. Still time to snag the man of your dreams. You know, the one who uses Wild Root Cream Oil on his hair. He and millions of other men use Wild Root Cream Oil daily because Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair so neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Any smart man who wants to look smart always insists on Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
You are Mr. Spade. You just gotta be.
Yes, but why?
It was fate. I knew it was going to be like this.
I had my qualms, too, Bernadine.
Oh, that's good. I sent the other back.
The other what?
I called that number, but it was euphonious. They sent whiskey. Is something the matter?
No, nothing at all. I'm perfectly calm.
Well, I'm glad. My previous employer was very nervous, which is why I just happened to be tentatively at large when Effie reproached me about being a relief to her.
Figures. Bernadine, now I'm not being fresh. Honestly, I'm not. But do you take shorthand?
Yeah, but I don't speak it.
What is that you speak? Don't answer. Ready?
Rodney. I mean Roger.
Yeah. Date?
I'll have to ask my mother.
Down, Bernadine. Date, June 27, 1948, to Miss Effie Perrine, care of Perry's Lodge, Kanab, the Pearl of the West, Utah.
What?
Oh, wrong letter. I'll get to that later. Date, June 27, 1948, to Leo M. Scarlett, care of Leaf Branch, Root, Knox and Wood, attorneys at law, 333 Pine Street, San Francisco, from Samuel Spade, license number 137,596. Subject, the bail bond caper. Dear Leo, I'm sorry things turned out the way they did, Leo, and I'd like you to know how I got into it. It wasn't for the reward. I don't take rewards. I'm not in love with your wife, no matter what she says, and I wasn't sore at you about anything. I was just sitting in my office, minding my own business, when the door opened, and Vivian walked in. She looked every bit as beautiful as she did when she lived under me in Ma Tuttle's boarding house in 41. In fact, I didn't recognize her until she slithered out of her mink.
Hello, Sam. Surprised to see me?
Yeah, but I'm trying not to show it. What's on your mind?
Is that all you've got to say to me, Sam?
Well, you're here on business, aren't you?
All right, I don't blame you. It all happened pretty sudden, Leo and me. I should have written or phoned you, I suppose, but somehow...
Forget it, Vivian. Now, what do you need a detective for? You, thinking of divorce already?
Oh, please don't, Sam. If it was a mistake, I'm the one who has to live with it. And I made up my mind when I married Leo. This time it's for keeps. No matter what.
Mm-hmm. What's the what?
He's in trouble, Sam.
Well, that's nothing new.
Well, this time I don't think it's his fault. When Leo went legit, he meant it.
What's he say he's doing now?
He's a bail bond broker.
Judging from your new look, I'd say he's a success.
Sam, a man called him on the phone today. I answered. He said his name was Holiday, but I recognized his voice. It was an old friend of Leo's, Charlie Rosenfoy.
Charlie, huh? When did he get out?
A couple weeks back. He was paroled. I don't know what he said over the phone, but Leo looked scared and sick.
I don't wonder. The word around town was that Charlie took the rap for Leo.
Well, I don't know anything about that. All I know is Leo's on the level now, and Charlie never will be. He did plenty on his own during that time he served.
Well, I won't argue that, but from where I sit, it looks like Leo better start wearing a gun again.
He has. That's what I'm so frantic about, Sam.
You hear any of the conversation from Leo's end?
He didn't say much. But I did hear him say, "All right, 10 tonight. I'll meet you there."
That wasn't very smart of him.
I know, but that's the way he is.
It might be only for a payoff.
I thought of that, too. But Leo hasn't got that kind of money. He's been dropping a lot at the racetracks lately. And even if he had it, he's not the type to pay blackmail.
I don't like it. Why should I stick my neck out? Why did you have to come to me anyway?
'Cause I trust you, Sam. I know you were jealous of Leo.
I was?
Sam, if we ever meant anything... If you meant half the things you said to me when we...
Stop it. That's blackmail.
Oh, I feel so lost and alone. I don't know where to turn.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, Sam. I'll make it up to you somehow. You see if I don't.
Sure you will. And tell Leo to stop dropping his money at Tan Ferran. This is going to cost them plenty. Vivian had said that your rendezvous with Charlie was scheduled for 10 in the p.m. and that you were too upset to go to work that day, so you'd be at home, 1246 Dunbar. I took a plant in your apartment building from a Sleepy Lagoon-type cocktail bar across the street called, you guessed it, the Sweet Leilani. Your wife joined me, and after a while, we got around to talking. At least she did.
I bet you can't guess what I'm thinking about.
Huh?
Listen, Sam. You remember that night we drove to Half Moon...
Bay.
Oh, you do remember. Oh, we used to do the craziest things. I should have married you, Sam.
Please, not while I'm drinking.
You know what? The trouble with crooks... They have to work day and night.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not listening.
No, but everybody else in the place is.
Let's talk about you, Sam. Did I ever tell you how I met Leo?
No, and please don't.
And then he opened a bucket shop. You know what a bucket shop is?
Yeah.
It's stock
brokerage.
Yeah, that's right. Only it's crooked. That was the first business Leo started when he went legit.
Mm-hmm.
He had to shut it down on account of those securities. Somebody was always stealing out of the safe.
Were they insured?
Yeah, but they wouldn't renew his policy. So after the second nightclub burned down, and he couldn't get any insurance at all, even on his own life. That's why I'm so frantic, Sam. Hey, give me a nickel. I want to play Sweet Leilani.
$50 nickels, and 2 hours later, Sweet Leilani broke under the strain, so we had Princess Papuli till even that gave out, and we were starting on the Hawaiian war chant when she disappeared through a door marked Wahines, Hawaiian for powder room, and never came back. Around 9:45, I mumbled something to the bartender about the lady will pay, put on my smoked glasses, and strolled out and across the street. You came out of the building a couple of minutes later. You led me a zigzag course up Merchant Street to Salon, across Salon to Commercial, down Commercial to Drum, and made a lateral pass over Drum back to Dunbar. Your destination, I'd never have guessed it, was the Sweet Leilani. Happily, they were not playing Sweet Leilani. It was very, very quiet. The regular customers had taken a powder, and I didn't blame them. In the new crop at the bar, I counted 10 broken noses, at least 5 broken paroles, assorted knife scars, and 4 pairs of cauliflower ears, and 1 maverick. You slid into a booth at the end of the bar, took the gun out of your shoulder holster, and laid it down on the table in front of you. I walked over, turned it around so it was pointing at the jukebox instead of me, and sat down.
Some other time, Spade. Some other time I drink with you. I'm waiting for a friend.
Why the gun?
You selling it to him?
Maybe I give it to him. Go on, you drink at the bar.
It's kind of crowded. Looks like Charlie Rosenfoy's old mob. Who are they gunning for? You or Charlie?
Why don't you ask them?
What are you drinking, Leo?
I was with that bottle all day. Got a bad taste. Do me a favor, Spade. There's a bar 2 doors down the street. Go drink there. There's my friend coming in the door.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, Leo.
Look, Spade.
Hello, Leo. What's the matter? You bring a bodyguard to meet your old friend Charlie?
This shamus threw his weight in here. I didn't ask him. I don't need him.
Huh. That sounds like the old Leo Scarlatti I used to
The
know.
name is Scarlet.
Oh, pardon me. I've been on the rock for so long, it's hard to catch up on all the changes.
There's been a war, Charlie. Anyone tipped you to it yet?
You got a smart bodyguard, Leo.
Let's talk. Let's go somewhere else and talk.
I like it here.
Okay, we start. How come you tipped the mob we were coming here? You promised you wouldn't.
Like the shamus, they got a drink somewhere.
All right, say what's in your mind and I'll go.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I think I'll do my drinking at the bar. Both of your guns were on the table. It didn't look as though you were going to use them on one another, and I figured that neither of you was going to do much talking in front of me anyway, so I strolled back to the end of the bar to look at the television. The 10 o'clock news roundup was on, and the ticker tape that was moving across the screen said ... in Atlantic City today, period. I ordered a highball, and then the ticker tape started again. This time it said San Francisco, $1 million bail bond robbery. $1 million in negotiable bonds is tonight in the hands of a group of daring hold-up men who commandeered an armored truck at the very portals of the police department in the Hall of Justice. And it said, this concludes the 10 o'clock edition of the television news roundup. I had a slight hunch that if the television boys had had their cameras on the big bail bond robbery, that at least some of the characters would have been played by at least some of the bad actors that were foregathered in the Sweet Leilani. In fact, what you and Charlie were saying and doing when I walked back to your booth was almost too much to the point. You let me see the bulky portfolio Charlie shoved across the table at you. It looked like a carrying case for bonds, bank messenger type. But it was sealed with wax blobs bearing the imprint of the Great Seal of the state of California. I was impressed.
Where'd you get this?
You can read about it in the papers, and if I was you, I'd get this out of sight before them papers hit the street. One thing more. Don't try to clip none of them coupons. And one thing more in addition. Don't open it at all.
Sure. Spade?
Yeah, Leon?
I think I hire you after all.
I took the job, and you handed me the portfolio. Outside, we flagged the taxi, and you gave the driver an address on Portsmouth Square. Your office, I hate to remind you, was behind one of a bunch of neon-lighted storefronts across from the Hall of Justice. The sign on the door said, press the button and let freedom ring any hour, day or night. The only bell in sight was a stop-press-type burglar alarm. You unlocked the door and we went in. You paused in front of a big green safe with a combination lock and started twirling the knob. The tumblers clicked into place. I picked up an inkwell and waited for the safe to open.
All right, Spade, give me it.
I did, with both hands. With my left, I handed you the portfolio, and with my right, I pitched the inkwell at a well-wired slab of plate glass window. When the burglar alarm went into action, so did you. You dropped everything and were out of the door and out of sight before you could say, let freedom ring. While I was waiting for the cops to arrive, I helped myself to a $500 bearer bond I found lying loose in your safe. I had a feeling I might be needing some bail myself.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. It gives you the advantages that men consider most important. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. That's like the oil of your skin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now back to the bail bond caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I had hoped, Leo, when I made my spectacular move in your bail bond office and set the bells to ringing, that I'd get the caper off my neck and onto the capable shoulders of the police, where it now belonged. Then I told myself I could go home and get some sleep. I had never been that fond of Vivian anyway. I was holding the $1 million portfolio, complete with its big official seal still unbroken, ready to hand it over with a flourish to the first boy in blue that rushed in. But then I saw something that dashed my hopes. There was a strip of Scotch tape across the bottom of it. It wasn't up to me to tamper with important evidence, but I didn't have to. It was only a question of what magazine had been cut up to replace the $1 million in bearer bonds. That question was answered at headquarters 20 minutes later. It turned out to be the last 52 issues of Radio Life, which even Captain Walsh of the robbery detail admitted was no help. Neither was Captain Walsh.
Now, Spade, in your statement here, you state, so-and-so, Sweet Leilani, and that Rosenfoy did hand portfolio exhibit in question to Leo M. Scarlett, alias Scarlatti, at approximately 10:20 p.m. this date.
That's it, Captain.
Now, you sure you want to stick with this? You don't want to change any part of the statement?
No, I just want to go home and go to bed.
I'm afraid you're going to stay with us for a while.
Who, me?
Statement of Jordan Joyce, M.D., statements of Hilda Sackwriter, R.N., and Mildred DeVille, Biss, R.N., day and night nurses, respectfully.
Who's sick?
Rosenfoy. He's been quarantined in his home in Daly City since his release from Alcatraz 4 days ago. Chicken pox. Sorry, Sam, I'll have to book you. You sure you don't want to add anything to that statement?
Only this. Kelsey Walsh, if you continue to do such brilliant police work, you will be waving a stop sign at a school crossing in time for the fall semester. You are a hangnail on the finger of justice. I thought I had been courteous and cooperative, but even so, it was the middle of the afternoon by the time they set my bail. $1,500. That made it life. But I hadn't had time to hang the curtains in my cell when I got even worse news. My bail had been posted by who? Vivian, a banana peel, and the steps of progress. She met me outside.
Well, aren't you going to thank me?
What for? Getting me in jail or getting me out?
Getting you out, of course. It was all the money I had in all the world. Leo's money was impounded, you know. But, Sam, when I thought of what you and I once meant to each other, and maybe we still could...
Yeah. Well, you'll get your money back. I'm not really guilty.
Oh, I know that.
What else do you know?
I guess it's safe to talk. Leo phoned me today.
Where is he?
He wouldn't say. Some pay station. He kept putting in nickels. Sam, you've got to talk to him. You've got to convince him it's best to give himself up.
Now you're beginning to make sense, sweetheart. But how can I get to talk to him?
I've arranged it. He's to meet us at the Club Leilani. You know, where we had our reunion yesterday.
That place on Dunbar?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. A crowded saloon less than a block from the police department. Besides, the place has lousy memories for me. By the way, did you ever get out of the ladies' room?
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk about something else.
Okay, let's talk about how do we bring this big secret meeting off in a crowded cafe. Is Leo coming in a false beard?
You really think I'm stupid, don't you?
I didn't say so.
Well, it so happens that the place is closed on Tuesday. See that sign in the window? Closed Tuesday?
Mm-hmm. Now, how do we break in?
I was counting on you. You're a detective. Can't you use a glass key or something?
Did you say that bail bond you bought for me was all the money you had in the world?
That's the truth.
Then get ready to forfeit it.
It's a risk I've got to take.
You've got to take.
Sam, please, if we ever meant anything
Yeah,
to...
I know. Half Moon Bay. But sometimes I wish we hadn't been childhood sweethearts. Wait here. I'll case the alley. The alley wasn't much better. There were 2 windows, washroom type, all glass brick, except the 2 small ventilators big enough to put your hand through. The only hope was the kitchen skylight. I didn't have any trouble getting up to it, but once I was there, things didn't look so good. The view from the roof was a garage door with 2 green lights flanking it. Then it struck me where I was and why I was there. The Club Leilani backed directly on the Hall of Justice where the big bail bond robbery had taken place at 5 p.m. the night before. Without further ado, I put my foot through a pane of the skylight, reached in, unlatched it, and dropped. Up at the front of the building, I could hear Vivian clamoring for admittance. I decided to let her clamor for another minute or 2. It isn't a thing I often do, but I walked resolutely into the ladies' powder room. It was very well equipped. It had furniture, a telephone, and more clues than I needed. The magazines were there, the razor blades were there, the scotch tape was there. There was even a scraping of red sealing wax on the steel frame of the window slot. But best of all was what I found in the paper towel dispenser. I lifted it out and moved it next door to the men's washroom. Then I let her in.
What kept you so long? You'll spoil everything. I was afraid you'd...
Here comes your husband.
Come on, let me in.
What happened, Leo? You're early.
Any objections? I just got itchy, that's all. How are you, baby?
Don't, Leo. I'm so nervous. Strained.
What are we going to do, baby? What's Spade going to do for us?
Tell him, Sam. I'll leave you 2 alone to talk it out. Freshen up a little. Haven't had my face on all day.
Poor kid. Well, Spade, let's have it.
Yeah, she's right, Leo. I can do a lot for you. But you've got to do something for me.
Spade, this is level. I never saw those bonds.
I know that.
Then what are you after?
The truth. It's the only thing that can save you, and if you take this rap, I take it too. I'm in clear up to my neck.
Okay. Charlie Rosenfoy came around to Vivian and made her this proposition. He was going to pull this bail bond job and plant the goods on me to get even for the rap he thought he'd taken for me. Vivian pretended to play along with him, only she got hold of the package long enough to take the bonds out and put the old magazines in instead.
Yeah.
The idea was the mob would think Charlie had double-crossed them, taken the goods for himself, and delivered a phony packet to their banker, which was supposed to be me.
Cute.
Only you had to get smart and set off that burglar alarm. Now I'm getting the squeeze on all sides. The mob, the law, Charlie are all gunning for me at once.
Don't worry about the mob and the law, and don't worry too much about Charlie.
What are you driving at?
That'll be him now.
Who tipped him I was here?
Get back in the corner. It's dark in here. He'll never see you. I'll take care of him.
All right.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh.
Come on in.
Oh! Good boy, Spade. Get his gun. You're my friend.
Sure, I'm your friend. Come here.
Yeah, sure, Spade.
Pleasant dreams, fellas. Now I act. Hey, Charlie! No, Leo! Vivian?
Sam? That you?
Yeah. The last of your boyfriends.
You mean Leo? Charlie?
Yeah. They just knocked each other off.
Oh, Sam, I can't see. It's dark. Where are you?
Right here in front of the jukebox.
You sure?
Hope to die. Drop it, Vivian. It's empty.
Sam,
Vivian, how could you? After Half Moon Bay. I'm sorry I had to knock you boys out, Leo, but better lumps than bullet holes, eh? After she started wrapping up the caper, it wasn't too hard to figure what she was up to, providing you could keep her smoke out of your eyes. She told Charlie how to operate on you and told you how to operate on Charlie. $1 million for her and 2 dead gangsters lying on the floor of an empty joint where they'd shot it out. The secret of the missing bonds would have to be written off by the police as having died with either one of whichever of you ever had them. Period. End of something.
Pardon me, Mr. Spade. I know you're tired, and if you're too brushed, please feel free to allude the whole matter. But...
Yes, okay, let's do that.
Thank you. Effie said that you were always glad to qualify any little points that she didn't understand.
Mm-hmm. She said that, did she?
Yeah, but she also said that quite accidentally that you sometimes leave things out that should be left in.
Bernadine, times are very bad. They're cutting salaries everywhere.
But where were they during the whole nefarious affair, if you'll pardon the expression?
The bonds? In the paper towel dispenser, didn't I say so?
Oh, that's what you moved to the men's.
Mm-hmm.
But how did they get there? In the Walreenies, if you'll pardon the expression.
Simple. When the thieves whizzed through the alley after the heist, Vivian had her well-manicured little lunch hook thrust through the window slot to receive them.
Oh, that's how the red sailing wax got there.
Bernadine, you're spectacular. Now go and type this up. You're making me nervous.
You know what they say about people who like mysteries? Once a mystery fan, always a mystery fan. And that goes for hair tonics, too. Once a Wild Root Cream Oil fan, always a Wild Root Cream Oil fan. Just try it and you'll see what I mean. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, step up to your drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Mr. Spade. I hope it's not too erroneous.
Oh, I'm sure it's quite offensive.
Don't you mean inoffensive, Mr. Spade?
Have it your way.
I don't want to sound imprudent, Mr. Spade, but I must say that your conduct through the whole thing was very brave and outrageous.
Don't you mean courageous?
Oh, now I've got you doing it. You're going to be just like Mr. Cummel.
Your previous employer, no doubt.
Yeah, poor man. You know, he finally became completely erasable. They had to take him away.
Mm-hmm. What were his symptoms?
Well, when he ordered the puppy biscuits, I thought he was just being concentric. But after a while, he wouldn't answer to anything but Rover. I had to sprinkle his flea powder in the morning, you know? And then he had his little tricks. He always wanted to show off, you know, sitting up and rolling over. He could shake hands, too.
What's so great about that? Any dog can shake hands.
Yeah, but can you scratch your ear with your foot?
If I set my mind to it. Now go home, Bernadine, or I'll report you to the SPCA.
You can't frighten me. Effie told me that you bark is worse than you bite. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Effie, in far-off Kanab, come home, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Detective Agency. Good evening.
That sounds funny in dialect. Good evening to you, and happy 4th of July, Bernadine Hemp.
Oh, Mr. Spade. What was the caper?
Don't you mean caper?
No, the caper. The high point of the caper. The climax, the crescendo, the pinafore.
Well, that's better. For a minute, I was afraid you were learning English.
Oh, no. I'm studying Spanish. Soy infeliz que inicia...
Yeah. Mucho interesting.
Gracias. Shall I go home now?
No, mal suerte. There's a little matter of murder in 2 languages, neither of which is Spanish, so stay where you are. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Rushlight Diamond Caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Listen, men, to this holiday tip on good grooming. To help spark up your whole appearance, first be sure that your hair is well groomed. Be sure it's groomed with popular Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, the way you like it, the way she likes it. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. So look your best all the time by sprucing up right with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Date, July 4, 1948, to Mrs. May Rushlight, 21A, Granite Court, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Rushlight Diamond. Dear Mrs. Rushlight, it was the kind of nice, relaxing assignment that comes my way just often enough to remind me that gumshoeing can be respectable. There was an air of quiet elegance about 21A, Granite Court, and about the butler who answered the door. He took in my rented gray topper and doeskin gloves, nodded approvingly at my wing collar, watered silk ascot, pearl gray waistcoat, morning coat, pinstripe trousers, and my spats with the mother-of-pearl buttons, and asked me if I were a florist. I set him to rights, and he led me up a flight of stairs to the early A.M. annex of your morning room.
Mr. Samuel Spade.
You're just on time, Mr. Spade. Mrs. Rushlight will be pleased. I'm Nancy Ward, Mrs. Rushlight's social secretary, and if you don't think that's tough to say, try it.
Mrs. Rushlight's socials? What's tough about that?
You'll do. Definitely you'll do.
Shall we dance?
I will dance at her wedding. But don't get me wrong, I'm not secretly in love with Ralph Rushlight, and the bride is lovely. Just hate to see all that money going down the drain.
Is there anything else you think I should know?
You know what your job is. You're supposed to guard the wedding present. That's simple because it's nothing but a lot of cheap silver. And stay away from the champagne. It's non-vintage. The food will be foul. The guests are the most dismal aggregation ever assembled.
Sounds like a lovely party.
I arranged the whole thing. I told you she's a lovely bride.
What'd she ever do to you?
I'd rather not say. I don't want to sound bitter. This way, Mr. Spade. The old hat. Mrs. Rushlight will see you now.
Thank you, Florence Nightingale.
Nancy? Oh.
This is it, darling. Mr. Spade.
Come over here, young man, so I can get a better look at you.
How's this?
It's good. Turn around. Yes, you'll do. That'll be all, Nancy.
Couldn't I be finishing up these place cards while you talk?
Take them with you. Do them outside.
Very well.
Nosy girl.
But nice. Nice nose.
Oh, you too, eh? Well, I agree. That's why I'm marrying off my nephew to that wretched girl, Lotta Van Eyck. Have you ever seen Bugs Bunny, Mr. Spade?
You don't mean the...
They protrude.
The ears?
No, the teeth. As my late husband used to say of her mother, she could eat a tomato through a tennis racket.
Oh.
There's only one thing that'll prevent this wedding from being an utter disaster. She doesn't understand much English.
What's the matter with your nephew?
A great deal, but it doesn't show. Suffice it to say, he has criminal tendencies and the mentality of a snail.
Mrs. Rushlight, I don't like to seem forward, but why are you telling me all this?
Oh, you're supposed to mingle with the guests. You'll need some conversation. Now, as to your assignment. The bride, being what she is, The wedding presents are hardly worth guarding, except for one. Ironically enough, it's from me.
What is it, a machine gun?
Oh, that's good. Oh, excuse me, I must write that down.
And then tear it up immediately.
Oh, dear. No, Mr. Spade. But it's bad luck, the Rushlight Diamond. You've heard of it?
Something about it in the American Weekly a while back, wasn't there?
Yes. It's not as large as the Hope Diamond, but there's not a flaw in it. My late husband, Roy Rushlight, bought it for his first wife. She sank with the SS General Slocum in Hellgate, the East River, 1904, over 1,000 lives lost. Luckily, she was wearing a paste copy at the time. I was only a young girl when I married Mr. Rushlight, and fool that I was, I signed anything his lawyers asked me to sign. After his death, I discovered that the diamond was to be mine only until the marriage of my husband's male heir, at which time it must go to his bride.
Well, that's too bad. You say, though, that the Rushlight Diamond is bad luck.
Oh, there's that, of course. I wonder if it's too much to hope. Well, I must go and help dress the bride. Go along downstairs, Miss Spade. Take this jewel case with you. Put it on the table with the other presents, and guard it well.
So I took the old velvet-covered case you held out to me and checked the contents. It was an old-fashioned lavalier with a clear stone pendant only slightly smaller than an 8-ball. Didn't look like a diamond, but smooth-cut diamonds hardly ever do. It didn't look like bad luck either, but a mirror broke in the hall as I passed it, then I fell all the way down the stairs, and as I entered the ballroom, I knocked over a punch bowl. Nothing really terrible happened until just before dark when the guests began to arrive. In theory, a detective guarding wedding presents is supposed to make himself indistinguishable from the other guests. In practice, it never works out that way. He has to spend most of his time within sight of the booty, so he is very easily spotted.
I don't believe it. He's too good looking.
Oh, but he must be. He's not anybody we know.
Well, ask him. It's leap year.
Oh, here comes Colonel Bixby. He'll know.
Wow. Beauty gathered round the booty, eh? And much more beauty than booty, though.
Say, when are they going to hang the diamond on that drip?
No, there's no way to talk about the blushing bride.
Is that it in the crummy old case there?
That case is heirloom, young lady. The stone that reposes in it is worth a king's ransom. Now take your grubby hands elsewhere. Be off with you. Go on.
Well, just because he's going to give the bride away, thinks he can order everyone around.
Mr. Spade, allow me to congratulate you, sir. These affairs, one all too often sees the detective on guard duty at the punch bowl.
I was forewarned.
Oh, yes, very bad champagne. Flat. I'll be glad when these ill-starred nuptials are consummated. And by the way, Bixby's my name, Colonel Lysander Bixby.
Colonel?
It is my melancholy and thankless duty to give the bride away to the hapless groom, Ralph Rushlight. However, it's much better to give than to receive. You tell that to May Rushlight, eh? Yeah. Quite a trinket.
Mustn't touch grubby hands, remember?
Oh, sense of humor as well as sense of duty, eh? Candidly, if I knew a place to fence it, I'd be the...
Colonel Bixby.
Oh, Miss Ward. How lovely you look. Poor Ralph.
Mrs. Rushlight asked me to warn you to get ready. The bride will be down any moment.
Good grief. Well, I suppose I must steel myself. Where did I leave my glass?
Keep your eye on that old goat, Mr. Spade. I don't trust him.
Who is he?
He's the only one here who knows why this wedding's happening. He's the bride's foster father.
You mean he's got something on the family?
You'll never know how much until you kiss the bride.
Look, Nancy, it's none of my business, but I...
Oh. Starting. I'll have to go in now.
Now, wait.
What?
How does it go? Speak now or forever hold your peace?
No, I can't do that. Thank you for understanding.
I didn't witness the ceremony, but judging from the mood of those who had, it was just as well I didn't. They shuffled back into the ballroom looking as if they'd witnessed an execution. Nobody seemed to be in a hurry to join the receiving line. After a few half-hearted handshakes, the groom left the bride standing alone, looking kind of bewildered, and came over to take inventory of the presents.
Look at that junk. I'm Ralph Rushlight. Who are you?
Spade. I was hired to guard this junk, as you call it. Sorry I'm wasting my time.
The Rushlight Diamond. It's bad luck. Look at what it did to me. Look at it. Did you ever see anything?
Keep it to yourself.
Why should I?
Because I'm liable to slap you clear across this room.
Haven't I been punished enough?
Go on, scram. Keep your hooks off that necklace.
That's mine.
I heard it's your wife's.
Come along,
Well, you
my
heard
dear.
wrong.
Come along over here. Oh, Mr. Spade, you haven't met the bride yet, have you?
No.
Thank you.
I wish you a lot of luck, Mrs. Rushlight. You're going to need it.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose now, as well as any time, Colonel.
Oh, very well, my dear. Quiet, please. Quiet, everyone. Mrs. Rushlight, the elder Mrs. Rushlight, that is, has something to say to you.
Mr. Spade.
Yes?
The necklace, will you please hand it to me?
With pleasure. I'm tired of looking at it.
Oh, you're not done yet. Stay close by my side. Dear friends, at this solemn moment, I want, first of all, to welcome this dear little girl into the Rushlight family.
Thank you.
Yes. And now, dear Lotta, I will place around your neck the gem which was my heritage when I became a Rushlight and which is now yours.
Thank you.
Oh, what's wrong? Lotta, come back here. Lotta!
I'll go out to the carport and head her off.
You leave her alone. I'll take care of her.
Whose wife is she, anyhow? Lotta, come back here. Lotta, bring it back!
I was almost ashamed of joining the chase, but I had to because I'd been hired to guard the Rushlight Diamond, and for my money, the best way to do that was to help her get away. Somebody got to her before I did. A strip of wedding gown satin marked the spot. The body lay crumpled under a hedge, but it wasn't the bride's body. It was the groom. He'd been stabbed to death with a pair of garden shears, which made sense. But what didn't make sense was that the necklace she'd been wearing was still clutched in his hand.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now back to the Rushlight Diamond Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Number 21A Granite Court was teeming with motives and suspects. But the police were primarily interested in locating Lotta, the missing bride and widow of Ralph Rushlight. So was I. She looked like less work than the rest of you because if she had killed him, it was self-defense, if she knew enough English. By 10 in the a.m., when I checked in at my office, she was still successfully eluding the police dragnet. That was because nobody, including me, had thought of looking in my office. Wow. Good morning.
Thank you.
Is that all the English you know?
Thank you. No. I want my necklace.
The police have it.
You go with me. Tell them who I am.
Okay, but first I have to know who you are. Where you came from, what your connection with Colonel Bixby is.
I am in Macassar being born.
In Macassar?
Dutch colony.
Uh-huh.
My father there 7 years ago dying is. When I 13 years old have arrived.
I see.
Colonel Bixby in San Francisco. The financial representative from my father was. I am adopted to him. Not for a father, but so he takes care of my monies, which coming of age am I a rich Dutch woman.
Uh-huh. But legally, he's your foster father.
Yeah. Also, legally, I'm the wife of Rushlight. I want my necklace.
You married him for the necklace?
Yeah.
Why did he marry you?
For one half of necklace when we sell. but told everything to take he wishes.
You and Ralph are going to divvy the take from the Rushlight Diamond, you thought.
Yeah.
And what was the Colonel going to get?
Money's for Mrs. Rushlight.
Oh, no, wait, that doesn't make sense. Mrs. Rushlight stood to lose a small fortune by that marriage. Why should she pay the Colonel to promote it?
You the detective are.
You said that.
Where my necklace are. That I say.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not as sure as I was. Wait just a minute, I'll check on it.
Homicide, Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade, Dundee.
Yes, Sam.
What's new on the Rushlight caper?
Oh, you know I can't talk about the case, Sam.
Oh? I got a line on that girl.
Oh? Where is she?
You know I can't talk about that, Dundee.
Oh, you can't you? Well, let's see if this doesn't change your mind. The necklace we found on Rushlight's body was a phony, a paste copy.
Uh-huh. Does that make her guiltier than she was before?
Well, now she's got a motive. Throws all our previous theories into a cocked hat. Now, where's the girl?
She's in my office, Lieutenant dear. Come and get her.
Thank you.
Oh, cowhand.
Oh, it's you, Sam. Back again?
Yeah, do you mind?
Well, that depends on who you came to see.
You, sweetheart.
Oh.
But first, I'd like to talk to Mrs. Rushlight.
Well, she can't see anyone. She's in a state of nervous collapse over Ralph's death.
Oh, that's too bad. You seem to be holding up pretty well.
Well, I'm relieved. He's better off dead than married to that.
Yeah. Rushlight Diamond's still unlucky, you know.
What do you mean by that?
I was just trying it on for size.
Uh-huh. How does it fit?
Yeah, but you and Mrs. Rushlight are about the same size. Her nerves getting any better?
You're the doctor. If you want to see her, go ahead. She's up there.
Thank you. Mrs. Rushlight.
Go away, I'm ill.
I'm sorry to break in on you like this, but I haven't got much time.
How dare you! Nancy! Where is that girl? Mr. Spade, please leave me alone with my grief.
Funny thing, yesterday Nancy was carrying a torch for Ralph and you were holding the torch to him. Today it's different.
Oh, good heavens, you don't think I'm grief-stricken over Ralph.
Good, that's one less mystery.
Mr. Spade, what do you want?
Your nephew's killer.
Oh, does it matter?
It does to me. Somebody getting knocked off right under my nose is bad for private detectives everywhere.
Oh. For a moment, I thought that... Say, wouldn't you rather make some more money?
I refuse to marry Lotta.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's the necklace, Mr. Spade, the genuine.
What is?
I don't know. All I know is the other one isn't.
Who told you that?
Why, the police know. It's in the papers, isn't it?
Not yet.
Well, how else would I learn?
The murderer's the only one who could have told you, unless you're the murderer.
I see. Very well, Mr. Spade. I'll tell you what I know. I'm not as wealthy as you might think. In fact, I have for 4 years lived from pillar to post, from hand to mouth, ragtag and bobtail, struggling to make ends meet.
Yeah, what you mean is you're eking out a meager existence, keeping your head above water, one jump ahead of the sheriff, stalked by the grim specter of poverty. Is that right?
Oh, how well you put it. In fact, Mr. Spade, I'm something of a crook. I've borrowed large sums of money from Colonel Bixby, putting up as collateral something that was not mine to forfeit.
Don't tell me. Let me guess. It was the Rushlight Diamond?
Well, you seem to know everything.
All but one thing. Why did you think you could palm off a paste copy on an operator like Bixby?
He sent you here. I won't tell you another single thing.
Well, then I'll tell you a few things. The only way the Rushlight Diamond could be transferred legally into the hands of Colonel Bixby was by tricking Ralph into marriage with Lotta, since Ralph's wife automatically became the legal owner. With Ralph dead, Bixby would be in line to inherit the diamond from her.
Inherit?
California state law. Foster parent may inherit from a foster child in absence of any direct heir.
Well, then he planned. He'd kill her, too. Mr. Spade, we must stop him.
She's safe for the time being. I had her thrown into the pokey. They can hold her 48 hours for questioning, but they can hold you longer. They can even hold you as an accessory before the fact.
Why,
Why, I didn't know he was going to kill anyone.
Lotta was just going to hand over $1 million diamond to Bixby out of the kindness of her heart?
Oh, no. Lotta wanted to become an American citizen. Marriage is the quickest way. For her, Ralph was the only way.
Okay, I'll buy that. Now, tell me honestly, Mrs. Rushlight, what happened to the genuine stone?
I honestly didn't know. I wasn't sure. But now there can be only one answer.
Nancy with the laughing face?
She went with me when I went to the bank vault to get the Rushlight diamond to present to Lotta after the ceremony.
Uh-huh.
She looked after all my jewels, including the paste copy that I habitually wore.
Homicide, Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade again, Dundee. I think I got the Rushlight caper all wrapped up. I'm heading for your office now, so wait for me. And whatever you do, don't let that Lotta dame out of your sight. Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Sam. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
The Lotta dame. She's already gone.
Escaped?
Bailed out. Custody of her foster father. Wait a minute. I got the name here, sir.
Bixby. He's a colonel, and no wonder you're only a lieutenant.
Mr. Spade, can't you stay for tea?
Not thirsty. Nancy? Nancy, where are you?
Oh, here I am, Sam. I was waiting for you.
You got the keys to that car out in front?
Why, yes. Do you want to borrow it?
Yes, with you in it.
Why, Sam, wait till I put my face on.
Let it go. It's as good as lost anyway. Come on.
What is this place? Where are you taking me?
Never mind. Just hang on. I'll fly you up to the second floor.
Sam, that was a shot that sounded like Lotta.
You stay here. Don't come in until I call you.
Spade, what are you doing?
Get back in there.
Oh, sir.
Drop it.
No.
Drop it or I'll crack your elbow. That's better. Now sit down. I want to look this over. Looks real cute. Uh-huh. Powder burns, gun beside the chair, and what's this? Well, a note in Dutch.
It's a suicide note. She killed herself.
I can almost believe that. You've handled this very well, considering the bad breaks you've had. Only one thing wrong.
Do I scent a bargain?
I don't have to bargain. I've got the diamond. All you've got is 2 murders rapping on your thick noggin.
Don't be absurd. I know who has the real necklace.
Then you better talk to her directly. You can come in now.
Sam, was that... Oh, that poor, homely little dame. What did she ever do?
Stop, you're breaking my heart. She committed suicide.
You know better than that.
She committed suicide, if the colonel's price is right.
Oh, I see.
I'll put it to you directly. It's not easy to fence. It'll have to be cut. That'll decrease the value considerably. Say, $10,000, no questions asked.
Pardon me, that suicide shot, it's ringing in my ears. I can't hear you.
20,000. 50. All right, 100,000.
Sam, don't be a fool. Take it.
I'll give you a real break, Colonel. That's the cops coming after you.
No, anything, Spade. What do you want me to do?
I want you to try and get out of here.
What are you going to do?
There's the door. Go ahead.
All right.
Thank you, Colonel.
All right, men, remember, he's desperate. Bixby, we're giving you a chance. Come down or we're coming up after you.
Come on. Come on, get up, Colonel.
Here he comes. Kevin, it may be a trick.
Watch it, Dundee. Here he comes. And that, Mrs. Rushlight, is the crop. For a man that went down fighting, Colonel Bixby didn't need much persuading once they got him under the lights down at headquarters. He confessed to everything, and the murders weren't the worst of it, the way I figure. The worst of it was the cruel way he victimized the poor little ugly duckling, Lotta Van Eyck. It's tough enough to be whipped before you start. Period, and a report.
My goodness, that was muy triste. I mean, I'm beginning to see why Effie gets so repressed sometimes.
Effie, depressed? That little doll told you that?
Only between she and I and the lamppost. She's so sensitive, you know. Not like I, of course. I invariably cry at weddings.
You don't say, Bernadine. You attend weddings often?
With high frequency, Mr. Spade.
You mean frequently?
No. The last time it was FM. You know, frequency moderation.
Oh, yes. Moderation in all things, I always say. You mean You attend radio weddings.
Oh, yeah. I've been married 6 times. My next date is television.
You've been married 6 times?
Well, to each his own, Mr. Spade.
You mean 6 men have...
Oh, no. No, I only marry my husband. Repetition is the spice of variety, I always say.
Is that legal?
If it's not after 6 weddings, what isn't?
To each his own, as you say.
Well, we don't presume to make a career out of it. As soon as we get the mangler and the deep freeze, we're going on our honeymoon.
Well, congratulations, and type this up when you have the time. Mrs. Bernadine Hemp.
Every day, more and more men are turning to Wild Root Cream Oil for truly handsome hair. And that's not surprising, for what other leading hair tonic gives you these big advantages? It grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. What's more, Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. No wonder Wild Root Cream Oil is the favorite with so many millions of smart, particular men. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
I'm sorry it took so long, but I kept relapsing into Spanish.
Yes, I know how.
And Effie's typewriter doesn't have any upside-down question marks.
Upside down. Take a memo. Call typewriter man.
I already have. Oh, I almost forgot. You received a telegrammic commutation.
A telegrammic what?
A wire.
Oh, a wire. Well, open it and read it. In English, por favor.
It says, Dear Sam.
Figures.
In the haste of my departure, I neglected to warn you about Well, when I do that one another favor, she'll have silver threads.
Who?
That ball of fire whom I'm taking the place of in order to be double-crossed of by...
Effie? Is she still in far-off Canab?
And good rubbish, if you'll pardon the expression.
Now, Bernadine, let me see that. I neglected to warn you about Bernadine. I'm sending details, airmail special, but in the meantime, whatever you do, don't go to any radio broadcasts with her, and if she comes to work in a wedding gown, take the day off. Love, Effie.
And I had 2 tickets for honeymoon payoff, and now she went and spoiled everything.
Ah, now there, Bernadine, you just have to marry your husband again, that's all. I wouldn't have had the time anyway.
I know. It's just the principle. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Good night. Buenas noches. Hasta la vista. Effie, why did you ever leave me?
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Right in here.
Oh, thank you.
Come in, Mr. Templar.
Oh, Warden, how are you?
Well, just as gloomy as ever. Sit down. I haven't seen you for a long time.
I do my best to keep out of jail.
And you do your best to get a lot of people in. What can I do for you?
And I wanted permission to see one of your prisoners.
Oh?
Yes, Tommy Patchik.
Can't be done, even for you. Patchek's in the prison hospital. No visitors allowed there.
Oh, I see.
You know Tommy?
He did some work for me years ago, Warden, that's all. I didn't even know he was here in prison until I got his letter.
Letter? Oh, I wonder how he got a letter out of here.
I don't know. He couldn't very well have put it in the mailbox at the corner.
Mind if I take a look at it?
Oh, of course not. Here it is.
Dear Mr. Templar, maybe I got no right to ask your help, but I need it bad. They're trying to kill me, but I don't know why. Tommy Patchik.
You know, I've got a hunch Tommy's telling the truth. Am I right, Warden?
Yes, you are. Patchek's been here 3 years. He's due out next spring. In 3 years, there have been 5 attempts on his life by other prisoners. The latest was just a day or so ago.
Was he hurt seriously?
Knifed, but not seriously. We don't know who did it, and Patchek's too scared to tell.
Warden, haven't you any way of protecting this man?
Protect him? Look, Templar, this prison was built for 1,200 men. I've got 4,000. The guards are overworked and underpaid. The food's bad. There's no recreation facility. And every year, society sends me 1,000 more men and says, keep them in your crowded cage for a few years and send them back good citizens. Protect Patchek? Why, I can't even...
Hey, what's that?
There's been a break. Hello? Evans, where is it? How many? I see. Be right over.
What is it, Warden?
Your friend Patchek, Templar. He couldn't wait for you. He's gone.
Read all about the prison break. Patchek still at large. Read all about it. Extra.
Taxi! Hey, taxi! Oh, good afternoon, Louis.
Afternoon, Mr. Templar. Ain't it a heavenly day?
Yes, Louis, it is.
Where to, Mr. Templar?
312 Main Street, Louis.
Gotcha. Did you read about that prison break last night, Mr. Templar? Say this Patchek rode out in the laundry truck. You think they'll catch him?
Oh, sooner or later, Louis. They always do.
You know something? I kind of hope they don't. In my sub-unconscious, that is. Why is that, Mr. Templar?
The universal guilt feeling, Louis. Whenever there's a man in hiding, that man might be you or me.
Yeah, Freud, huh?
Louis, it's Freud.
That's what I said, Siegfried Freud. You know something more, Mr. Templar? I kind of felt this way when that leopard escaped last spring, remember? Then he come back to his cage all by himself. It was kind of sad.
Yeah, an allegory, Louis.
No, it was a leopard. You think Patchek will come back to the cage, Mr. Templar?
Well, I'm afraid that for him there is no hiding place. Hey, isn't this Main Street, Louis?
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. 312. Anybody we know?
I got a tip that Tommy Patchek used to live here. Perhaps if I can help him, then you and I won't feel so guilty. Wait for me, Louis, huh?
Sure.
I'll be darned.
What's the matter?
I've been to this house before.
You got friends in the strangest places.
Yeah. As I remember, the landlady was one of the most charming, cultivated damsels I ever had the pleasure of meeting.
Some guys got all the luck. You sure you don't want me to come with you?
No, thanks, Louis. I want her all to myself.
Yeah, what do you want?
Dear heart and gentle person, don't you remember me?
I got a very poor memory.
Well, I'm a friend of Tommy Patchek's.
Oh, you are? Know who I am? Shirley Temple. You're a cop, that's what. Cops have been thicker than flies around here last night and today both thicker than flies.
Well, for here, that's pretty thick.
I run a respectable rooming house, and every time a cop comes to the front door, 5 more roomers go out the back.
Oh, rumors are flying.
Worse for business than bubonic plague. I hate cops. What do you want, cop?
I'm not a policeman, really. I'm trying to help Tommy if I can. If you know anything...
I got a very poor memory.
Well, now, here, would a treasury note refresh it any?
I got a memory like an elephant. Come on in.
Thank you. Now, about Tommy Patrick.
Well, say, you sure you're not a cop?
Quite sure.
Well, I ain't looking for Tommy to come here, but he's got a sister, Nancy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the cops don't either. They were raised separate, and Tommy didn't want her brought into his trouble.
Any idea where I could find her?
I got a very poor memory.
Here we are.
Thanks. She works at the Voodoo Room, cigarette girl.
Voodoo Room. That's Charlie Forelli's place, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Say, you positive you're not a cop?
Madam, I might as well confess I am a personal emissary of J. Edgar Hoover.
You are, huh? Well, that's good enough for me. Finest president we ever had.
Thank you and goodbye, Barbara Fritchie. Bartender.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Well, you're standing behind the bar. I presumed you were the bartender.
Well, I'm not. Joe is. I'm a big shot around here.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'll wait for Joe, the small shot.
Well, you'll have a long wait. He went out to get a drink, which means he won't be back for several drinks. What'll it be?
Scotch over ice, please.
Coming up. Yeah?
Thank you. Nancy around?
Nancy around. Who wants to know? A guy wears a necktie, drinks scotch in the afternoon, thinks all the girls should fall down dying dead when he waves his little finger.
Look, all I asked was, is Nancy...
Big man drinks scotch in the afternoon, thinks he's got a right to... Real big operator here, drinks scotch in the afternoon.
I said go away, please. You talk too much and you don't say anything. Just go polish your glasses.
Okay. Real big pinstripe, white shirt, necktie type operator.
Well... You wanted to see me? What about it?
I was down at the state prison last night. I had a letter from a man who wanted to see me, but he couldn't wait.
Tommy.
Yes. I'm Simon Templar.
What do you want?
I want to help if I can.
You're the saint, aren't you?
Yes.
I remember Tommy talked about you. Could you come to my place later? I live at the Sheldon. It's the back apartment on the second floor.
What time?
Around 11. I'll take off early tonight.
I'll be there, Nancy. Do you think there's any chance Tommy might come?
I don't.
Excuse me, but I got a message to deliver, Mac.
Well, what is it, Jack?
Mr. Forelli just said that he wants to see you in his office.
Keep out of this, Frank. Forelli doesn't even know he's here.
I said that Mr. Forelli wants to see Mr. Man of Distinction here, and if I have to persuade him, then I'll persuade him.
Now, stop flexing your muscles, Frank. You need your strength for the cocktail hour.
I said that Mr. Forelli wants to see you.
What an unattractive gun. It matches your face.
Hey, listen, Mac.
Please, Mr. Templar.
Lead on, Jack.
Now, you lead. I'll be right behind you just to make sure that you get there. You stay here, Nancy. Some big deal, this guy. Scotch in the afternoon. Thinks right away all the girls should fall down dying dead when he... There's a guy to see him, Mr. Forelli. He was bashful, so I brought him. Oh, come in, Mr.
Simon Templar.
Welcome to the Voodoo Room, Mr. Templar. Let us see more of you. Cigar?
Thank you.
That's our own brand. And a vial of perfume for the lady of your choice. Voodoo from the Voodoo Room. That's a little trick I picked up from Sherman Billingsley.
Thank you. And where did you pick up this little trick, Mr. Forelli?
Frank?
Yeah.
Well, he's rather class-conscious, but a hard worker. I was asking about Tommy Patrick, Mr. Forelli. I heard him. Indeed. Well, you're a friend of Tommy's, Mr. Templar?
Possibly.
Possibly. And you might possibly be in touch with him soon?
I couldn't say.
You couldn't say. But you could tell us the basis of your interest in Tommy.
I could, but I see no reason to.
You see no reason to. Mr. Templar, showing interest in other people's affairs is not always healthy, and some people know this instinctively, and others have to be taught. Teach him, Frank. Yeah, sure. Not such a big operator now. That's enough, Frank. That's enough. Going out the back way. Well, okay, Mr. Forelli. Hey, Mr. Forelli, I think I broke the bottle of perfume you gave me. I heard something crack. Well, let's look on the bright side, Frank. Might have been a rib. Yeah, serves him right. Drinking scotch in the afternoon with a necktie.
Louis.
Hey, Mr. Templar. What happened? Here, wait, I'll help you into the cab.
Thanks, Louis.
Oh, gee, what happened, Mr. Templar? You look horrible. You sure smell pretty, but...
That's a doubtful consolation. I tangled with Mr. Charlie Forelli.
Yeah, huh? How does he look, huh?
Not a scratch.
Oh, that Forelli is bad medicine. Stay away from him, Mr. Templar. The less you know about his business, the better.
Maybe. But after you take me home for repairs, you can take me to the morgue.
The morgue? I hope and trust a round trip?
The newspaper morgue.
Oh.
I'm going to do some checking on Forelli. I begin to detect quite an odor about this whole business.
Yeah. So do I. I hardly trust myself in the same camp with you. You get it, Mr. Templar? You said so you detect an odor, so I said
Louis, home.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Sam.
Well, Simon Templar, the Robin Hood of modern crime. How are things in Sherwood Forest?
Everybody's getting ready for television.
Come on in, come on in.
All right.
Sit down and let's chew the fat. You know anything bad about anybody?
Yes, that's why I'm here. Wonder if I could look at your files on Charlie Forelli, Sam. Huh?
Oh, no need to get dusty. I'll tell you all you want to know. Forelli came to this country around 25 years ago, probably from Sicily. Nobody knows for sure. Made big dough in Prohibition days, liquor. Bought a nightclub. Might be leveling now and might not. Big connections, underworld and otherwise. Police never pinned anything on him, and if you ask me, they never will. He's a class operator.
Well, thanks, Sam. How's your memory on Tommy Patchak?
Oh, had to pull the file on him today after his break last night.
Yeah.
Sent up 3 years ago for attempted robbery. He and his buddy tried to hold up a liquor store. His partner was killed. Nick Pantel, Pantel, I think that was his name. Tommy was shot but recovered. He claimed it was a frame.
Now, why would anyone want to frame him?
Well, he didn't know. I guess that's why nobody believed him.
I see. Well, thanks, Sam.
Oh, anytime, Saint. That's an interesting egg on your forehead. You walk into a door?
No, someone slugged me.
Oh, now, why would anybody want to slug you?
I don't know. I guess that's why nobody believes me.
Yeah. Well, stuff happens.
Yeah, stuff happens. Good night, Sam.
Who is it?
Simon Templar, Nancy.
Oh, come in quickly.
Is anybody watching the house?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. Oh, Mr. Templar, your face. What happened? Did Frank beat you up?
Well, he beat me up some, but I'm the durable type, pre-war construction.
Oh, I despise him. He's always hanging around as if he owns me. I hate him. I guess I'm afraid of him, too.
Well, what about Forelli?
I don't know. You know, I get the feeling he's watching me all the time. I almost feel sometimes like that's why he's hired me, so he could watch me.
Does he know Tommy Patchak's your brother?
I don't know, but he knows everything. Maybe he does. What's Tommy done? Why is somebody trying to have him killed? What's he done?
Oh, come on, Nancy. Here's a shoulder to cry on.
I'm sorry. I'm not the crying type. It's just that knowing that kid's out there somewhere cold and scared, hunted and alone.
Well, maybe he won't be alone. If we can reach him, or if he can reach us. Does he know where you live?
Yeah. But how can he get to...
Shh. Someone outside the door.
Who?
We'll soon find out.
Frank!
Hey, you're quite an accomplished man, Frank. You tend bar, beat up the customers, listen at keyholes. What else do you do?
I take guys I find in my girl's room and I throw them downstairs.
Frank, get out!
Did you forget your blackjack, Frank? You might need it.
Big lady killing operator, eh? Well, come on. Let's see how you bounce.
Stop it, Frank!
Hey, stand still, Templar.
This is for the egg on the head, Frankie. And this is just because I don't like you.
Oh, Mr. Templar.
I hope your neighbors don't object to noisy parties, Nancy.
Come in, Mr. Templar. You hurt?
No, I'm not hurt. But I don't think I'll have Frankie mix me any more drinks.
You were pretty terrific.
Was I? Oh, well, no, Well, you know best. Good night, Nancy.
You're leaving?
Oh, no, indeed. Frankie might be back. I'll sit up and you take the bedroom. Now, get some rest. Did you sleep at all last night?
No, I kept waiting for Tommy.
Yeah, get some rest. I'll stretch out on the couch.
But
If Tommy comes, I'll awaken you.
All right, Mr. Templar.
Nancy.
Yes, Mr. Templar?
If I'm going to spend the night on your couch, you'd better call me Simon. Hey, Nancy.
Yes, Simon?
Do I smell coffee and bacon?
You do.
Nancy, men have married for such an aroma.
Oh, well, breakfast will be ready in a minute.
Did you get any sleep?
No, I did finally. Simon, I wonder if they've picked up Tommy yet.
No, they didn't. I went out this morning around 6 and bought a paper. Here.
Let me see. Police narrow trap around Patchak. escaped bandit still at large. Oh, Simon, then... What's that?
It's your brother. He's on the fire escape.
Oh, Tommy. Oh, Tommy.
Come on now. Let me help you, Tommy. There you go.
I made it, sis.
Come on now, take it easy.
Tommy, come here, sit down over here.
Yeah. Come on now, that's it.
Don't talk. I'll get you breakfast and then put you to bed. You're all right now, Tommy.
Did anyone see you come in?
I don't know. I had a breakout, Saint. They'd kill me.
I know. Now, pull yourself together. We haven't got much time. Who's trying to kill you?
I think Forelli.
Why? Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
But you must.
Can't you let him alone?
I can't. Frank, Forelli, the police, some of them or all of them will be here at any minute.
Don't let them take me back. They'll kill me.
Look, we've got to find out why, Tommy. Nancy, hand him some coffee.
All right away.
Thanks.
Now, you say Forelli is trying to have you killed. That means you know something, or he thinks you do. What is it?
I don't know. Don't you think I've been trying to figure it out for 3 years?
Please let him alone.
I can't. You say the holdup was a frame, right?
We didn't even have guns. Nick and I just went in for some beer, and the owner started shooting at us. He got Nick. He meant to get me, too. When I came to, there was a gun planted on me. One on Nick, too.
Did Nick know Forelli?
Well, can't I rest for a while?
No, you've got to answer me.
Yeah, Nick knew Forelli. I think he knew him in Sicily, but he never said. He was lazy, but he was a good guy.
It didn't work? Well, how did he get along?
I got the idea Forelli gave him money. I don't know why.
And you were his friend?
Yeah. We lived in the same room and house on 3rd.
I know where it is, yeah. I was there yesterday and met your charming landlady. Did Nick ever tell you anything about Forelli? About anything at all?
Oh, can't you please exhausted?
Look, would you rather see him exhausted or dead? Tell me, Tommy, did Nick ever tell you anything about Forelli?
Just
go on.
Just if anything ever happened to him. To Nick, I was to look for the ace in the hole.
Did you? No, you couldn't. You were shot and railroaded into prison. What happened to Nick's things, do you know?
They were sold, I guess. He kept everything he had in an old trunk.
An old trunk? Any chance it might still be at the rooming house?
Maybe. I don't know.
Tommy, look. Is there any way we can get into that house without being seen? The police are watching it.
I don't know.
Oh, you've got to know.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, through the backyard, next door, then through the garage.
Come on, Nancy. We're taking him out of here.
You can't move him now, Simon.
We'll move him if we have to carry him. If we leave him here, Forelli will kill him. Come on, if that trunk is still there, we've got a chance. Louis, listen very carefully.
Go ahead, Mr. Temple. It's your nickel.
Are you feeling particularly reckless today?
Wait, what do you mean?
How would you like to take somebody for a ride?
Well, Mr. Temple, they nothing I wouldn't do for you, you know that. But take somebody for a... My wife wouldn't like that.
You haven't got a wife.
Yeah, but if I had one, she wouldn't like it. No, honest, Mr. Temple, I never bumped off nobody my whole life.
I know that, and I wouldn't expect you to start now. I just want you to take somebody for a ride in your cab.
Oh!
Yeah, that somebody is somebody the police want. I don't want them to find him just yet.
Gotcha.
Well, look, don't hit any bumps. He's in pretty bad condition.
Don't worry, Mr. Temple. He'll think he's in a baby buggy.
Louis, I like you.
Oh, Mr. Temple, I bet you say that to all the cab drivers.
Stand right behind this door, Nancy, until I...
Hey, what are you doing sneaking in the back way? This is a respectable rooming house. Or it would be if I had respectable roomers.
Look, Mother, I haven't much time. Do you remember Nick Pantel?
Nick? Sure I do. Was shot 3 years ago, dead now.
Yes, I know. Did he leave a trunk here?
I've got a very bad memory.
Here.
Well, I sold the trunk.
What?
At least the stuff in it. I had a perfect right. He didn't give me my 2 weeks' notice before leaving.
Is the trunk still here?
It's down in the cellar, this door here.
Oh, thank you.
That's okay. I won't mention it to anybody. Won't even mention the Tommy Patchek's sisters standing right in my hall behind the door. Of course, the cops would be kind of interested because they're looking for a brother, but just the same.
And you've got a perfect right to call the police if you want to.
Oh, not me. I hate cops. Of course, if they was to ask me, I've got such a good memory.
Here.
Thanks. It's going back on me again.
so. There's only one trunk here.
Looks like Forelli covered this angle years ago, huh? The lining's ripped up, so's the bottom.
It's no use then.
Perhaps Nick Pantel read Poe's The Purloined Letter. You see this waybill on the trunk?
Yeah.
I'm going to see if it comes off.
What's that prove?
That the best hiding place is sometimes the most obvious. Look, there's a newspaper clipping on the other side. It's in Italian.
Can you translate it?
I'll find someone who can, and when I
Save
do...
yourself the trouble, Mr. Templar.
Son.
Oh, hello, Forelli.
Hi, Mac.
Hi.
I'll take that clipping. Keep him covered, Frank. Thank you.
What do you propose to do now?
What do I propose to do now? What would you do?
Nothing. You're licked, Forelli. You can destroy that clipping, but I can guess what it says. You committed a crime in Sicily years ago and had to flee the country. Probably you killed a man. Nick Pantel knew it and was blackmailing you. You had him killed. Then you tried to have Tommy killed at the same time, just because he might know.
Just because he might know. And if I committed this crime, Mr. Templar, why didn't they extradite me?
Because Mussolini was making the trains run on time and accepting bribes whenever they came along. Since then, you haven't been too sure, Forelli.
Everything is for sale, Mr. Templar. You've got the money. Where's Tommy, Nancy?
She doesn't know, Forelli.
Do you?
I think I'll just let you brood about that one.
What do you think we should do, Frank?
Well, it looks like him or you, Mr. Forelli.
How about the girl, Frank?
I don't know her.
Frank.
You heard what he said, kid. Well, Frank?
No.
It won't work, Forelli.
It won't work. Well, difference of opinion is what makes horse races.
Hey, get back, you.
Put up the gun. There's enough holes in the floor already. There's cops all over the house and outside.
Who called them?
I did.
Mother, and you hated cops.
I did, but I remembered there was a reward out for Tommy, and I figured Nancy knew where he was. Hurt me to go back on my principles, but I forced myself.
Hey, what do we do, boss?
Mr. Forelli's a sensible man, Frank. He'll go back to the old country. That's better than facing a murder rap here, isn't it?
Yes, much better. Put up the gun, Frank.
Well, not before I...
Give me that, Frankie. Give me that before I break your martini arm. There.
Very impetuous young man, Frank.
We might have killed you.
Yeah, but he didn't. Shall we go, Forelli?
Yes, we'll go. But it's only a question of time for me, Mr. Templar. I'll be back. In any sensible society, money can buy anything. And when we return to, shall I say, sensible basis, I'll be back.
And if you come back, I won't be here.
No. In the meantime, I'll read up on Poe. He might have saved me a lot of trouble.
Tommy Patchek got a full pardon, Mr. Templar? Gee, that's swell.
Tommy deserved a few good breaks, Louis.
Yeah. There's just two things about that case that bother me, Mr. Templar.
Oh, what are they, Louis?
You think a guy like Forelli could ever come back to this country like you said?
You'll be trying, Louis. So it's up to you and me.
Yeah.
And what's the other thing?
Well, you know that day you had me drive Tommy Patchek all over town in this cab when the cops was looking for him?
Yeah.
Well, all he talked about was his sister. What a wonderful girl she was. And how pretty.
Yes?
Well, he was saying how hard she worked all her life and how regular she was. And how pretty.
Yes?
And I just wondered, that's all, you know, if a girl was that, pretty.
Louis, the Voodoo Club is under new management. New owner, new bartender, but the same cigarette girl.
Yeah?
Well, let's drive over there. You seem to be out of cigarettes.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Peggy Weber as the landlady and Sheldon Leonard as Frank. Victor Rodman was Forelli, Peter Leeds, Sam. Dick Crenna played Tommy, Fred Shields the warden. Larry Dobkin plays Louis. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Dick Powell. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is now starring in The Winslow Boy at the Las Palmas Theater here in Hollywood. Your announcer is Don Stanley.
story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the Juvenile Bureau. The high schools in your city have been flooded with obscene literature. You stamp out one source, and a dozen more spring up. Your job, stop them.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke king-size Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, October 21st. It was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Bureau. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Inspector Lester, commander of the Juvenile Bureau. My name's Friday. It was 10 a.m. when we got to the auditorium of Canfield High School. Stage door.
Guess we go right out onto the stage.
Yeah, we better wait till we're called, though, huh?
You're the men from the police department?
Yes, sir. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday.
Howdy do.
How do you do?
I'm Paul Fisher, the principal here. Come right out onto the stage and we'll get the meeting started.
Yeah, all right. Yes, sir.
Just have a chair there.
Thank you.
Is the microphone on? Ladies and gentlemen of the Coordinating Council, members of the Parent Teachers Association. As you know, this meeting has been called for the purpose of discussing ways and means to bring about an end to the distribution of the filthy and obscene books and pamphlets that have been littering every high school campus in the city of Los Angeles. We've tried every means at our disposal to clean this matter up, and they all seem to fail. On the advice of the Coordinating Council and Mrs. Randalls of the PTA, we've called in the authorities. Here to discuss the matter with us this morning are two officers connected with the Juvenile Bureau of our police department, Sergeant Romero and Sergeant Friday. And now, may I turn the meeting over to Sergeant Friday of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way we're going to get to the bottom of this thing and put a stop to it is to get all the information we can on where this lascivious material is coming from. You people, as parents and teachers of the children who are buying and reading this stuff, might be able to give us some help. So, if it's all right with you, Mr. Fisher, I'd like to hear from some of the people sitting out there, if I may.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, if any of you people have anything to say or any information, any questions, why, we'd be glad to listen to you and do our best to answer your questions. Yes, the lady out there, go right ahead.
I'm Mrs. Stein. I know of a place in our neighborhood that has dirty books. I feel sure that that's one of the places where the children are getting this trash. Complaints have been made to the police department, but the man who runs the place has never been arrested. Can you tell me why?
Well, ma'am, I think I better make it clear now that there's only one way a police officer can arrest anyone for possession of lewd literature. The officer has to prove that the party who possesses this literature does so for the purpose of selling it. Sometimes that's difficult to prove.
Well, I told you I can prove it.
You mean you can go to this place and buy a book from him?
Well, maybe I couldn't. But if I were known...
Yes, ma'am, that's just the point. Now, I don't know offhand about the one in your neighborhood, but I can assure you that we've cracked down on hundreds of such peddlers in the past few months. You can see for yourselves that this doesn't put a stop to it. We've got to get to the source.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir?
My name's Fred Scott. I'm director of the Square Shooters Boys Club.
Yes, sir.
Point I'm trying to make is, I know the young boys pretty well. With the exception of my boys, 49 in number, I'll wager just about every boy in this high school has one of those books. Or at least he's seen one.
Yes, sir. We're aware of that.
Point I'm trying to make is, somewhere in the municipal code, there's got to be a law to forbid such things.
Yes, sir, there is such a law.
Then why isn't it enforced?
It is.
What does the law say?
Well, how do you mean, sir?
Well, I mean, what happens when somebody's found guilty of selling these books? What's the penalty?
Oh, well, the law states that an offender is liable to fines, a jail term of 6 months, or both.
That's not much of a law, is it? Why isn't there a stronger law?
Well, I wouldn't know that, sir.
The point I'm trying to make is, we need laws with some teeth in them.
We have good laws in the state of California for the most part. It's true that we're weak in some cases, but you can say that about most states, I think.
Well, you may be satisfied with the laws, but I'm not. I'd say stronger laws. That's the answer.
No, I don't think it is, Mr. Scott. Passing a set of new laws isn't going to make this city a cleaner or a safer place for your boys to grow up in. Laws don't decide how moral a city's going to be. People do. Laws don't mold character in young boys either. The parents and teachers do that.
I don't think I know what you're getting at. What do you mean?
Well, just this, Mr. Scott. It's our job on the police department to keep filthy junk like these books from falling into youngsters' hands.
Yes?
Now, on the other side of the fence, the youngster has to be taught to recognize this obscene material for what it is, filth and garbage. And the youngsters have to be taught that in the home, in the school, and the church. Now, if they can be made to understand that the kind of dirt and filth these books represent, well, that'd be worth more than any new set of laws, wouldn't it?
But what about these men who put out the books? The men who sell them? How do you reach them?
Through the youngsters. They seem to know the way. The next morning at 8 a.m., after meeting with Inspector Lester of Juvenile Bureau, Ben and I went on stakeout at Canfield High School. From past experience, we knew there was little hope of a quick end to the case. It was going to be a long haul, tracing the source all the way up the line from the high school kids who bought the filthy books to the small fry pushers, the wholesalers, and finally, we hoped, to the top, the man who printed the books. We had no illusions on that score. Generally, with the arrest of his pushers and other small-timers who worked for him, the top man gets the alarm and clears out before the police officer can apprehend him with evidence that will stand up in court. During the first 2 days at Canfield High, Ben and I found out nothing. The obscene literature was being bartered and exchanged between students, but the main source of supply was still a mystery. We had one slim lead to go on. Mr. Fisher, the high school principal, helped run it down.
We've been watching that boy down in the yard since yesterday, Miss Fisher. Seems to have quite a bit of spending money, expensive clothes, car of his own.
I don't know that boy's family. They could be well-fixed.
We saw him with a stack of those dirty books in his notebook. He must have had a dozen of them. He was showing them around to his crowd.
Travers, are you sure?
Joe, take a look down there.
Yeah. Yeah, Travers is showing him something. I can't see what it is.
Come over at this side of the window.
Yeah.
Small books. He's giving them to one of the other fellows.
They've got their wallets out. They're giving Travers money.
Come on, Ben. You better come too, Mr. Fisher.
This way out to the yard?
No, to the left. That's it.
Let's hurry, huh?
This door, Sergeant. Right here. Travers. Travers.
Hello, Mr. Fisher.
They'd like to talk to you.
Yeah?
These men here are from the police department. They want to ask you some questions.
Can we go inside?
Sure. Come on.
Oh. What's the matter, Mr. Fisher? I haven't done anything.
Oh, you see. Come on.
What is it? What's it all about?
Sergeant?
It'll be a lot easier if we have the truth now, son. Did you just sell those boys out there some dirty books?
No, I mean, it's only a gag. They're funny books.
Have you got any more of them on you?
Yes, sir.
Can we see them, please?
I didn't steal them. They're only books. Funny books. Here.
Thanks.
Almost a dozen.
Mm-hmm. You think these are funny books, do you, Travers?
Well, some of them. I guess not. It's only a gag, Sergeant.
Where'd you get them?
I didn't steal them. I bought them off a guy.
Who?
Why, I can't tell you.
Do you have any more of these books?
No, sir.
Will you show us your locker?
I can't remember the combination. It's a new locker.
Could you open the locker for us, Mr. Fisher?
Yes, but I'll have to get the maintenance man.
All right, I'll show you. Come on. Down here, sir. This one. $4.12. I've only got a couple.
All right, we'll see.
Come on, open it.
I haven't done anything.
Here's a sample, Joe. Locker's loaded down with them.
Rotten filth.
You can't arrest me. I don't sell the books, I only rent them.
Somebody's been briefing you. Who?
You're only making it hard on yourself, boy.
You can't prove anything. These are my books. I don't sell them.
Where do you get them? Who sold them to you?
Nobody. I got them, that's all.
All right. We'll have to talk to your folks.
You can't. They're away. No, you can't. Don't.
Afraid we'll have to, son.
Oh, please don't tell them. Please don't let them know I'll do anything.
All right, let's have the truth then. Who are you selling the books for?
Name's Barney. That's all I know. I meet him at a cigar store downtown, 5th and Harrison.
Does he sell you the books?
He gives them to me. I sell them and then give him the money. I get 10 cents for every one I sell.
How much do you sell them for?
25 cents. Some are $1. I get 30 cents for those.
And the boys in this school have been paying that kind of money for this filth?
Yes, sir.
This man who gives you these books, you know where he lives?
No, sir. I haven't any idea.
When are you going to see him?
Well, this is Wednesday. I was going to meet him downtown this afternoon.
The cigar store?
Yes, sir. But I don't want to get Barney in trouble. He's been okay to me.
Sure. He's done a lot for you. 4 p.m. Wednesday. Ben and I drove downtown with 16-year-old Eddie Travers. We parked the car near the corner of 5th and Harrison and kept an eye on the cigar store. We waited.
No sign yet, Travers?
No, sir. Barney usually waits by the newsstand there. I haven't seen him yet.
How long you been selling for this man, son?
About 3 months, maybe 4.
Any idea where he gets the books?
Well, Oh, just a minute, Sergeant.
Yeah?
I think... Yeah, that's Barney, the one going up to the cigar counter.
The man in the gray suit there?
Yeah, that's him. He's going into Juanita's cafe.
Is that where you usually go after you meet him?
Yes, sir.
You better take the boy back to the office, Ben. I'll tail this guy and see what I can find out.
Okay, you want me to pick you up later?
No, I'll call you at the office. Oh, you got any matches?
No, I'm out.
I'll pick some up at the cigar stand.
Right. See you later.
Yeah. Box of matches?
Oh, yeah.
And pack of spearmint, too.
All right, sir.
Much obliged.
Got a special on Old Typical New Bourbon today. $2.69 a fifth. No, thanks.
Hey, Rosie. Rosie, another tamale when you get time, huh?
All right, Barney, took them in. Yes, sir.
Let me have chicken tacos, side order of fried beans, and a cup of coffee, huh?
Chicken tacos on one, side of beans. Another tamale. Anything else, Barney?
Yeah, some more coffee, huh, Rosie?
Tamale on one.
Hey. Slide the ketchup down there, will you?
Yeah, here you go.
Thanks. They got good tacos in there. Lots of meat of them. It's fresh stuff.
Yeah.
There's the sugar.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Rosie. Here, Rosie.
Yes?
I got some new ones in just today. Whole stack 'em.
What are you talking about?
You know, the picture books. Good ones. You can make some money on the side. They'd sell good around here.
Listen, Barney, I told you once, no.
Oh, come on, here. Look them over. These are good ones.
I said no, that lousy junk. The next time you bring that stuff in here, I tell the boss, understand? Now eat and get out.
Well, that's a real funny thing. Looks great, but boy, what a cold potato.
Yeah?
Come on, eat and get out and take that junk with you.
Cold potato. I don't like the chow in it anyway.
Well, coffee's certainly cold.
Yeah. Yep. You probably get a big boot out of these. Take a look.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good quality stuff. Yeah. Give me that little book there. Let me show you one. Wait a minute. Yeah. Wouldn't that kill you?
Man. How about selling me one of them?
Okay. 4 bits for the small ones, $1 for the big ones. Wait a minute. Let's see, I got 14 of them out there. Tell you what I'll do. I'll make you a deal. You can have the whole works for $10.
Okay. You got any more?
Well, you going in business for yourself?
No, I got a newsstand out in Riverside. Books, I guess, ought to go fast. I think I can probably handle another $25 for it.
I got the rest of them back at the hotel. Some of them are in color.
Yeah?
You want to meet me there tonight? Around 7?
Where's the hotel?
Well, you go straight up 6th Street from here. It's just 1 block on your left. It's called the Denver House. I'm in room 337.
You going up there now?
Well, I was supposed to meet some guy, but... Yeah, we can go now. How about a check, Rosie, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, you'll probably be wanting more of these. I can put you on my mailing list.
Okay. The prices are right. I don't want to pay retail.
Nah, we can work out a deal. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Hey, that Rosie, huh? She's really put together.
Yeah?
Too bad. A real cold potato, though.
Well, some are like that.
Yeah.
No sense of humor. We left Juanita's Cafe and walked up Harrison Street to 6th. We turned left and went down 1 block. It was 5 minutes to 5 when we got to Barney's room in the Denver house, number 337. He dragged out a steamer trunk from under the bed and counted out a stack of books and pamphlets covering the general topic of degenerate filth in stories and photographs.
Okay, Mac, there you are. It's $25 worth. Give me the money and the bucks are all yours.
Okay. Here you go. There's 10, 15, 18. I'll have to give you a check for the rest.
How do I know it's any good? You could take off. I'd never see you again.
You'll see me. You're under arrest.
Huh? Hey, you're kidding. Hey, let go.
All right,
will you?
let's hold it right here.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, now, look, Lieutenant, we can work this thing out.
We'll work it out downtown.
Now, wait a minute. I can set this thing right for you.
Where are you getting this junk? Who's supplying you?
Look, why not use your head? You never get the top, man. Not in 10 years you won't.
We got lots of time. Come on.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of Mr. Joseph G. Hertzberg, city editor of one of New York's great newspapers, and this is his actual signed statement.
I recommend Fatimas to anyone who likes a king-size cigarette. In my business, the long hours really put smoking to the test. Working overtime means smoking overtime, and that has sold me on Fatimas. No matter how often I light up, Fatima gives me an extra mild smoke. And Fatima flavor, it's much better every time. I found out it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And more smokers are discovering this every day. Actual figures show Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy Fatima yourself.
The long cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
The filthy literature racket feeds on the curiosity of youngsters and the stupidity and ignorance of adults. It's an all-season business, and in its own quiet way, it has reached a market which the other heavy rackets never hoped to reach. Your home and your children. 6 p.m., Wednesday, October 23rd. We checked the records, and the make sheet showed the book peddler's true name to be Barney W. Timpson, 38 years old. He had a past record of one previous conviction for peddling lewd literature in Dodge City, Iowa in March 1948. We had him brought to the interrogation room.
Sit down, Timpson.
Okay. Well, let's make it easy, Barney. Where are you getting the books?
I told you, Sergeant, they deliver them to me.
Who'd,
Different guys. I don't remember them all. I send different guys every time.
How often do they make the deliveries to you?
Once a month.
When?
Around the first, usually. Sometimes maybe the second and the third.
They bring the books to your hotel?
Yeah, they leave a pack up in the lobby addressed to me.
They ever use the mails?
They never do. They're not that dumb.
So you've never seen the men that you do business with, huh?
Not so I'd know them, no.
You have no idea where they're operating from?
I don't know.
You expect us to swallow that?
I'm telling you, I don't know.
Oh, don't push us that kind of a story, Barney.
I'm giving it to you straight. Now, what else do you want?
Who's the supply man?
Hey, look, we found this notebook in your hotel room, Barney. There's a list of names in it. This your customer book?
Friends. Okay, they're customers.
That gives us enough to land on you.
I know that. I've told you everything.
You still don't know who you're working for?
No.
Look, there's a phone number in this notebook. No name to go with it.
Yeah?
Now, look at it. This one right here.
I don't know. Must be another customer. Yeah.
Does it belong to the boss?
I don't know the boss. He don't know me.
Then who do you buy the books from?
Who says I buy them?
You must owe somebody a lot of money.
Don't worry. I don't owe him nothing. He don't owe me nothing.
He does now.
What?
You're going to jail for him. Barney Timpson was booked into Central Jail for violation of the Penal Code, Section 311.3. We contacted the telephone company, and they traced the extra phone number in Timpson's notebook to a private residence on Wonderview Drive in Laurel Canyon. A detail of men was assigned to stake out on the place. During the next week, mainly from information obtained from Barney Timpson's customers, 7 other peddlers of obscene books and pamphlets were taken into custody and questioned. 5 of the 7 told us they picked up their supply of books from the Laurel Canyon address. We moved in on the place and found thousands of lewd books and pamphlets stored in the garage. 3 men on the premises were taken into custody. They identified themselves as John Alexander, George Kelleher, and Raymond Kester. We brought them downtown and interrogated them for 2 hours. They refused to admit anything. They were booked in, but by noon their lawyers arrived and they were released on writs of habeas corpus. 2 p.m. Ben and I met with Inspector Lester of Juvenile Bureau.
Just had a call from the men on stakeout at the Laurel Canyon place. They've just been over the garage where the books are stored.
They get anything, Skipper?
A couple of things. Might be fair leads.
What's that?
3 stacks of books they found were wrapped in proof letterheads from the Havenbrook Hotel.
Yeah?
We checked with the hotel. They get all their printing done at Rudolph Brothers, place out in West L.A.
That name's not familiar to me.
It's a big layout. Their specialty is religious books, Bible, things like that.
That doesn't add.
Not so sure.
How do you mean?
Be a perfect cover for the racket. Printing the Bible one day and a flock of filthy books the next. Could be the setup.
What kind of a name does this Rudolph's place have around town? They've been here long?
50 years. Good reputation.
Well, we could give it a look.
Where's the place?
On West 3rd, just below Athens Street.
All right.
Check the place over, but don't make them suspicious. If there's anything wrong, no use tipping until we're ready to move.
Right, Skipper.
We got to reach the presses turning out this junk and choke off the supply where it starts. Do that and we got it beat.
Right.
Just a minute. Juvenile Bureau listed. Yeah, Tom. Down where? Okay, they'll be right out. Gross and Pacelli, they spotted one of the delivery cars.
Where?
Downtown. They followed it out to West L.A.
Yeah?
Rudolph's printing shop.
4 p.m., Ben and I, together with 2 other men from Juvenile Bureau, drove out Beverly Boulevard to Athens Street and then down 1 block to the corner of West 3rd, where we picked up Gross and Pacelli on stakeout. The Rudolph Brothers Printing Company covered almost half a square block on the corner of West 3rd and Athens. The front of the plant had display windows featuring expensive leather-bound Bibles and other religious literature. While the other men remained on stakeout, Ben and I crossed the street and entered the plant. We introduced ourselves to the clerk in charge as potential wholesale customers, and we asked to be shown around the shop. It was more than obliging.
I'd be happy to show you our plant, gentlemen. The most modern religious publication company in the West. That's our claim. Oh, would you step this way, please?
Thank you.
On your left there, those are 3 of our new Ludlow machines. Excellent mechanisms, needless to say.
Mm-hmm. You must employ quite a few men in here.
65 full-time. Enough to meet any emergency rush jobs you might want done. Now, over here are Bush Emerson hand presses.
Oh. You handle only religious books then, nothing else?
That's right, sir. We specialize exclusively in that.
You don't take in any small contracts, school journals, things like that?
No, our steady customers take up all of our time. Here on this stone, you see the pages of a new prayer book we're getting together. Very ultra.
Mm-hmm.
An entirely different kind of typeface.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, and back there, along the wall, are new linotypes. The very latest, monotypes. Mm-hmm. Then the proof presses. Next to them are proof readers. And the flatbed trussload press beyond that.
Seems like lots of activity. Business is pretty good, I guess, huh?
Oh, yes, we're kept pretty busy. Quality printing is always in demand.
Yeah. Well, thanks very much for showing us around.
Not at all, gentlemen. Anytime. Here, this way out.
All right.
I'll get you one of my cards here. There you are.
Oh, thank you.
And when you're ready to do business, why, just give me a call. I'd be glad to take care of you.
All right, sir. Thanks. We'll do that.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
All right. What do you think?
You got me. Nothing out of place.
Yeah, whatever system they're using, they got it down pat.
Bibles, prayer books, church announcements. That's all I saw.
Hey, Ben, look. That man getting out of that car going into Rudolph's there?
Alexander, the guy we picked up this morning out in Laurel Canyon.
Yeah.
What's the answer?
I don't know, but it's got to be somewhere in that print shop. We went back to the car and waited. The stakeout on Rudolph's printing plant continued. 6 p.m. The lights in the display windows went out. The shades were drawn. We watched the employees leave. 6:30 p.m. The lights in the plant were still burning. Gross went down to the corner and picked up some hot dogs and coffee for our dinner. We ate in the car. 7:30 p.m. A black Cadillac convertible pulled up across the street. 2 men got out and let themselves in through the front door. We waited. Between 7:30 and 8 p.m., we counted 21 men entering the plant.
That printing press is starting up.
Okay, let's move. Hey, Gross, you and Pacelli want to go through the back, and Ben and I'll take the front.
Right, let's go, Mike.
Come on.
It's a neat setup. I had it all figured.
Yeah, you didn't spot any side entrances, did you?
No. Here we are.
Didn't try the door?
Yeah, it's no good.
All right.
Who is it?
Police officers, open up. All right, come on, open up.
The press is stopped.
All right, let's hit it quick. Come on, again.
There we go. There they are, Joe.
They're trying to smash the plates. Come on.
Pacelli! Pacelli, save those plates!
Watch it, Ben. All right, come on.
All right, you. All right, hold it.
Hold against the wall. Hey, Gross, get those plates off the press, will you? All right, hold it, you two.
Joe, look out!
All right.
Get the plates, Joe!
I round up those men and keep the doors covered.
Get away from those tables. Come on over by the wall. That's about most of them, Joe.
Those 2 men going out the door. Come on, head them off, will you?
Come on, you. Come on, back inside.
All
Get
right.
out, wait. Get your hands off her.
Hold it up, mister. Come on, over there with the rest.
You'll pay for this. I'll sue you down your last nickel.
Yeah, come on, simmer down.
Hey, Joe, we got Rudolph going out the back.
Right. Call the office, will you? We're going to need transportation.
Okay.
Take those 2 with you, huh?
All right, come on.
Well, we got enough evidence against them.
Classic noir, what could be sweeter?
2 full pages of the junk right here.
Yeah.
Look. Right next to it.
Yeah. Page from the Bible.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 9th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 94, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Frank Rudolph and 16 of his accomplices were tried and convicted of possessing lewd and lascivious literature for the purpose of sale. They received sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their terms in the county jail.
Remember this Saturday, because that means Dimension X on NBC.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens in The Dark Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The other day at the studio, Fred Colmar, prominent 20th Century Fox producer, was telling me how a few years ago, when he was a young film executive, he chanced to see a Titian-haired young model whom he thought had great screen possibilities, Lucille Ball. Little did he dream that some years later he'd be starring that same Titian-haired beauty in his production and our play tonight, The Dark Corner, thereby vindicating his judgment. Co-starred with Miss Ball is another player who's risen rapidly to well-deserved eminence on the screen, Mark Stevens. Both superbly cast, I think you'll agree, in a hard-hitting melodrama of murder, mystery, and romance. And that reminds me of another mystery story, one concerning Lux toilet soap. It's from Mrs. Vivian Gardner of Santa Barbara, who discovered that for some weeks, Lux soap was mysteriously disappearing from her cupboard. After competent detective work, she finally traced it to her teenage daughter. That young lady said, "Why, Mother, I thought you knew. I just took the soap to put in my bureau as sachets because I just love the Lux toilet soap fragrance." Well, I'm sure Mrs. Gardner meted out to her daughter no more punishment than a compliment for her ingenuity and good taste. It's playtime and star time, and here they are. Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Bradford Galt in Act One of The Dark Corner. New York City, a sultry summer afternoon. In an old-fashioned office building, Detective Lieutenant Reeves is making a routine visit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It says on the door, Bradford Galt, private investigator. You're his secretary?
Yes, may I help you?
Lieutenant Reeves, Police Department.
Oh.
Yes, you can help me. If you know anything I want to know.
Well, I wouldn't know anything you couldn't find out by asking Mr. Galt. He'll be back in a minute.
Nice quality. Loyalty. How long have you been working for Galt?
Several weeks.
What do you know about him?
I like him.
Does he keep you busy?
I sharpen pencils, do the typing, answer the phone, and mind my own business.
Well, look who's here. Hello, Reeves.
Hello, Galt. What are you working on these days?
My income tax. Why?
Nothing special. Last time I called on you, you were on 6th Avenue. Why didn't you tell me you were moving your office over here?
Why should I? I notified the Commissioner of Licenses.
Yeah, but you didn't notify me. I like to know these things, too. I've taken a professional and personal interest in you. I promised my friends in San Francisco to see that you didn't get into mischief. You're an impulsive youth, you know.
Look, I got a fast shuffle out west. All I'm asking is a fair chance to work up a legitimate business. I'm playing this by the book, and I won't even trip over a comma.
I hope not. Okay, Galt. I'll see you around, I guess.
It's nearly 6 o'clock, Mr. Galt. I'll leave, too, if there's nothing else.
There is something else.
Oh?
Would you mind having dinner with me?
Is this part of the job?
It is tonight.
Working conditions are certainly looking up around here.
And party your nose, honey, and let's go.
Oh, dinner was lovely, Mr. Galt. Thank you.
You're welcome. Say, how'd you like to go dancing? We got some great playgrounds up around 52nd Street.
Among them, your apartment?
Oh, well, that's just a coincidence.
I haven't worked for you very long, but I know when you're pitching a curve at me, and I always carry a catcher's mitt.
No offense. The guy's got to try, doesn't he?
Not in my league, Mr. Galt. In my league, we play for keeps, said she with a smile.
Oh, well, maybe I ought to fire you then.
Before you do, I ought to tell you something. We're being followed.
I know. Guy in a white suit, about 5'10", brown hair, sports shoes.
I've never been followed before.
Hey, that's a terrible reflection on American manhood. It's been tailing us since we left the office.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe he likes your big blue eyes.
Do we just keep walking?
No. There's a cab at the corner. Take it. Go around the block, then park across from our office. Wait there till he comes out.
And you?
I'll invite the white suit up to the office for choir practice. After he sings, you follow him. Let me know where he goes.
Okay, but what have you been doing lately?
What do you think I've been doing?
Well, I think you could have been doing a lot of things because you're stubborn and impulsive and you think you're tough. You've got some blind spots, too.
Yeah? Name one.
Sentiment about women, for instance. You're afraid of emotion. You keep your heart in a steel safe.
I suppose you're the blowtorch type.
I can be warm.
Oh, good. Here's the cab.
Be careful, Brad. I'll see you later.
All right, Buster.
Huh?
Let's take a walk.
Why?
Because there's a gun in my pocket that says you'd better. Come on. My office is just around the block.
I don't like this, mister. I don't like this at all.
Just stay in the chair. You travel light, don't you? Nothing in your pockets but a roll of nickels, some keys, and your wallet. But a roll of nickels will do for brass knuckles any day.
Brass knucks ain't legal. I just carry my change the hard way.
What's in the wallet?
$5.
Oh, no. No. More than that, Buster. An identification card. Fred Foss, huh? 728 East 23rd Street. All right, Freddie. Let's play 20 questions. You give me the right answers, maybe I won't knock your teeth out. What's your racket?
Same as yours, Private Dick.
That's the wrong answer. We don't go on a job without a license. Where's yours?
I left it home.
Okay. Let me coax you. I can do it the hard way, too. How long you been shagging me?
2 days. I was climbing in your pocket all the time.
Who pays the fare?
A client. You know I can't tell you his name. It ain't ethical.
Yeah, sure. You and me both. We're up to our ears in ethics.
Hey, lay off of me.
What's his name? Who's paying you?
What do you have to slug me for? All right, take it easy. His name's Jardine.
Come again.
Anthony Jardine. Tall guy, fancy dresser, thinks he's class.
Where do you live?
You saw my address, 23rd Street, with my brother-in-law.
What's his phone number?
Chelsea, 43510. Go on. Phone him. See if I'm lying.
Just stand where you are, Foss.
What's the matter? No answer?
Hello?
Fred Foss there?
He ain't here.
When'll he be back?
I don't know. Want to tell me something?
No message. All right. Take your keys and your nickels. And if I catch you tailing me again, I'll ram that roll right down your throat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now look what you've done. Knocked my ink over.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm nervous or something.
All over your nice white suit. Here's your $5. Get it cleaned. Jardine's fussy about neatness.
What you doing with my wallet?
This I keep. I got a poor memory for names and addresses. I may want to look you up again sometime. All right, Buster, blow.
Hello.
Well?
This time you will fire me.
You lost him.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
He got in another cab. I followed him.
Except when the other cab stopped, he wasn't in it.
How'd you know?
He told me that's what he'd do.
I'm sorry, Brad.
It doesn't matter, honey.
Well, who was he?
Just hired muscle.
Who hired him?
Forget it. You'll be better off.
Come on, open up that steel safe. I want to know and I want to help.
That's awful good talk, baby. But why?
Because I happen to be very fond of my boss, even if he is stubborn.
Look, get going while the door's still open. Stick around here and you'll get grafters, shysters, two-bit thugs, maybe worse. Maybe me.
I like those odds. I'll take them and I'm staying. I like your style, too.
Thanks.
Having said my piece, I think it's time for me to go home now. I'll see you in the morning.
Sure. Okay.
Good night, Brad.
Good night. Jardine. Jardine again. Jardine.
Hello, mister.
Huh? Oh, beat it. Can't you see I'm phoning?
It's dark in the hall. I'll turn on the light.
Thanks.
You're the man who rented the room, aren't you?
Yeah. Here's a nickel. Go on, go to bed. It's late.
Thank you. You got ink all over your suit.
Wicket residence?
Let me talk to Mr. Wicket.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him it's the man from San Francisco.
Yes, sir.
I told you to go to bed.
Good night, mister.
Hello?
Wicket,
Yes?
I'm back at my rooming house. Well, it worked just like you said. Galt took me up to his office, pushed some muscle at me. I played softy.
You mentioned the name?
Jardine? Yeah. And when he heard it, it hit him right where he lived. I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, I'll be in touch with you.
Is that all?
I said I'd be in touch with you. I'm entertaining guests. I'm very busy now. Good night. Well, looking for me, Jardine?
As a matter of fact, for your wife. Where is she?
Wasting her charm on those dullards in there. Shall we go in?
I think it's a wonderful party. Well, then you don't give any other kind, do you, Ralph?
Ah, there's Mary now, the woman who brightens my declining years.
I heard that, darling. Aren't you exaggerating? This is only our 3rd anniversary.
You're not decrepit yet, old boy.
Then why do I detect a rather tactless emphasis on that old boy? Yes, Mary and I rather think we present the perfect picture of Beauty and the Beast.
You can be a beast at times, Mr. Wicket.
But as long as I'm amusing Mrs. Kingsley, you'll forgive me. Senility, though, is unforgivable.
You're the most attractive man in the room, and you know it.
Oh, I adore you.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Well, Miss Wilding?
I need advice. Legal advice. I was wondering if I might borrow Mr. Jardine for a moment.
Oh, of course, Miss Wilding. Shall we go out on the terrace?
I think we'd better. It's really very confidential.
What's Jardine trying to do? Drum up business at my party?
Isn't that what you're doing? Celebrating your anniversary? And at the same time entertaining some very likely customers for your art gallery?
I never confuse business with sentiment. Unless it's extremely profitable, of course.
But there is an exhibition at the gallery tomorrow.
Now, that happens to be a coincidence I took great pains to arrange, Mrs. Kingsley. And if you come, I may have that turn a landscape.
The landscape? Oh, how wonderful. I'd give anything for that painting.
Well, you'll give plenty if you buy it through me.
Excuse me. Oh, I must tell my husband the good news.
Ralph, what would that Miss Wilding want of Tony Jardine?
What's the matter, darling? You jealous?
You know you don't mean that.
No. I'm the jealous one, Mary. You're beautiful. I never want you to grow one day older. You should remain ageless like a Madonna who lives and breathes and smiles and belongs to me.
That's very sweet, Ralph. But you haven't answered my question.
I haven't the slightest idea what Miss Wilding wants of Jardine. Come along.
It's beautiful on the terrace, isn't it, Lucy?
Oh, stop it, Tony. Did you receive my painting? I sent it to your apartment.
I got it this afternoon. I would have preferred cash, but if you're short, the painting will have to do. I imagine I can always dispose of it.
Now may I have my letters, please?
Certainly. They're all in this envelope. Oh, I'm a heel, Lucy, but I'm not greedy. I promise not to trouble you anymore.
Who's next on your list, Tony? Wicket? Or perhaps Mrs. Wicket?
That's a dangerous remark to make.
Yes, isn't it?
You know something, Brad? I've just decided I don't like this restaurant.
What's the matter with it?
It does things to you. You just sit there staring. It couldn't be the company, so it must be the restaurant.
I'm sorry, baby.
Still worried about the man in white?
Yeah, in a way.
That was 2 nights ago.
And I don't know any more about it now than I did then.
And every time I've mentioned the subject, you've told me to shut up. Oh, very politely, of course, but... Brad, what is it? Please tell me.
I got a feeling something's closing in. And I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's only me.
I wouldn't be so jumpy. Just about you.
Oh, yes, you would. Because I'm playing for keeps, remember?
I thought you were sharp.
I am sharp.
Then you got out fast. Stay with me and you'll wind up in a corner. Nothing but a lot of grief. I'm serious, Kathleen. Get out, now.
You're a poor salesman, Brad. Even... Look who just walked in. Detective Lieutenant Reeves.
Yeah. Excuse me. I think I'll have a word with Lieutenant Reeves.
Go right ahead.
I'll be back in a minute. You'll be smart if you're not here. Hello, Reeves. I was gonna look you up in the morning.
Fine. What have you got?
Not much. There's a shyster lawyer in town with a swank office, but no clients. The shyster's name is Anthony Jardine. He put a tail on me. I think he wants to finish where he left off.
I figured after San Francisco he'd leave you alone.
I'll see that he does.
Don't play too close, Gord.
I won't. I'm still working by the book.
Jardine is definitely not the bookish type.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd keep you posted.
I decided to wait.
Why?
You've aroused the maternal instinct in me. I want to look out for you. You hate him an awful lot, don't you?
Who?
The man who hired White Suit.
He makes hating easy.
Brad, what has he got on you?
Nothing. Nobody has. Nobody's going to. Come on, I'll take you home.
I don't want to go home.
I may have to work tonight.
I can help you.
No. Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
As if I belonged in a test tube. Look, a guy named Jardine's afraid of me. Put a tail on me. Tonight he tried to kill me.
He what?
Yeah, in front of your apartment. Car came around the corner. How it missed hitting me, I don't know. Anyway, it did. So he'll go on trying. Now, you satisfied?
No, I want to know why.
Okay. I had a private agency in San Francisco. This guy Jardine was my partner. A lawyer. Swift cookie with the women. Worked his charm, then he worked a little blackmail on the side. I called him on it. We were driving out to his house. Somewhere along the road, he slugged me. Wet me down with a bottle of scotch. Set me behind the wheel for a takeoff. I hit a truck and killed the driver.
Brad,
Manslaughter. 2 years in prison. Jardine had a fixed alibi. It wouldn't break and it wouldn't bend. It's the last I heard of him until White Suit showed up 2 nights ago. Then the business tonight with a car.
Why didn't you tell
Crank the radio and tune in.
Hold his head up. I'd look like a chump.
That's not the real reason. Come on, say it. You're not so tough, Brad. You just like to think you are. I've cracked you wide open and you know it.
Yeah, I know it.
Still have to work tonight?
That car almost clipped me. Fellow runs a newsstand on your corner sod. Got description, part of the license number.
Is that what you told Lieutenant Reeves?
I didn't tell Reeves anything. Got other contacts on the police force. There's a sergeant downtown who's checking the license plate for me. Told me to call him at 9 o'clock.
That still leaves 30 minutes.
Okay, baby. You win. Come on, let's have that dance.
Marie. Well, come in, darling.
Tony. Tony. It seems ages since you've kissed me.
It is ages. Marie, aren't you taking quite a chance? I mean, coming to my apartment this time of night.
You don't have to worry about Ralph. He's gone to Scarsdale.
Scarsdale?
Mm-hmm. He sold Mrs. Kingsley that Turner landscape. He's got to settle the deal with the man who owned it. At least, that's what he said.
You don't doubt him?
Of course not, darling. Anyway, I don't care anymore.
I'm glad. I do want to talk to you.
So strange, Tony. Ralph Wickett. He loves me. He gives me everything I could wish for. But still, it isn't enough.
I know, dearest, I know.
For 3 years, I've tried to stick it out with him, but I just keep sitting, listening to his paintings crack with age. I want you to take me away, Tony, please.
Look, Mary, Ralph Wickett can afford you. I can't. I love you, but I've no money.
It doesn't matter.
I've already borrowed money from you. Do you think I want to go through life
Darling, we have my jewels. They're yours. You'll take them for me, for my sake. Just tell me when we can go away.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be soon, Mary. I promise you.
Well, Brad, what about the license number?
Jardine's car, all right. I've got his address. I'm taking you home, now.
And then?
Then I'm dropping by Jardine's apartment. I've got something to settle with him, once and for all.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 2 of The Dark Corner. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new and exciting, Libby?
I saw a picture today, Mr. Keeley, that brought back a thrilling experience I had not long ago. Universal International invited me to see Walter Wange's new production, The Lost Moment.
Oh, yes. Starring Robert Cummings and Susan Hayward.
You know that terrific fire scene in The Lost Moment, Mr. Keeley?
Yeah?
Well, I was on the set at the time it was filmed.
How exciting. Weren't you a little nervous, Libby?
I certainly was. It was the biggest fire sequence ever attempted on a soundstage. The entire studio fire department was standing by in case it got out of control.
That's where Robert Cummings does his thrilling rescue scene.
Well, the flames got so high, he had to rush in before his scheduled entrance. And then the firemen went into action. I was watching the scene with Susan Hayward, and we had to move fast to avoid being drenched.
Well, I hope you succeeded, Libby.
Yes, but you should have seen us. Our faces were smudged with soot. Mr. Kennedy, you'll be interested in this. Susan Hayward asked me to come back to her dressing room with her to freshen up.
Ah, Lux Toilet Soap to the rescue this time.
Right you are, John. After an active lather facial, both of us looked and felt much better.
Lux Soap Care never fails, Libby, even in an emergency.
And for regular day-to-day care, there's nothing finer. Susan Hayward certainly thinks so. She's so lovely with her gorgeous red hair and flower-fresh skin.
9 out of 10 famous stars use Lux Toilet Soap for million-dollar complexions. That's quite a recommendation, Libby.
Well, it's a beauty care that really works.
Skin specialists made tests that proved it. For 3 out of 4 women...
Skin actually became lovelier in a short time.
No wonder fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap is Hollywood's own complexion soap. Now, isn't that a beauty tip for women everywhere, Libby?
Yes. Here's all you do. Smooth the fragrant lather in thoroughly, rinse, and pat to dry.
Screen stars find these Lux Soap facials give skin fresh new loveliness. Why not try this gentle care and see? Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Our theater lights are lowered once again, and here's the second act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Galt. An hour ago, Mary Wickett, beautiful young wife of a rich and celebrated art dealer, entered the apartment of Anthony Jardine. But now at Jardine's door is a second visitor, Bradford Galt.
What's the idea, Galt? What do you want here?
Take it easy, Tony, and keep away from that desk drawer. There might be a gun in there.
I said, what do you want?
We'll get to that. Who else is here?
No one.
Whoever it is, I like her perfume. Surprised to see me?
Certainly I'm surprised to see you. I had an idea you were in New York, but...
And I intend to stay in New York, alive. I got a message to deliver. From me to you. Just 2 words. Lay off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy in the white suit. Keep that mug away from me. And next time you loan him your car, tell him he'd better use phony license plates.
Loan who my car? When?
I'm getting mad, Tony. He tried to flatten me with your car late this afternoon.
Nobody had my car. It was in the parking lot all day.
Yeah, sure. But just remember, I spent 2 years in Hock with nothing to think about but that pretty face of yours. And if you're not sharp, you're not going to have that pretty face. You're not going to have any face at all.
Now, you listen. I don't know any mugs, and I haven't been after you. I didn't even know for sure you were in New York, and that's on the level.
You on the level? Why, for 6 bits, you'd push your own mother out the window. I'm glad you swung on me, Tony. Even the cops would say I had a right to defend myself.
Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm all right.
But who was here? Who came here to fight with you?
Just forget about it, Mary. He won't bother me anymore. Well, I had to let him hit me. If I fought back, the neighbors might have heard, and with you here... Mary, you better go now.
Just tell me one thing. Can we leave tomorrow night? Can we, darling?
Yeah. Yes, Mary.
We're expected at Mrs. Kingsley's, you know.
We'll invent some sort of excuse.
Wait for me here, Tony. I'll come tomorrow night as soon as I can.
Hello, boss.
Kathleen, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. Wish you'd speak to your landlord. What this corridor needs is a nice, comfortable chair.
Oh, you've been worried about me, huh? I'm deeply touched.
From the looks of you, I'm not the only one who's touched you.
You should see Jardine. Well, come on in.
Thanks. What happened?
We talked. One thing led to another, and he led with his right. After that, he stopped talking. Here I am.
And where did all that get you?
Nowhere, but I feel a lot better. Come on over here, baby, where you belong.
No, thank you. If you're feeling that much better, I think I'll go home.
Hey, wait a minute. What about that maternal instinct you talked about?
That doesn't work after sundown. Brad, what about Jardine? You didn't find out anything about him, what he's doing?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
You told me that before, but he has no clients.
I heard him talking to someone when I got to his apartment.
Who?
A girl. Didn't see her. She must have used the back door.
What does it all add up to, Brad?
As far as I'm concerned, nothing. But I'm pretty sure Jardine's gonna lay off me for a while.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Wickett.
Oh, good morning, Miss Stewart. Any messages?
Nothing special, sir. Mr. Barstow will be in at noon about the Raphael portrait. And those people confirmed their appointment to see the Donatello statue this afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Oh, if Mrs. Kingsley should call, tell her Mrs. Wickett and I look forward to seeing her this evening. I'll be in my office for a while. I don't wish to be disturbed.
Yes.
Well, greetings. Oh. I must say you make a neater appearance without the white suit. No one saw you come in.
I came through the side door as per instructions.
Good. Well, what happened last night?
It didn't work. Busto Crusto.
What?
A flop. Oh, I borrowed Jardine's car, all right, and brushed off Galt.
Well, certainly Galt must have suspected Jardine.
Oh, he suspected fine. He went over to Jardine's place last night and pushed him around some, but that's all. Jardine is very much alive.
Yes, I know.
Now, look, if you want my opinion, I think you're wasting your time. This guy Galt is a smart cookie. He ain't gonna let himself get shoved into a noose. You know he saw a Jardine. You figure you can needle him into knocking Jardine off. But nothing happens.
You've a better idea?
Yeah. Let me take care of Jardine.
Get Galt on the telephone. Try his office.
Now? Here?
Yes. And stop flicking your ashes on my rug. That's a genuine cash ad.
Oh.
Now tell Galt you're through with Jardine. Sell him a bill of goods. Tell him that you're going...
Hello.
Let me speak to Galt.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him the name's Foss. Fred Foss.
Yes, Mr. Foss, just a moment. Brad, the suit's on the phone. The man in the white suit.
Hello.
Hello, Galt. Got any dough?
Maybe. What are you selling?
I'm selling Jardine short. He's slow pay, and I like to keep moving. Well, you want to know what he's up to, don't you?
For how much?
I need $200 to get out of town.
Suppose we talk it over here in my office.
Nothing doing.
My apartment, then?
What time?
8 o'clock. I'll be tied up until 8. 904 West 52nd. Apartment 307.
8 tonight. And I'll tip you off.
If I can't show. Alone, Galt. Just you and me.
Well, that's that.
Is it? How are you going to get Jardine to go to Galt's apartment? After last night, he ain't going to pay no social call on Galt just to get pushed around some more.
For one thing, he won't know it's Galt's apartment. I'll tell him it's a legal matter I want him to handle for me.
How do you know he ain't busy tonight?
I've been very kind to Mr. Jardine. I've asked him to do me a favor. He'll do it. But you'll have to find some way of getting into Galt's apartment.
That won't be tough. Have Jardine there by 7:30. I got a date with Galt at 8.
Jardine will be there. You call me in the morning.
The complete one-hour newsreel show starts in 5 minutes. See the latest newsreel.
Brad, I don't want to see a newsreel.
Look, honey, the show takes an hour. It's 7:30. I'll be right here waiting for you at 8:30.
I want to go home with you.
I know this Foss guy. He won't talk if anyone else is around.
Please?
No.
All right, but you'll be sorry. I'll look for you here at 8:30.
Right. And I'll tell you all about it then.
Brad, open the door.
Go away.
What's happened, Brad? Why didn't you meet me at the theater like you said you would? Brad, what's the matter?
Nothing. Go home, please. I'll see you later at your place.
I won't go home. I'm going to stay right here until you open this door. Brad.
All right. Come in.
What's happened?
Come in. Take a look. There in front of the fireplace. Meet my ex-partner. Meet Tony Jardine. Only he's dead.
Oh, no.
Don't start crowding me. I haven't got the answers. But the police will find them. They're laid out like road markers running right up my alley.
You've called them, the police?
No, what could I tell them?
Whatever you know. Brad, you didn't do this.
No, honey, I didn't do it. So I called the cops. Should I tell them the truth? I left you at a newsreel theater and came straight here. When I opened the door, somebody was waiting for me.
Who?
I don't know. I went out like that, with a face full of ether.
Ether?
Yeah, ether. And it sounds as screwy to you as it does to me. What do you suppose the cops will think? That's what happened. I woke up a few minutes ago and there was Jardine, dead.
Shot?
No, the poker from the fireplace. And it was in my hand. Should I tell that to the homicide squad? They'll still be laughing when they strap me into the chair. I'll get out of here.
But, Brad, you can't handle anything like this by yourself.
Look, don't give me that law and justice routine. The cops operate on facts. The facts are phony from here to the death cell. Now get out of here. Let me try to dope this out.
Brad, all I meant was that I want to help you.
I know you do. Thanks, baby. But you can't. Now beat it, please. I've got to stall for time. Got to start thinking.
Brad, listen, this may sound silly, but I think the man in the white suit wanted you to spot him that very first night.
Yeah, of course he did. No guy in his right mind wears a white suit on a shag job. Why'd that car almost hit me? No, Jardine wasn't out to get me. I should have known that from the start. But somebody is out to get me. Somebody who knew about Jardine and me back in Frisco. Somebody who wanted me to think that Jardine was after me. Whoever that is, he's the one who killed Jardine. And he's pinning it right on me.
But who, Brad? Who?
I don't know. There isn't a thing to latch on to.
Well, think, Brad. Think back.
I have, and I'm clean as a peeled egg. No debts, no payoffs, no angry husbands, nothing.
But people just don't go around committing murder and frame-ups for the fun of it.
All right, so it doesn't add up. What do you want me to do?
Well, for one thing, find White Suit. You've got his address. Maybe you can get a lead.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought of that. It's the only thing I can do.
Wait, what about him, Jardine?
He stays where he is. Look, go on downstairs. Find the janitor. Tell him you've been ringing my bell and I don't seem to be at home. He'll say if I'm not here, he doesn't know where I am. It may help me frame an alibi.
Where'll I meet you?
Go straight to your apartment. I'll find Foss and meet you there later.
Come in, Brad. Oh, you don't have to say it. I can tell by your face. No dice.
Oh, I found him all right. Only Fred Foss wasn't the man in the white suit.
But you had his wallet.
I had a wallet. A man by the name of Fred Foss lost it a week ago. He was very grateful to me for bringing it back.
Let me get you a drink.
I could stand a drink. That was my last lead, baby. I'm all dead inside. I'm backed up in a dark corner and I don't know who's hitting me. Hello? Yes, this is Wicked. Well? No one saw you leave Galt's apartment. You sure? Well, that's good. Well, get in touch with me tomorrow. Same place, same time.
Yes?
It's I, darling. Well, Mary, have you forgotten we're expected at the Kingsleys tonight?
I simply can't go, Ralph. I've such a headache.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, my dear.
I'm going straight to bed. You run along without me.
Well, I wouldn't think of it, darling.
But Mrs. Kingsley will be so upset.
Oh, yes. And I did promise to meet Tony Jardine there. I had a rather delicate matter to discuss with him.
Well, hadn't you better go then?
I imagine it can wait. It's a problem that Jardine is eminently qualified to handle, a man of his experience with the law and all its tawdry aspects.
You make it sound very mysterious.
No, it's the oldest situation in the world. One of my friends, who deluded himself that his was the ideal marriage, has recently discovered there's another man.
Well, Tony doesn't handle divorce cases, does he?
Well, the husband doesn't want a divorce.
You mean he wants her back?
Yes. And as the Lost and Found ads say, he offers a suitable reward for her return.
You mean the other man would take money and just go away?
When an impoverished character, unendowed with any appreciable virtue, succumbs to a rich man's wife, it must be suspected that his interest is less passionate than pecuniary.
But how could she be taken in by such a man?
Well, take Tony, for instance. Now, I never imagined him to be interested in Lucy Wilding, but he is.
It's not true. He couldn't... I mean, she's too old for him.
Love is not the exclusive province of adolescence, my dear. It's an ailment that strikes all age groups, like my love for you. My love for you is the only malady I've contracted since the usual childhood diseases, and it's incurable.
Ralph, about the Kingsleys.
And leave you alone? Oh, no, Mary. I wouldn't think of such a thing. We'll both remain at home tonight. Who was it, Kathleen? At the door. Someone was just at the door.
The milkman.
Milkman? What time is it?
7.
I told you to wake me. All I needed was a little nap.
You needed a night's sleep even more than your suit needs a pressing. And what could you have done last night that you can't do now?
If I only knew who was after me, it wouldn't be so bad. But how can you fight back when you don't know who you're fighting? You lick before you start.
No, I know you, Brad. You're not letting anybody get away with this.
Oh, don't be too sure. I could be framed easier than Whistler's mother.
All right. Then we'll just sit down and feel sorry for you.
Okay, but don't give me that Pollyanna routine either. About how everything's going to be fine. I'm no miracle man. When that cleaning woman comes to my apartment and hits bingo, I'm as good as cooked.
Here, you'll feel better after some coffee.
Thanks. Look at me. Tower of strength, nerves of steel. I'm sorry, baby.
Don't worry about the tablecloth. The stain will come out.
What'd you say?
I said the stain will come out.
The stain. The ink, baby. The ink. He spilled ink on his white suit that night in my office.
What of it?
He'd have to have the suit cleaned, wouldn't he? The cleaners would have his address, wouldn't they?
Well, cleaning places grow on every street like mushrooms.
Yeah, I know. But most of them don't do their own cleaning. They farm it out to the big cleaning and dyeing plants. Where's the classified phone book?
Right in back of you.
There can't be too many of them.
What if he didn't have the suit cleaned?
He wouldn't run around town in an ink-stained suit, I hope.
That's a pretty long list, Brad.
Yeah, I know, but the odds are even longer. But give me a better idea.
Okay, where do we start?
Just grab your coat, baby. We'll start uptown.
A white suit, eh? Well, it's very early in the season for white suits. If we have one, we'll find it all right.
There's a 5-spot in it for you if you do. Get moving.
Sorry, lady, we've got 3 white suits, but none of them with ink spots. You sure?
Positive, thanks all the same.
A linen suit, mister? A seersucker? Oh, we got a sort of white seersucker, but no, that's got fruit stain. You can always tell the difference.
Sorry, no white suits.
Yeah, we had one, but the guy picked it up yesterday.
Not a white suit in the plant. Why don't you try Gordonson's? Ask for a guy named Al. He'd know if there was any.
Wicked Galleries?
I want to speak to Mr. Wickett.
Who's calling, please?
Mr. Smith from San Francisco.
One moment, please.
Hello, mister.
Oh, you here again? Go on, kid, beat it. Your mama wants you.
My mom is out. She don't want me.
Hello?
When am I going to see you?
About what? I have every morning paper on my desk. There's not a word about it in any of them.
I told you the deal went through. Can I help it if they ain't found the shipment yet?
I don't believe you.
What do you want me to do, take out an ad? Listen, Wickett, we better get this deal settled or I'm coming down to the galleries and right through the front door.
All right, don't get excited. I have a dental appointment at 3 o'clock in the Grant Building. You meet me there.
Grant Building? What floor?
The 31st floor. I'll be waiting near the fire escape.
Okay.
What you mad about, mister?
Oh, me? Well, I ain't mad at nothing, sister. All of a sudden, I feel kind of good. Yeah, here. Here's a nickel. Buy yourself a phone call.
Well, Brad, where's that list of the cleaning plants? Which one do we go to next?
As far as I'm concerned, the one we just walked out of is the last. It's no use, Kathleen. We've been to a million places. I can't even think anymore.
Let's get in the car. We can go to the park. Maybe when we've cooled off a little bit.
Lady.
What is it?
I made a mistake.
Yeah, so did I.
No, I mean about that suit. We do have a white suit, all over ink. I don't guarantee we removed the stain.
Forget the stain. Do you know who left the suit?
Certainly. The name and address.
Here's $10, mister. Just give me that address.
In the office. Come, I show you.
This is it, baby. A rooming house. Now, if the landlady's only home...
Ring the bell, Brad. Ring it.
I'm coming. Well?
We're looking for a man named Stauffer. Our Stauffer's sort of a heavy-set fella. He lives here?
No, he don't.
But we
He did live here. He left a half an hour ago, bags and all.
Where'd he go?
You police or something?
No, please, lady. Where'd he go? It's important.
He paid his rent. Why should I ask him where he went?
I know, Mama.
You keep quiet. Don't mind her, mister. She don't know nothing.
But I do. I heard him on the telephone.
Well, tell him then.
Where, honey? Where did Mr. Stauffer go?
I heard him on the telephone. He went to a building.
What building?
Same as the president. The one with the tomb on Riverside Drive.
Grant Building.
Uh-huh. And he said he was going to get his ticket at the gallery. Can you get tickets at a gallery?
I don't know, honey. Here's a quarter, thanks.
Gee, everybody gives me money. Good thing I'm so friendly.
Brad, it doesn't make sense. Where are we going?
The Grant Building. We'll try to figure out the rest of it when we get there.
pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of The Dark Corner. Our guest tonight, Miss Betty Ann Lynn, began her training for Hollywood in a rather unusual school. Did you ever think, Betty Ann, while you were entertaining the GIs in far-off Burma, that one day you'd be a starlet at 20th Century Fox?
Well, I'd always dreamed of being in pictures, Mr. Keeley. But now that I am, I find I have much to learn. My USO experience helped me, but picture technique is quite different.
You have excellent inspiration in the stars at 20th Century Fox.
It's a great privilege to be able to watch our finest stars at work on the sets. I saw the filming of Darrell F. Zanuck's Gentleman's Agreement. What a grand piece of casting that is.
Yes, with Gregory Peck and Dorothy McGuire as the stars of that very unusual picture. You know, their interpretation of a serious, modern problem is both sensitive and honest.
Yes, and Mr. Keeley, I love to watch the filming of a costume picture, too. The sets for the Foxes of Harrow were simply gorgeous. Romantic old New Orleans.
And I've seldom seen more lavish costumes than Rex Harrison and Maureen O'Hara wear.
26 beautiful period costumes were made especially for Maureen O'Hara. And she's just the one to wear them, too, with her flame-colored hair and lovely complexion. And I happen to know it's a Lux complexion, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, you're not surprised at that, are you, Betty?
No, indeed. So many famous and beautiful stars are Lux girls.
Actually, 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars have made Lux toilet soap their regular complexion care.
As well as hundreds of ambitious starlets like me. You know, Mr. Kennedy, when I was overseas, I used to hoard my supply of Lux toilet soap. I didn't want to skip my beauty care a single day.
With Hollywood in mind, that was wise. Soft, smooth complexions certainly help in the screen test.
I think any girl would be wise in using Lux toilet soap regularly, Mr. Kennedy. It's a complexion care that really works.
Thank you, Miss Betty Ann Lynn. You've just given women everywhere a very practical beauty tip. Here's what tests by skin specialists showed. Daily care with fragrant white Lux toilet soap improved 3 out of 4 complexions in a short time. Why not let Hollywood's own beauty soap help your skin to be lovelier, too? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We conclude our play with the final act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Brad Galt. It's 3 o'clock. Armed with the knowledge that the man they're looking for has gone to the Grant Building, Kathleen and Brad Galt are rushing uptown. Meanwhile, high up in the Grant Building, unobserved on the platform of a fire escape, Ralph Wickett is about to settle an account for services rendered.
Hello, Mr. Wickett.
Oh. Well, I haven't much time. I told you I have a dental appointment. He's waiting for me.
We don't need much time. Say, why'd you pick the fire escape?
Well, do you think I want to be seen with you? I'm a rather well-known figure.
Well, don't the height bother you none? We're sure a long ways up from the street.
Not in the least, but something else does. If Jardine is dead, why is it such a profound secret?
You ain't up to date, are you, Mr. Wickett?
What?
When I do a job, I do a job. Here, I bought a late newspaper. Well, look at it.
Anthony Jardine found murdered. Well, that's different. Body of Anthony Jardine, handsome young Italian.
Yeah. You can read it later, see? I got a cab downstairs waiting for me. So, where's my dough?
Oh, yes, of course. It's here in this envelope. I came directly from the bank. I didn't have a chance to count it. Let's see now. There's 100, 2, 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
Throwing your money away, huh? It's okay. I'll pick it up. You know it's... Hey, what are you trying to do? Let go! Let go of me!
Sorry, Mr. Stauffer, but after all, it's only justice. You did kill Jardine.
All right, everybody, stand back, please. Stand back.
He jumped out of the Grant Building. What a way to commit suicide.
Keep moving. Stand back there.
What do you think this is? Keep the traffic moving.
Brad, it couldn't be. It isn't.
It's him, Kathleen. It's Stoffer, all right. No, don't look.
Where's that cab driver?
Right here. Here I am, officer.
You sure he came here in your cab?
Yeah, sure. That's the guy, all right. That's my cab right over there. He seemed okay. He asked me to wait for him. I still got his bags there on my hack. Boy, he should come down like a hot...
Kathleen, come on.
What are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do. Go on home.
Hey, my cab. He's stealing my cab.
Come back, you!
My cab with the guy's bags in it. He's driving up in my cab.
I steal a cab, drive 5 miles with the cops chasing me for what? 2 bags, full of clothes. Not a letter, not a card, nothing.
What'd you do with the cab, Brad?
They'll find it in the park. Now the trail stops cold on a Fifth Avenue sidewalk. You'll never even be identified.
But you've got to keep pitching. You'll get a break.
What more break can I ask for? The cleaner found the suit, gave us Stoffer's name and address. The kid tells us Stoffer's gone to the Grant building. Look, I may be stupid, but I know when I'm licked.
Well, I'm not licked.
Nobody asked you to be.
You're not either if you use your head. Think hard. What else did that child tell us?
Nothing that made sense.
Well, what was it?
Oh, something about tickets at the galleries. Okay, figure that one.
Tickets at the galleries.
Tickets for what? For a train? Maybe. He really was leaving town.
What would that have to do with galleries?
You tell me, baby. I give up.
Tickets for a show? Tickets. Galleries. Brad, art galleries. I've got it. I've seen their ads in the newspapers. Fifth Avenue, the Wicked Galleries.
Wicked galleries? What would a mug like Stoffer be doing in an art gallery?
Maybe that's the point. He wouldn't, unless there was some connection.
Hey, wait a minute. Up in Jardine's apartment, I remember now there was a painting. Just unwrapped. I wondered why...
What's the matter?
Look, out the window. Lieutenant Reeves.
Brad.
I'll go down the back way. Hide Stoffer's bags.
Where do you think you can hide?
Who's hiding? I'll be absorbing culture at the Figured Galleries. I don't want to die ignorant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, good afternoon. Yeah, got a lot of nice paintings here.
Is there anything in particular you'd like to see?
No, not especially. Just looking around.
Well, it's almost closing time. I just thought if I could be of any assistance...
Well, maybe you can. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Of course.
I was wondering if Mr. Johnson had been in lately.
Johnson?
Yeah, he works for an insurance company. You know, they specialize in insuring works of art, things like that.
I don't believe I know him.
A big, beefy fella. Broken nose. Wears a white suit even though it's early in the season. You sure you haven't seen him?
I'm afraid I haven't. Now, about these paintings, if you step down this corridor, there are several watercolors that may interest you.
Come in. Yes, what is it, Drummond?
Should I close the vault, Mr. Wickett?
Everyone gone?
Just one customer, sir. Miss Stewart's with him now.
All right, you can leave, Drummond. I'll go down and lock the vault myself. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Wickett.
Now, there's something I like. This, sea picture.
That's an Alex Barrow, one of his finest.
How much is it?
$1,500.
Okay, I'll take it. By the way, who owns this place?
Mr. Ralph Wickett.
Ian?
Yes, I believe he's still here.
I realize this small sale doesn't entitle me to any special consideration, but I'd like to see him.
Why, certainly. If you wait here just a moment, please. Mr. Wickett?
Yes?
There's a gentleman who wishes to purchase the Barrow Seascape.
Well?
I believe he wants to take it with him.
Who is he?
I don't know. He said he'd like to talk to you.
I'm just closing the vault. I'll be up in a moment. You can go, Miss Stewart. Oh, lock the front door on your way out. I'll take care of the gentleman.
Mr. Wickett's downstairs at the vault, sir. He'll be with you right away.
Oh, thanks.
Well, if you'll excuse me then, I'll run along.
Sure, go right ahead. Good night.
Ralph? Ralph, is that you?
Mr. Wickett's downstairs.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were my husband. I just came in the side door and
Mrs. Wickett? Well, I believe we have a mutual acquaintance.
Yes?
Anthony Jardine.
Oh, he's a friend of my husband's.
Have you seen him lately?
No, not for several days. But who are you? Why do you ask me that?
It's obvious you haven't seen the afternoon papers. Jardine's dead. He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
That's what I came to see your husband about. You see, he killed him. Hey, Mrs. Pickett. Oh, out like a light. Okay, sister, suppose you just stretch out here on this bench while
How dare you touch her? Keep your hands off her.
Wicked, huh? It's good to see you out in the open at last. Cut you down to size. Way down. I don't think you've ever met me, but you've certainly been using me. My name's Galt.
Strange, Mr. Galt, but seeing you here causes me to revise my opinion of you. It's gone up. I suppose your hands go up, too. You heard me, Mr. Galt. That's better. Now, shall we go downstairs?
What for?
For our little chat. I prefer privacy. Mary will be all right, I'm sure. You came to see me, Mr. Galt, about a seascape, Miss Stewart said, and Alex Barrows.
Well, actually, I'm more interested in a piece of modern art. Tony Jardine?
I never handled anything as worthless as a Jardine.
I know. You mishandled it.
Did I? It was found in your apartment.
Perhaps it was delivered to the wrong collector. You sure you can't claim it?
Positive.
Actually, this Jardine really belongs to you. You commissioned an artist to have it done.
Did I, Mr. Galt?
Somebody had to pay that muscle artist to kill him, or didn't you ever pay off? Maybe you just launched Stoffer off the fire escape so he'd get what was coming to him.
An imagination like yours should be confined. Get in there, Mr. Galt. Get in the vault.
You sure you know what you're doing?
You're a criminal. I've apprehended you.
What about your wife? She knows now that you had a boyfriend bumped off. Do you think she's going to keep quiet?
What my wife thinks or does is no concern of yours. Leave her out of it. Jardine's body was found in your apartment, and that ends it.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It nowhere near ends it. You pinned the evidence on me, but when the police finish digging, they'll find you had a much better motive.
Now, that's the only sensible thing you've said. Brought to trial, our respective motives would make an interesting case, but unfortunately, you won't be around to hear the decision.
Ralph.
Mari, put down that gun. Are you insane?
You'd better kill me first, Ralph. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you.
Mari, darling, you don't know what you're doing.
Evil. You're all evil, Ralph. You should die.
Mari!
The district attorney's on the phone, Lieutenant Reeves.
Oh, thanks. Hello, this is Reeves, sir. Well, we're about finished at the art gallery. Cleary and Anderson just left with Mrs. Wickett. I'll take her right to your office. What? I think we can. Yes, sir.
Well?
You know the facts, Galt?
Okay. But you're not holding Kathleen. She didn't have any part in any of this.
I wouldn't say that. She's the one who tipped me off to get down here.
Brad, I had to. Wickett would have killed you, you big lug.
I can take care of myself.
No, you were doing fine, just fine. You knew Wickett's wife would show up, of course.
Okay, Reeves. You booking me or not?
Sure, I'm booking you.
But you told me that
You can't go around New York stealing taxi cabs. Well, maybe I can square that rap.
Oh, thanks, Reeves.
Yeah, you better drop around my office in the morning, though. Both of you. Say 9 o'clock.
Could you make it a little later, Lieutenant? Brad and I have a date in the morning at the City Hall.
We have?
See, he hasn't asked me yet, Lieutenant. But I told him from the beginning I was playing for keeps.
Well, Reeves, there you have it.
And I promised my friends in San Francisco I'd keep you out of trouble. Go on home.
As the curtain falls on Act 3, we bring our stars out from the dark corner where they acquitted themselves so brilliantly and invite them to the footlights for a curtain call. Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens. Lucille, while I have the chance, I want to congratulate you on the wonderful reviews that you received for your recent stage success back east.
Well, thank you, Bill. I've always been crazy about the theater, and I love my part in Dreamgirl.
I hear you're doing that play in San Francisco pretty soon, Lucy.
That's right, Mark. I'm leaving right after tonight's performance to start rehearsals for the opening next Monday.
That shaving engagement's rather close.
I'll say. And tell me something, Lucille. As the wife of a popular orchestra conductor,
Yes?
how do you and Desi Arnaz get any time to spend together?
You arrange to play the same towns at the same time. Desi will be playing in San Francisco all the time I'm there.
Well, that's a very smart arrangement. And I'm sure that when you put in an appearance, Lucille, theater-goers will be properly envious of that lovely Lux complexion.
Thank you, Bill. I hope so, because Lux Soap and I spend plenty of time together. I wouldn't be a day without it.
Seems to me I've heard a lot of screen stars say that same thing.
Mark, I understand you're going to be an FBI man in your next production at Fox.
Yes, and as you probably know, Bill here is doing the directing.
I've heard a lot of interesting things about the picture.
Well, we have great hopes for it, since it's being made at the suggestion of the FBI and with their full cooperation.
Hey, speaking of screenplays, Bill, what are you doing next week in this theater?
Next Monday night from Warner Brothers, we present that violent and romantic drama so many of our listeners have thrilled to on the screen. Nobody Lives Forever. And our stars are Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan. It's the tense, suspenseful story of a man who falls in love with a girl he planned to victimize, and thereby involves them both in a perilous and mounting crisis.
Nobody Lives Forever was a thrilling picture, Bill.
And it ought to make a great play, Bill. Good night.
Good night and
Good night.
sincere thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman in Nobody Lives Forever. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's news for thrifty housewives. Dealers now pay much more for used kitchen fats. So save and turn in every pound you can. You'll help yourself, you'll help your country too. Here's what government officials say. It is still necessary to conserve every pound of fat, since the overall fat supply situation is little better now than it was last year. Yes, the worldwide supply of fats and oils is still critically short. Your salvaged kitchen fats are needed to make thousands of essential articles we use in our daily lives. So keep on saving. Remember, your butcher now pays you more for every pound you turn in. Mark Stevens appeared by arrangement with 20th Century Fox, producers of Forever Amber. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Wicket, Wally Mayer as Foss, Dan O'Herlihy as Jardine, Fay Baker as Mari, and Bill Johnstone, Truda Marson, Janet Scott, Lois Corbett, Norma Jean Nilsson, Noreen Gamil, Eddie Marr, Stanley Farrar, Herbert Butterfield, and Cliff Clark. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of The Dark Corner has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. The complexion care used regularly by 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars. They depend on this fine white soap for the gentle, beautifying care million-dollar complexions must have. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Nobody Lives Forever with Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, by an overwhelming average of 3-1, families throughout America who compared toothpastes they were using at home preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Nobody Lives Forever with Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Red Skelton.
Lucille Ball.
George Tobias.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight Damon Runyon's comedy, Tight Shoes. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer bring to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater radio's newest comedy sensation, Red Skelton. And starring with him, Lucille Ball and George Tobias in Universal Pictures' slap-happy comedy, Tight Shoes. We've less than a minute before our Gulf curtain rises, so we'd like to take that brief moment to tell you about a neighbor of yours. All right, Bud Easton?
You know, folks, no one better realizes how much proper car service at the proper time means to you than the man I'm speaking for now. The good Gulf dealer right in your own neighborhood. In his business, he sees what happens to cars whose owners put off having them serviced. He knows what makes them start wasting oil and gas, knows why cars wear out too quickly. Most important to you, the Gulf man knows how to prevent much excessive and premature wear with his car saver services. When he flushes out the dirty, worn oil from your crankcase and refills it, when he replaces your gear lubricants, when he gives your car a Gulflex registered lubrication job, his training and his knowledge pay you dividends in longer car life. And of course, you can rely on the famous Gulf products he sells, each designed to help keep your car running better longer. So tomorrow, remember, stop at the sign of the Gulf orange disc. Ask your neighbor, the Gulf man, about his car saver services. Remember, to care for your car, for your country.
And now the curtain's about to go up on our saga of a pair of tight shoes. Our stars, Red Skelton playing Swifty Miller, Lucille Ball as Sybil, and George Tobias as Blooch. We're all ready, so Oscar Bradley, will you start the ball rolling with some suitable music? Somewhere in America, there's the sound of marching feet.
All right, men. 30 minutes rest period. Make the most of it.
Oh, they're killing me. Oh, my feet. Oh, I can't stand it. Show me a bayonet and I'll fall on it.
What's the matter? We've come just as far as you have.
Oh, my feet, they're murdering me. I feel like I'm walking on hot coals. These shoes, the right size is too small.
Hey, did I hear you say tight shoes?
Yeah, you sure did, brother.
Well, take my word for it and get rid of them, chum. Do it now and don't hesitate.
And march the rest of the way on my knees, I suppose.
Regardless, do it now. Take it from a man who lost everything because of a pair of tight shoes.
How come?
Well, I tell you this is an illustration of why you should burn those shoes before another minute goes by. But before I do, give me a cigarette, will you, soldier?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Now, at one time, I'm a prosperous, respected citizen who's the biggest gambler in town. Now, on this particular day I'm mentioning, I'm in my warehouse looking over a new shipment of slot machines. 2 lemons and an egg.
Boss, why do you play them machines? You know they're crooked.
Quiet, Blutch. Yeah, 2 eggs and a lemon. Well, I'll try one more. That does it. Hand me that axe.
What'd you get that time, boss?
2 eggs and a jap. Hey, don't these things ever pay off?
You know they don't, boss. That's how we make our living.
Yeah, we'll fix up one that does pay off. I gotta have some fun out of life.
But gee, boss, they're your machines. All you get back is your own money.
Can't you leave no illusions, Butch?
Okay, boss, okay. We'll fix it up. Relax. We better get started for the races.
Yeah, all right, all right. Hey, but there's one thing we gotta do before we go to the races.
What's that?
We gotta buy a shoe store.
A shoe store?
Yeah. I gotta get a shoe store. I got it all figured out. Now, the district attorney's making things hot. All the gambling dives are closed, am I right?
You're always right, boss.
There's only one ward we can still operate in.
Councilman Honest John Beebe.
You beat me to it. Correct. Now, Honest John is still friendly because Honest John likes the 1,000 fish I give him every month. So with things being in that condition, what we got to do is concentrate on Honest John's ward.
Boss, you're a wonder. Say, boss.
Yeah?
Why do they call him Honest John?
Because he only steals retreads.
Oh.
Yeah, well, now, like I'm saying, we open up the new place tonight. I already got it picked out. In the front, we sell shoes, and in the back, we sell game of chance.
We better get started.
Yeah, wait a minute. Gonna try this once more. More lemons. I ain't going to no race. My luck's no good today.
Look, boss, I fixed those machines myself. It's not got nothing to do with luck.
Sometimes they gotta pay off.
Now, these machines, nobody can win. Look, boss, I'll put in a quarter myself. Now, watch.
Yeah.
Oh, how'd that happen?
Yeah.
I guess I have to give that left screw a couple more times.
Yeah, I guess you better. You reach for that jackpot and your hand will never make a return trip. Now, get out of here.
You're giving me $10,000 for my shoe store.
Yeah, that's right. I give you this $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill?
Yeah.
I didn't know the government was printing them.
Hmm? You mean they're printing them too? Well, now here's the cash. You just say the word and I'll dump it in your lap.
What will happen if I want to sell?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I'll sell.
Yeah, fine. Now, you understand you keep on working for me. I'll pay you $50 a week.
Only $50?
Yeah, I'll give you $50 and all the shoes you can eat.
Well, boss, now we own a shoe store.
Yeah, you know, and speaking of shoes, I could do me with a new pair. Hey, Emil Fly, get somebody to sell me some shoes.
I'll get our best salesman, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's the college man. Jimmy. Yes, Mr. Malfi. Show this gentleman the best shoes in the house. It's the new boss. Yes, sir. Sit right down here, sir.
Okay.
Hey, boss, we better get started. Sybil will tear your heart out if we keep her waiting any longer.
I said I gotta buy shoes. Now, shut up.
Size 10 and a half.
Okay. What's that?
Oh, I said size 10 and a half, sir. That's what your feet measure.
Is this guy trying to insult me? I never wore over a 9 in my life. I got a dainty feet.
Well, you measure 10 and a half, sir.
I don't care. I want size 9s.
They won't fit you.
Oh, yes, they will. Just fold my toes under.
But I just measured, sir, and...
Get me some size 9s, Bob.
Yes, sir.
My father had big feet once.
Yeah, what size did your father take?
I don't know. I don't remember. They just skinned a cow and put some buttons on it.
Oh, take it easy there.
Oh,
quit shoving, will you?
Oh, just a little more, and we'll have this shoe on, sir.
Oh. Hey, did you ever sell girdles?
We nearly got it on.
Yeah.
You'd better tuck the ankle in a little more neat.
Oh! There we are, sir.
Yeah.
As snug a pair of shoes as I've ever fitted.
Yeah.
Aren't they nice looking?
I could answer that, but it would only lead to bloodshed. It took you long enough. Come on, Blutch. Let's get to the races.
We gotta pick up Sybil.
You know, I don't like that clerk. He looks to me like he belongs to a bad element.
He's a college man.
A college man?
Yeah.
That does it. I'll never buy another magazine as long as I live. I'm sorry I was late, Sybil, but my feet are killing me.
They'll be worse than that killing you if I miss the first race.
Oh, now, don't talk like that, sweet pea. Guess what I got for you today? I went down and got you.
Not a nasty old diamond bracelet.
Yeah. But, of course, you won't be able to wear it in public for a while.
Why not?
Well, I got it out of a hot iron claw machine.
Oh, Swifty, sometimes you make me wonder what I see in you.
Yeah, I wonder myself. Maybe it's my clothes. For instance, how you like my victory suit, huh? How do you like it?
What victory was it, Bull Run?
Oh, sweet pea, you know I'm crazy about you. I'd do anything for you.
Anything?
Sure, just say the word and I'll tear up my autographed picture of Roger Pryor.
I don't know. Here I am, the biggest star on Broadway, and I run around with a slug like you.
Oh, I'm off my onion for you, sweet pea. Or maybe it's only gas pushing up around me heart.
Don't kid me. It's just my shape.
Nah, don't you kid me. Shape ain't everything in life. My mama done told me.
Hey, Swifty, you better drive slower. We don't want to have any trouble with the cops.
No, I think they're still sore at me for throwing that body in that vacant lot.
Well, they're right. You shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have, I know. But it was dark. I didn't see that no dumping sign.
The trouble with me is I can't forget I used to be in burlesque. Yeah. I got used to guys like you, and I can't get over it. Give me a kiss, Swifty.
Now, let's stop and get a hamburger.
No. Come on, give me a kiss.
All right. Well?
Let's stop and get a hamburger.
That makes 6 losers in a row, boss.
I thought you said even the horses were betting on your last one, Swifty.
All right. So I'm not lucky. Oh, boy, my feet are murdering me. Well, wait till the next race. That's where we make our killing.
Do tell.
Yeah, I got it all fixed. We go the whole way on Palomar. Now get down there and put up our bet, Butch. He's number...
What's the matter?
Number 7. Look at the name of number 7.
Let's see. Feet first.
What a hunch. I've been waiting for a break like this for years.
You're not gonna switch.
What's been killing me all afternoon? What's been talking to me? The feet. That's it. Feet first.
But, boss, you already spent 10 grand to fix the race so that Palomar wins.
But look at the odds on feet first. 90 to 1.
But he can't win, boss. I fixed it already. With your throw, I fixed it.
This is bigger than a fixed race. This is the hunch of a century. Just think of what I can do with all that dough. I can buy myself a little vine-covered saloon on Main Street and settle down. Come on, Butch. Put every cent on feet first. It's a hunch from heaven.
But, boss...
Come on, get going, will you? I can't be wrong this time. Borrow all the Mazuma you can. Put every nickel on them. Hey, make a tour of the phone booth. See what you can get on Sybil's jewelry there. See what you can get on Sybil. Now, hurry up. Get going.
The results of the 7th race. Palomar first, Laughing Water second, and Grover third. Feet first, the horse that collapsed at the first turn had to be destroyed because of old age.
Yeah, just wait till I get my hands on that shoe salesman. I'll pull his tongues out.
We couldn't win, boss.
Butch,
I had it fixed.
If I hear another word out of you, I'll take you for a ride. In your car, of course.
Okay, boss, okay.
Wait till I get my hands on that guy.
Listen, never mind about that. What about my jewelry?
I
can't
sorry.
go around on my bare wrist.
I know, but, kid, you lost everything on the 7th race.
I did, huh?
Yeah, I'm awful. Now, don't look at me like that, Sybil. Sybil! No, not the feet, Sybil! Oh, you broke my widow toe, you
So, things being the way they are, Sonny, I'd pull out and sell my shoes someplace else for a while if I was you.
But this is silly. He asked for that size. I tried to tell him they were too small. What happened?
Well, I'll give it to you fast. He bet $50,000 on an egg called Feet First to come in head first, but it was dead first and carried out feet first.
But I can't run away.
Oh, don't run. Catch a train. Fly.
Absolutely not. It's time someone showed the gangster element that decent citizens have some rights.
Okay, you show him. You'll be the best-liked stiff in the morgue.
It was very sweet of you to warn me.
Well, I don't have any reason to want to see you dead. You're kind of cute.
I am?
My, where'd you get those nice, wide shoulders?
I am?
Before we get into a rut, why don't you take me to dinner?
I am.
Quite an idea, Swifty. Running a gambling joint behind a shoe store.
Hey, Swippy, Morgan over there wants 500 on the cuff. What'll I do?
See how far you can throw him.
Okay. Say, I thought Bluch was going to be here to help with the blackjack game.
No, he's over at a political rally with Councilman Beebe. I sent him over to look the crowd over and a few pockets.
Is Bluch a pickpocket?
Yeah, he couldn't make enough money just being a peeping Tom.
Boss! Hey, boss!
Yeah?
Hey, boss, get out of here, boss.
Butch, what's the matter?
Disaster's broken loose, boss. There's a mob coming for you. That shoe sales.
Well, what happened?
Well, Honest John is standing up there giving the crowd the corn about good government when up jumps this shoe salesman. He says that Honest John is a crook watching cahoots with hoodlums like you. Hoodlums like you? What do you know about that?
Oh, hoodlum? How do you like that? I'm an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I think he called you that, too. Listen, boss, the mob is here.
Take it easy there. Don't knock that door.
Hey, you see, folks? You see what I tell you? Honest John tells you he has the cleanest district in town. Well, just take a look around.
Wait till I get my hands on that college guy. Let me through there, bub. Just one poke, that's all I ask.
And here's the biggest bat of them all, folks. Here's the man who corrupts your city officials, Swifty Miller.
Well, brother, you asked for it. You wrecked my joint, you fool around with my girl, and now you're gonna get it. Come on, put up your mitts. Come on, put up your mitts. Well, why didn't somebody tell me to put up my mitts?
And so the Gulf Theater curtain falls on the first act of Tight Shoes. In just a moment, we'll find out whether or not Swifty Miller ever got up from the floor. Meanwhile, let's find out what Mr. Heaston has on his mind.
Friends, next time you stop at your good golf dealer's, have him fill your crankcase with Gulf Pride, the improved motor oil so long known as the world's finest. And once you've tried Gulf Pride, we sincerely believe you'll continue to use it, no matter how much or how little you've been accustomed to paying for oil. You see, Gulf Pride now has an extraordinary resistance to the destructive effect of high-running temperatures developed by modern engines. It fights the formation of corrosive acids and effectively combats the oxidation which causes lesser oils to break down so quickly. And Gulf Pride is highly resistant to the formation of hard carbon deposits and engine varnish. Designed to meet the exacting requirements of the latest motors, Gulf Pride assures thorough protection to any motor. So to give your motor really top-flight protection, stop at your good Gulf dealers and fill up with Gulf Pride motor oil. And when you drive, don't forget that gas and oil are ammunition. Use them wisely.
And now the second act of Damon Runyon's story, Tight Shoes. Adapted for the Gulf Screen Guild Theater by William Bowers with comedy sequences by Jack Douglas and Sam Perrin. Our stars, Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias. Somewhere in America, a group of soldiers resting by the side of a dusty road. Swifty Miller's relating the history of a pair of tight shoes.
So there I am with the work of 10 years crashing over my ears. This mob wrecks my joint, the shoe salesman wrecks my jaw.
What happened after that?
Well, this shoe salesman becomes somewhat of a public figure. I'm startled out of my wits one day when I wake up to find that he's running for city council against my good friend and candidate, Honest John Beebe. But the biggest shock comes a couple of weeks later when I decide to attend one of this guy's political rallies to see what he's got on the board.
I don't see what we're doing here, boss. He ain't got a chance to corner the longshoreman's vote. Think of all the free beer we give them at Honest John's rally.
Yeah, maybe he's got something to give him, too. That's what we're here to find out. Now, shut up. I think they're going to start now.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Now, before we actually begin tonight, we're going to have a little bit of entertainment. You fellows all remember Sybil Anderson. Well, you all remember that before Sybil became the brightest star on Broadway, she used to perform a little specialty dance down here at the Bijou Burlesque. Well, Sybil is going to perform her specialty dance for us again tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of good government, I give you Miss Sybil Anderson.
I can't believe it. That's Sybil. To think she'd do this to me. It's a fine thing to do in the interest of good government. I can't stand to watch Butch. Come on, we're leaving.
Wait a minute, boss. I haven't seen Sybil do that specialty since she started that riot in Flatbush.
Yeah, I think I'll go out and commit suicide.
You can't commit suicide, boss.
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't be fair to my victory garden. Hey, what do you suppose she's doing in there?
Are you kidding, boss?
I can't stand it. Take a look through the door and see what's happening, will you?
My, oh, my, oh, my.
What is it?
She's got a sign on, boss. Vote for Jimmy Finley, the longshoreman's friend.
How do you like that?
She's wearing another sign on the back of her dress.
Yeah, what does that say?
It says, "Goodbye, Mama, I'm off to Yokohama." Oh, boy!
Yeah, what's she doing? What's she doing, huh?
What's she doing? I don't know. All I can tell you, boss, is that I think she just won the election.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the latest election returns. With the incomplete reports from 28 states in, Roosevelt is leading Wilkie by...
Yeah, we know that. How's BB doing?
Oh. In the local elections, the hottest contest is between incumbent John Beebe and the reform candidate James Finley. Half an hour ago, John Beebe conceded defeat.
Shut that off, will you? How do you like that? So, dear John finally gave up.
It's no use, boss. We all knew he was sunk the minute Sybil started taking things off.
How could Sybil do this to me?
Well, what are we going to do now, boss? You lost all our money.
Yeah, no.
We're flat.
Yeah. I'll think of something, though. Hey, wait a minute. We still got a business.
But with Honest John out, they'll toss a net over us.
I ain't talking about the racket. Have you forgotten? We still own a shoe store.
I said I wanted an open-toed sandal.
But believe me, madam, these high-button shoes is the latest rage. Look, real pearl buttons.
Sure, madam, them is real quality.
Yeah.
I want open-toed sandals.
Well, we don't carry them. You know, there are so few people with open toes.
Will you please give me what I want?
Yeah.
Maybe you better give them to her, boss.
She'll take what she gets and like it.
I want a pair of open-toed sandals.
Open-toed sandals, open-toed sandals. What are you, a fresh air fiend or something?
I want open.
Listen, you take these high-button shoes or I'll cram them down your throat.
Really?
I don't think you used the right approach, boss.
How can I keep my mind on my work when I read in the paper that Sybil's gonna marry that guy?
The fact, it ain't very loyal of her, boss. After all the things he done to you. Yeah. What are you doing, boss?
I'll fix that guy. I'll fix him just like he fixed me.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna send him a wedding present with the compliments of my shoe store. Hey, Blutch, you run out and find out what size shoes the new councilman wears.
How am I gonna do that?
I don't care how you do it, but do it. Hey, wait a minute. Go break in his house. Steal every pair of shoes the guy owns.
But, boss, that's dishonest. Anyway, what good'll that do?
Plenty. I'm gonna send him a pair of shoes that's so tight he'll have to unlace them to swallow.
Well, there's no use being so crabby about everything.
Who's crabby? I tell you, my feet are killing me, that's all.
Well, take off your shoes, sonny boy.
Oh, that's a great idea, that is. Ouch! And don't call me sonny boy. It isn't fitting for a man in my position.
If that's all I ever call you, brother, you'll have cause to be thankful.
Well, I suppose that's your burlesque background.
Go to sleep.
You didn't seem to mind my burlesque background when you needed the longshoreman's boat.
Oh, so now I owe my entire career to you. Listen, I started out on my own hook.
You mean on my unhook? Take it from me, Sad Eyes. Those longshoremen weren't voting for that crazy speech you gave.
Oh, and what were they voting for, may I ask?
Well, if you don't already know, I won't disillusion you by telling you.
Here's the theater, Miss Anderson.
Thank you, Chuck. Are you coming, Grandma? Or are you going home and soak your feet?
Well, I said I'd see your show, and I will.
Oh, you're too good to me, Santa Claus.
Now, see here, Sybil.
Hey, hello. Hey, hiya, Sybil. I thought I'd just stop by and wish you good luck tonight.
Swifty, you old so-and-so. How you been doing?
Oh, fine. I finally sold those high-button shoes.
Look, Sybil, I can't afford to be seen with these shady friends of yours.
Okay, put on a disguise.
Well, Sybil, you're not back in burlesque, you know. You've got to start acting and thinking like a lady.
Oh, come now, Emily. Besides, you can't talk to Sybil like that and get away with it.
You keep out of this if you know what's good for you.
Now, look, Brain Trust.
Are you going to get out of here, or do I have to call an officer?
Call Errol Flynn. Call Flash Gordon, for all I care.
Why, you two-bit racketeer, it burns me up the way you get away with murder.
Oh, so it burns you up, does it? Okay, brother, you ask for it. Well, are you cooled off?
No, I'm not.
Well, then I'll lie here until you are.
Miller, this court finds you guilty of disturbing the peace and of willful assault on a public official.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Order in the court. Swifty Miller, you seem to be quite fond of fighting.
Hi, Pierre.
Our country is in need of fighting men at this time. I will suspend your sentence if you'll offer your services to some branch of the armed forces of our country.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll wait for you, Swifty.
Yeah, how about that guy? I mean, that councilman, I mean.
Oh, he's not for me, Swifty. Yeah. I was brought up with lugs like you, and that's the kind I belong with.
Me a lug? Me, what used to be the biggest racketeer in town?
Shut up, you lug.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask you two to show a little more respect for this court. What you're doing now might better be done in some more secluded place.
And that's how a pair of tight shoes got me into this man's arms.
Sleep well, Exo, sweet dreams.
All right, men, on your feet. We got 10 miles to march yet today.
She must have been a pretty swell dame, Swifty.
Oh, she was one of the best.
All in, men.
Whatever happened to the shoe salesman?
You mean the councilman?
Yeah.
You see that guy giving out the orders?
Oh, the captain?
Yeah. Wouldn't you know he had a reserve commission from college? Wouldn't you know it?
Oh, what about the dame? Where's she now?
Oh, she always had a spot in her heart for lugs.
She's still waiting,
No,
huh?
she and Butch got married. Already they got a couple of little rackets.
Oh, so she got married and you joined the army.
Yep, she did it. Now the Japs is going to get a whipping.
Thank you, Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias for 30 minutes of slap-happy fun. And thanks, Oscar Bradley, for a fine score. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the money these stars would ordinarily receive, the Gulf Oil Company donates instead to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. The fund uses this money to help the less fortunate members of the picture industry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, next week's show.
Betty Davis.
Conrad White, Warren William, and Osa Masson.
In Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's smash success, A Woman's Face.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next week on your Gulf Screen Guild Theater, we present a superb cast in the story of a woman who committed murder to save a life. You won't want to miss Betty Davis, Osa Masson, Warren William, and Conrad White in A Woman's Face. And so until next Sunday at this same time, this is Roger Pryor saying good night, everyone.
Today, any American in any part of the nation can strike against the enemy thousands of miles away. You can do it by buying the United States savings bonds and stamps that provide the tanks, planes, ships, and guns our fighting men must have. So with every cent and dollar you can spare, buy United States savings bonds and stamps. Red Skelton can soon be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Ship Ahoy, Lucille Ball in RKO's Little Pinks, and George Tobias in Juke Girl, a Warner Brothers picture. Don't forget to tune in next week when we present Betty Davis, Conrad White, Warren William, and Osa Masson in A Woman's Face. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes?
Package for Mr. James Grant.
For me?
You Mr. James Grant?
Yes?
It's for you. Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow. But it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right.
Here's the package. Well, don't be scared of it. Can't be a bomb. It's too skinny.
Say, there's a note attached to it.
That come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. Here. There you are. And this is for you.
Say, thanks, Mr. Grant. You didn't look like you were going to be good for more than a dime. So long.
Goodbye. Oh, this package feels as if it has a phonograph record in it. Oh, it is a phonograph record. Note says play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Label says Tommy Way in the orchestra. Ought to be good. Well, now let's hear what this sounds like. It
Sit
should
in
be...
that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
What
the red leather one there in the center of the room. Hope you took my advice. Because, you see, I want you to be comfortable. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. This record lasts just 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Sometime within that 2 minutes and 15 seconds, you're going to die.
What?
Please don't get up from the chair. It won't do you any good.
Oh, I'm going to get out of here.
Don't run for the door.
I'll
It's
get out from the
locked.
window.
Not the windows, James. How terrible to fall 18 stories to your death when you can die so comfortably in that nice, big, soft, red leather chair. What's the matter, James? You unhappy about something? Why be unhappy?
Oh.
What's so terrible about the knowledge that you're going to die? Going to die. Going to die. Going to die. Going to die.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
719, Blackie. Here's Miss Helen Martin's house.
Well, Mary, I certainly didn't expect any help from you after we got past the 100 block.
Oh, I can read numbers, if they're big enough.
Want to come in with me?
After what I've heard about Miss Helen Martin, I think I better.
All right. But you don't really think she needs protection from me, do you?
I think you might need protection from her. And that's my job, self-appointed.
And who's going to protect you?
Don't you worry about me. I can't solve Inspector Faraday's murder cases, but I do know how to handle a beautiful girl.
You probably practiced on you.
Blackie, did that come from you?
It was just a bribe, so you'll behave yourself when we meet Miss Martin. Here we are.
Hey, you certainly found that doorbell in an awful hurry. You been here before?
No, but I've rung doorbells before. I'm an experienced man, you know.
Yes?
Miss Helen Martin?
Yes. And you must be Boston Blackie.
Well, it isn't exactly a must, but it's my name. This is Miss Wesley.
How do you do, Miss Wesley?
How do you do?
Won't you come in, both of you?
Thanks.
You'll have to excuse the looks of my place. It's practically a one-room affair.
Oh, for goodness sakes, it's all
I'm
right.
really sorry the place is in such a mess, but I've been dressing. This is my dressing room, bedroom, and living room. Sit down if you can find an empty chair.
Oh, thank you. We aren't late, are we?
Oh, good heavens, no. Dinner isn't until 8:30, and it's only 8 now. It's only 10 minutes to Jim's place. My fiancé has told me so much about both of you.
Not too much, I hope.
You might think so. Jim raves about you. I've been after him for months to have you over for dinner so I could meet you.
Well, he phoned me this morning, and here we are on our way to dinner. That is, as soon as you're ready.
Oh, I won't be long. You know, I never really believed he knew you two.
Well, I've met him only once or twice.
And I haven't seen him in months. Are you about ready, Miss Martin?
I should be. I've been dressing for 2 hours. I'll be right with you.
All right.
Hey, did it suddenly get a little darker in here, or am I seeing things?
You're not seeing things, Mary. And what you're not seeing is the lighted bulb in the dressing table lamp right there. Because it just went out.
Oh, I feel better.
There's an extra bulb on the bookshelf there, Blackie. Would you put it in the dressing table lamp, please?
Sure. Mary, get that bulb on the bookshelf there, will you, for me?
Sure.
You see it?
Couldn't miss it. The only thing on the bookshelf that doesn't have a publisher's name on it.
Funny girl.
I'm a smart girl. I just don't get a chance to prove it when you're around. Here you are. Catch.
Thank you. Now, for the old. On with the new. Miss Martin, the new bulb is in.
And I'm ready to go.
Swell. Let's be off to dinner and a pleasant evening at the home of Mr. James Grant. Well, Jim, here we're... Faraday.
Blackie.
Inspector Faraday. Did Mr. Grant invite you to dinner, too?
Quiet, Miss Wesley. Blackie, can I ever go anywhere
on the
without...
floor. It's Jim.
It was James Grant. He's been shot to death.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No, it
All right,
can't
now, the
be.
three of you. I want to know what you know about this. Who's this woman?
She's Helen Martin, Grant's fiancée.
Jim, I can't believe it.
Now, Miss Martin, come on over here on the sofa and sit down and don't worry.
All right, Blackie. What are you doing here?
I intended to eat here, Faraday, but I can tell you I'm not going to now.
What do you mean, eat here?
I mean, Mary, Miss Martin, and I were invited here for dinner tonight.
By who?
It isn't who, Faraday. It's whom.
All right. Whom invited you?
In that case, it isn't whom. It's who.
Who? Who cares? Did Grant invite you to dinner here?
Yes. He phoned me this morning about 9 o'clock. And you know, I'm amazed. Grant has been dead less than 12 hours, and you're already working on the case.
A little more talk like that, I'll be working on you.
Look, let's forget our differences for a minute. Grant was a friend of mine. Got any idea who killed him and when?
I have no idea who killed him, but I do know when. He was shot about 25 minutes ago. A tenant in the apartment across the hall heard the shot and called the police.
Just 25 minutes ago? And you're here already? Faraday, you're not only on the ball, but someone's rolling it. No suspects, though?
One. Grant's brother, Bill Grant. I understand he was seen coming into the building a few minutes before the shot.
Well, where's Jim's brother now?
I don't know. He's disappeared. But I got a police dragnet out for him. We're watching every train, bus, and plane. That's the best I can do. I'll find that brother.
Maybe. Anyhow, I'm going to look around the building. So you got yourself a suspect. Bill Grant, huh? Oh, brother.
He isn't in this car, Rollins. He's not even on this train.
And he'd better be in this car, Smith. Uh-oh, look, Smith.
Huh?
That seat over there.
That's Bill Grant, all right.
All right, let's grab him. Come on, the train's starting to move.
Quick, he sees us.
Yeah, but he doesn't see us soon enough.
Hold it, Grant.
Huh?
Won't do you any good to run.
What do you fellas want with me, anyhow?
You know what we want. We're from police headquarters.
And we want to talk to you about the murder of your brother.
And why you decided to leave town all of a sudden.
I didn't kill him, honest, I didn't. Nobody said you did. Get the conductor, Smith, and stop this train. We're taking this guy to headquarters.
Mr. Matthews, I'm Boston Blackie. You're the superintendent of this building?
Yes, I am, Blackie.
You have any idea who killed one of your tenants this evening? You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, I'd be a fool if I said I didn't. You mean Mr. James Grant in 6G?
Yes. Look, Matthews, I happen to know a little something about you the police would like to know. A friend of mine named Shorty told me that you have a strange habit of leaving apartment pass keys where they can be found by some friend of yours.
Huh?
Don't play dumb, Matthews. You know what I'm talking about. The apartments of this building of yours are being robbed. You're not robbing them, but you're giving the pass keys to a person who is.
What are you getting at?
I'm trying to make a deal with you. You tell me what you know about Jim Grant's death, and I won't tell the police what I know about your little racket.
Okay, Blackie. It's a deal. Only, I can't talk here. I'll get in touch with you if you'll take care of me.
You'd better, or I'll take care of you. All right.
Oh, hello, Jack.
May I come in, Helen?
I guess so.
I hope so. I just heard on the radio that your boyfriend, Grant, is dead.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Great thing, radio. Now, maybe you'll come back to me.
Jack, please, I don't feel like...
Look, honey, with Grant out of the way, we ought to celebrate.
Jack.
Sure we should. You wanted to be Mrs. Jack Adams a few months ago before this guy Grant threw you off your trolley. Well, now we can go ahead with our plans.
Jack, please, I don't want to.
Look, baby, you don't have to put on the old act in front of me. We wanted Grant out of the way, and now...
Get out of here.
What's the matter with you?
I said get out of here.
Why? Because I'm glad Grant's dead? Well, so are you. You didn't want to marry him. You wanted to marry me.
Get out of here and leave me alone. You've got to believe I love Jim Grant.
Do I? I'm sorry, Helen. I don't love you enough to believe that.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Where are you?
In my apartment.
Oh, good. You all right?
Am I all right? Sure, I'm fine.
Yes, but something's the matter. What is it?
Nothing much. Just a dead body lying across my bed.
What?
You heard what I said.
Oh, my gosh. Who is it?
This will surprise you, Mary. It's the Uh-oh, there's someone at the door.
Who?
Well, it won't be the killer, I'll guarantee that. I'll call you later, Mary.
Yes, but Blackie, just a minute. Be careful, will you?
Sure. Don't worry. I'll call you back in just a little while.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Yes, what are you...
All right, Blackie, come along.
Rollins, I'm glad to see you.
Maybe you won't be, Blackie, when you know why I'm here. Faraday wants you at headquarters.
All right, but first I'd like
first, you nothing, Blackie. Look, I've got 6 men here with me. 6 men, count them, 6. And Faraday said not to let you say anything, do anything, or get anything before we brought you in.
But, Rollins, there's
a nothing, Blackie. Come along nice and quiet now, or you'll be sorry.
All right, Rollins, you win. I'll come along nicely and quietly. But you're the one who's going to be sorry.
Jim Grant invites Blackie, Mary Wesley, and his own fiancée, Helen Martin, to dinner. When the trio arrives, they find Grant has been shot and killed. Grant's brother is later picked up by the police while trying to get out of town. Matthews, the crooked apartment superintendent in Grant's building, tells Blackie he might name the killer, but later Blackie returns to his apartment and finds a dead body across the bed. Before he can tell anyone about it, he is hauled off to headquarters. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Faraday's office.
All right, Blackie, read this. And Rollins, get ready with that recording machine.
All set, Inspector Faraday.
What's this all about, Faraday? Say, I've got something to tell you.
Later. That stuff I want you to read is a copy of what we found on a phonograph record in Grant's apartment. It's a voice telling him he's going to die.
Smart voice.
Yeah, and it's got to be the killer's voice. So I'm looking for a voice to match it. Because when I found a voice to match it, I found my killer. Maybe it's you. You ready to read?
Ever since the 3rd grade, Faraday.
All right, Rollins, turn on the machine. Let's make a regular Blackie's voice.
All set. Start reading, Blackie.
All right, here goes. Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. Formal fellow calls him James.
Just read what's on the paper, Blackie.
Oh, but I want to give a performance. Sit in that chair. The red leather one in the center of the room.
That's enough. That's enough, Rollins.
Okay.
We'll play it back later.
Am I the first to make one of these auditions for you, Faraday?
No, you're the last. I haven't played them back yet, but I had Grant's brother Bill, Matthews the superintendent, and Jack Adams, Miss Martin's former boyfriend, all make records.
My, your list of suspects has grown. Too bad your brain hasn't. Listen, I've got some more news for you.
Quiet, Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the record we found in Grant's apartment first.
Yes, sir. All right, here it is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. The red letter one there in the center.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Now let's hear Blackie.
All right, here's Blackie, Inspector.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Kill it. Blackie's not the one we want.
I'm not Faraday? Well, in that case, let me try one of my other voices. Sit in that
That's enough
chair.
out of you, Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the brothers' record now.
All right, here you are.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
No, that's
red
not
leather
the right
one in
voice.
the center of the room.
Turn it off, Rollins.
All right, it's off.
And so are you, Faraday.
Quiet. Rollins, let's have Harry Matthews' voice.
All right, here he is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's it.
The red
That's
leather
it. Rollins,
one
turn
in
it
the
off.
center
Yes,
of
sir.
the room.
That's the voice, all right. Exactly the same as the voice on the original record. I let all 3 of the suspects go. But, Rollins, you go out and pick up Matthews. If you can find him.
Never mind, Rollins. I can tell you where you can find Matthews. And I don't think you'll have any trouble picking him up either.
Why?
Because I've been trying to tell you for 10 minutes that Matthews is lying across a bed in my apartment. And he's dead.
Something I can do for you, sir?
This is Jack Adams' office?
Yes.
I'd like to see Mr. Adams, please.
Who's calling?
Bill Grant, James Grant's brother.
Well, just a minute. I'll see if he's in.
Yes?
Mr. Bill Grant here to see Mr. Adams.
Bill Grant. Tell him I'm not in, Madge.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Grant, but Mr. Adams isn't in.
But I know he is.
But I...
And this gun in my hand says I'm going in to see him. You too, sister. You're coming in with me, so you won't have a chance to call the police.
But
Come on, get going.
Of course. This way.
That's better.
This door here.
You open it, and walk in ahead of me.
All right. Mr. Adams, this man...
Madge, I told you
Keep me out, I know, Adams, but this gun told her differently.
All right, you're in. What do you want?
You, for killing my brother.
I didn't kill him.
You had reason to, didn't you? He took Helen Martin away from you.
Sure he did. But if I killed everybody who took a girl away from me, I'd have a string of murders to my credit long enough to...
Say, there's nobody outside, so... All right, you put down that gun. Put it down, I said.
Hey, what are you... Thanks for knocking that gun out of his hand, mister, whoever you are.
I'm Boston Blackie. You Jack Adams?
That's right.
There's no one outside, so I thought I'd just step in here when I heard voices. Who's the fellow who had the gun on you?
Bill Grant.
Oh, you're Bill Grant.
Yes, and this fellow Adams killed my brother Jim.
You think Adams killed him, huh? Well, the police thought for a while that maybe you'd killed him.
Well, I didn't.
You were in his apartment just before the shot was fired.
Yes, I was in the library when I heard the shot. I ran in and found Jim dead, and then I got out of there.
Odd you didn't call the police.
I didn't dare. I knew the police would find out that Jim and I weren't too friendly. I thought it best to just disappear.
Tell me, Grant, did you know Harry Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in your building?
Yes.
Did you know it too, Adams?
Who's Harry Matthews?
Never mind. That answers my question. Grant, how long have you known Matthews was involved in those robberies?
Not long. About 2 weeks, I guess. Helen Martin, Jim and I were talking about it the other night. Helen said we ought to turn him in. Jim said no. I said we should stay out of it, too. Not get involved.
Your brother's apartment was never robbed, was it?
No.
I didn't think it had been.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Grant. Nothing at all. Miss Martin, I stopped in to tell you I think I know who killed Jim Grant.
You do, Blackie? Who?
His brother, Bill.
Oh, no.
Yes, since the death of Matthews, the superintendent, I think Bill Grant is the only one who could be guilty.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, Jim and Matthews were killed by the same person, I'm sure of it. Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in his building. Someone who knew that killed Jim and forced Matthews to make the murder recording.
Oh, it was Matthews who made the record.
Yes, the police proved that with auditions.
Well, why couldn't Jack have killed them?
Because Jack didn't know about Matthews' little racket, so he'd have nothing to threaten Matthews with.
Oh, yes, of course.
You were suspected, you know.
What?
But you couldn't have killed Jim. You were here getting dressed at the time Jim was killed.
Why, you know where I was, Blackie. I imagine I'd been here dressing for, well, I think it was almost 2 hours.
Yes, so you said. And Jim had been dead only 25 minutes when we got to his place.
Yes. And we were here for some time together, remember? You had to change a light bulb for me.
Yes, I remember. Oh, say, I just thought of something.
What?
When I went into my apartment, Matthew's hat and coat were in my living room, and his body was in my bedroom.
So?
So, I don't know why I never thought of this before. There's a home recording machine in my bedroom. Matthews was probably in my bedroom making a record, confessing everything, and naming Jim's killer when the killer came in. Or he might have made the record already, and his killer didn't know it.
Then the record would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes. And I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm going downtown, pick up Faraday, get up to my apartment, and get the record that's going to get Bill Grant.
Look, Blackie, how much longer do we have to sit here? Your apartment's bad enough with the lights on, but in the dark it's a perfect trap for Helen Martin, Faraday. I think you're crazy, Blackie. If she came up here and killed Matthews, she'd know you didn't have a home recorder in your bedroom or anywhere else.
She came up here looking for Matthews, not for furniture, Faraday.
Well, maybe so. But I still say I shouldn't have come up here when you telephoned. She's not the one.
I say she is. She said she'd been dressing for 2 hours when Mary and I arrived. I don't think she'd been there for 5 minutes.
Why not?
I told you why not. When I changed the light bulb, went out, it wasn't even slightly warm. I didn't think of it at the time, but a bulb that's been burning for 2 hours is going to be red hot.
All right, Blackie, but...
But nothing, Faraday. It's only 10 minutes from Miss Martin's house to Grant's apartment. She could have killed him, been at her house when we arrived, and then gone back to Jim's with us, all inside of the 25 minutes time between the shot and when we arrived.
Well, maybe so, but that's cutting the...
Shh. Here she comes. Quiet.
All right. That's not a woman. Shh. Who is it?
I don't know yet. But whoever it is heading for my bedroom.
Let's grab him. Snap on the lights.
All right.
All right, you stop where you are.
Who's there?
It's Jack Adams.
So, Jack Adams couldn't have been the killer. But Helen Martin had to be, huh, Blackie?
What are you talking about?
You know what he's talking about, Adams. Wish I did. I had you figured innocent. I don't know why. But it looks as if you killed Jim Grant and Harry Matthews.
You're crazy. I didn't kill anybody.
Then why are you here?
I can't tell you.
Well, I can tell you. You're here to get a record off the recorder in my bedroom. A record that will convict you of murder.
No. No, I was here to get a record, but I didn't know it had anything like that on it. I didn't kill anyone, I tell you. I just came up here to get that record for Helen.
Helen Martin?
Yeah, she told me what to do, but she didn't tell me why.
I'll tell you why later. I'll tell you now, though, that when Helen Martin made an errand boy of you, she almost made a chump of me. Yes?
Package for Mr. Boston Blackie.
For me?
You Mr. Boston Blackie?
Yes.
Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow, but it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right. Oh, say there's a note attached to it.
That'd come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. There you are. And this is for you.
Hey, thanks. One more tip like this, and I can retire. So long.
Goodbye. This package feels as if it's a phonograph record. Strangers should feel like that because that's what it is. Huh. And the note says, play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Wonder what this is, anyhow. It might be,
Sit in that chair, Boston Blackie. Sit in that chair.
It's Mary.
Yes, sit in that chair and be comfortable. Because you are about to die. You are about to die of shock. Because I don't have to ask you any questions about this case, because I know all the answers. Helen Martin killed Jim Grant because he found out who she really was. She was really Mrs. Harry Matthews, and she was the person who was actually robbing the apartments in Jim Grant's building.
Uh-huh.
And Helen killed her husband because he made the record thinking it was just to scare Jim Grant. Actually, the record was to make the police think that a man killed Grant. When Matthews found out Jim had actually been killed, he came to your apartment to tell you about his wife. She killed him to keep him from telling and raced back to her apartment so we could be her alibi. Don't you think I'm smart, Blackie?
Brilliant.
And don't you think so too, Inspector Faraday?
No. You just got all that information from reading Helen Martin's confession.
Oh, Inspector, you promised you wouldn't say that. Now you spoiled everything.
Why?
I wanted Blackie to think I was so smart that no matter how hard a problem was to solve, I could never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, The Maltese Falcon. The starring players.
This is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Mary Astor.
This is Sidney Greenstreet. And this is Peter Lorre.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Warner Brothers' sensational mystery story, The Maltese Falcon. It stars Humphrey Bogart as Private Detective Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Miss Wonderly, Sidney Greenstreet as Casper Gutman, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo. This is the story of the Maltese Falcon and of the people whose lives it touched and seared. It began in San Francisco when a beautiful young woman, who identified herself as Miss Wonderly, walked into the offices of Spade and Archer, private detectives. Miss Wonderly had just told Sam Spade why she wished to engage detectives when Spade's partner, Miles Archer, entered the office.
Oh, excuse me, Sam. No, it's all right, Miles. Come in. Miss Wonderly, this is Miles Archer, my partner.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you. Miss Wonderly's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Floyd Thursby. They're here in San Francisco. Miss Wonderly has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight. Maybe he'll bring the sister with him. The chances are he won't. Miss Wonderly wants us to find the sister, get her away from Thursby, and back home.
But I want you to know that he's a dangerous man. I don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't believe he'd hesitate to kill Corinne, my sister, if he thought it would save him.
Uh-huh. What time is he coming to see you, Miss Wonderly?
After 8 o'clock.
All right, Miss Wonderly, we'll have a man there.
Oh, I'll look after it myself.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. Will $200 be enough for a retainer?
Plenty. Oh, it'll help if you meet Thursby in your hotel lobby, Miss Wonderly.
I will. Thank you again.
Goodbye. Well, Archer, what do you think of her?
Sweet. I'm going to enjoy shadowing her.
Okay, sucker. You call me if you run into any trouble. Hello? Yes, it's Spade.
It's Lieutenant Dundee, Spade.
What's on your mind, Copper?
Don't you mind being interested in knowing that your partner, Archer, was found in an alley near the St. Mark, shot through the heart from close range. Blast burned his coat. Coming down for a look at him before he's moved?
No. You've seen everything I could.
His gun was tucked away on his hip. It hadn't been fired. His overcoat was buttoned. Was he working, Sam? Well?
He was supposed to be tailing a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
What for?
Now, don't crowd me. I'll see you after I break the news to Archer's wife.
I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Oh, hello, Copper. Come on in.
Break the news to Archer's wife, Sam?
Uh-huh.
What kind of a gun do you carry?
None. I don't like 'em much.
You don't just happen to have one on you.
Search me. Turn the dump upside down if you want to. I won't squawk if you got a search warrant.
Why were you tailing Floyd Thursby, Sam?
I wasn't. Archer was, for the swell reason that we had a client who was paying good money to have him tailed.
Who's the client?
Sorry, I can't tell you that.
You didn't go to Archer's house to tell his wife. I called up and the girl from your office was there, and she said you told her to go.
What are you leading up to?
Just this, Spade. Floyd Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel about a half an hour after I talked to you.
Oh. I came into my apartment just a few minutes ahead of you. I was walking around thinking things over.
I knew you weren't here. I tried to get you on the phone. Where'd you walk to?
Just around. Thursby die?
Yeah.
How'd I kill him? I forget.
He was shot 4 times in the back.
Hotel people know anything about him?
Nothing. Except he'd been there a week.
Alone?
Alone.
You find out who he was? What his game was?
No, I thought you could tell me that.
I've never seen Thursby dead or alive.
Now, look, Spade. You know me. If you did get Thursby, you'll get a square deal from me and most of the breaks. I don't know that I'd blame you a lot. Man that kills your partner.
Damn sticky spray Marat Han.
That's fair enough. Now, would you mind scramming? I got some thinking to do, and I'd like to get a little sleep before daylight. Hello? Yeah, this is Sam Spade. Oh, I was just going to call you. Where are you? The Coronet on California Street, apartment 101? What's that? The name's Miss LeBlanc. Okay, I'll be right out. Good morning.
Come in, Mr. Spade. Mr. Spade, I have a terrible, terrible confession to make. That story I told you yesterday was all just a story.
Oh, that. Well, we didn't exactly believe your story, Miss, is your name Wonderly or LeBlanc?
It's really O'Shaughnessy, Bridget O'Shaughnessy.
Oh. Well, Miss O'Shaughnessy, as I said, we didn't exactly believe your story. We believed your $200.
Oh?
Yes, you see, you paid us too much to be telling the truth.
You knew that when you accepted the money?
Oh, I suspected it. I was positive when Joe Cairo called on me.
Joe Cairo?
Yeah. Yeah, he seems interested in Floyd Thursby, too.
What did he say?
About what?
About me?
Nothing.
Well, what did he talk about?
Well, he offered me $5,000 for a black statuette of a bird. He was pretty sure I had it or knew where it was.
Do you?
Oh, I think I know someone who does, and $5,000 is a lot of money. But right now, the police are trying to find out who hired us to tail Floyd Thursby.
Mr. Spade, do they know about me?
Well, I don't think they do. I've been able to stall them so far.
Must they know about me at all, Mr. Spade? Couldn't you manage somehow to shield me from them?
Maybe. But I'll have to know what it's all about.
I can't tell you now. Later I will, when I can. You must trust me, Mr. Spade. Oh, I'm so alone and afraid. I've got nobody to help me if you won't help me. Be generous, Mr. Spade. You're strong. You're brave. You can spare me some of that strength and courage, surely.
Sister, you don't need much of anybody's help. You're good. Chiefly your eyes, I think, and that throb you get in your voice when you say things like, be generous, Mr. Spade.
All right. I deserve that. But the lie was in the way I said it, and not at all in what I said.
Ah, now you are dangerous. Still, Cairo offered me $5,000.
It's far more than I could ever offer you if I must bid for your love.
Yeah, that's good coming from you. Have you given me any of your confidence, any of the truth? I can't go ahead without more confidence in you than I have now.
Can't you trust me just a little while?
Well, how much is a little? And what are you waiting for?
I must talk to Joe Cairo.
Oh. Well, you can see him tonight. I know where to reach him.
Oh, he can't come here. I can't let him know where I am. I'm afraid.
We'll all meet at my place, then.
All right.
I'm delighted to see you again, Miss O'Shaughnessy.
I was sure you would be, Joe. Mr. Spade told me about your offer for the Maltese Falcon. How soon can you have the money ready?
Oh, it is ready.
You are ready to give us $5,000 if we turn the Falcon over to you?
I shall be able to give you the money as soon as the bank opens in the morning.
But I haven't got the Falcon.
Then why did you send for me?
Because I'll have it in another week.
Yes? Where is it?
Where Floyd hid it.
If you know where he hid it, why must we wait a week? And why are you willing to sell it to me?
I'm afraid. After what happened to Floyd, I'm afraid to touch it except to turn it over to somebody else right away.
Exactly what did happen to Floyd?
The fat man.
Gutman? Is he here?
I don't know. I suppose so.
If you two let me interrupt for a second, I can answer that. Gutman is here.
How do you know?
Because he called me and asked me to see him.
Have you?
Not yet. I thought that after our friend Cairo here left, I'd find out just how you and I stand before I took on any more clients.
Now do you know how you and I stand, Sam?
Yeah. If I can believe anything about you. But you're such a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Well, I wouldn't brag about it. Was there any truth at all in that yarn you were telling me about Thursby and the Falcon?
Some. Not very much.
Well, we've got all night before us.
I'm so tired. So tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is a lie and what is the truth. I wish...
Now, look, honey, I think I'd better have a talk with Gutman in the morning. Now, Mr. Gutman, shall we talk about the Falcon?
Oh, by all means, Mr. Spade. But first, sir, answer me a question. Are you here as Miss O'Shaughnessy's representative?
Well, there's nothing certain about it either way yet. It depends.
Maybe it depends on Joel Cairo?
Maybe.
The question then, Mr. Spade, is which you'll represent. It'll be Miss O'Shaughnessy or Mr. Cairo.
I didn't say so.
Who else is there?
There's me.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, sir, wonderful. I do like a man who tells you right out he's looking out for himself. Don't we all?
Uh-huh. Now let's talk about the Blackbird.
Let's, Mr. Spade. Have you any conception of how much money can be got out of that Blackbird?
No, but you just tell me what it is, and I'll figure out the profits.
You mean you don't know what that bird is?
Well, I know it's black enamel, about a foot high, and I know the value in human life you people put on it.
Miss O'Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is?
He offered
and
me
Cairo didn't either?
He offered me $10,000 for it.
Do either of them know what that bird is, sir? What is your impression?
Well, there's not much to go by, but I don't think so.
If they don't know, I'm the only one in the whole wide, sweet world who does.
Good. And when you tell me, there'll be two of us.
Mathematically correct, sir. But I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
If you think again and think fast, you'll do your talking today. You're through. What are you wasting my time for? I can get along without you.
That remains to be seen, Mr. Spade. There are ways...
And there's another thing. Keep that gunman of yours away from me while you're making up your mind, or I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you have a very violent temper.
Think it over. You got till 5:30, then you're either in or out for keeps.
Wilma.
I'm gonna kill that guy. I could have done it easy when he was standing there with his back to me.
Of course you could, my boy. But business before pleasure. And we'll be seeing Mr. Spade again before 5:30.
So ends Act One of The Maltese Falcon, starring Peter Lorre, Sidney Greenstreet, Mary Esther, and Humphrey Bogart. Act Two in just a moment. But first, here's the word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Some weeks ago, I was being shown through a shipyard, one of the largest in the country, and stopped to chat with a young woman wearing a safety mask. It gave her a stern, rather severe look, but when she removed the mask to chat with me, she was young and blonde and very lovely. Her skin looked so dainty and fresh that I just couldn't resist saying, "My, you look as though you just stepped out of a bandbox." She laughed and said, "Oh, I've been on the job since early this morning, and I haven't even had time to repowder my face. But after all, I do use your powder, you know." Of course, she's only one of millions of busy, important women who use Lady Esther face powder, partly because of its remarkable clinging quality. They explain that when they use Lady Esther face powder, they have the comfortable feeling that their skin always looks smooth and fresh, never streaked, caked, or shiny. But that's only one of the reasons why more lovely women now use Lady Esther face powder than any other kind. There are two other important reasons. First, the texture of my powder is so flattering that it hides little lines and blemishes, makes your skin look younger. And second, the shades of Lady Esther face powder are so rich, vivid, and alive, they give new interest, a look of new beauty to your skin. And both the unusual texture and the flattering shades are the result of my patented twin hurricane method of making face powder. So if you'd like to have your skin look softer, smoother, younger, and look that way for hours at a time, just try Lady Esther face powder.
reprises on the second act of The Maltese Falcon, starring Humphrey Bogart as Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Bridget O'Shaughnessy, Sidney Greenstreet as Casper Gutman, the Fat Man, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo. Late in the afternoon, following Sam Spade's visit to Gutman's apartment, a dying man staggered into Spade's office and collapsed on the floor. He died before he could speak to Spade, but his papers identified him as Captain Jacoby of the steamship La Paloma, and clutched to his bullet-torn chest was the Maltese Falcon. After depositing the Falcon in a railroad station check room and mailing the identification check to his private post office box, Sam met Bridget O'Shaughnessy and took her to his apartment.
You know, Sam, I never would have faced myself in this position if I hadn't trusted you completely.
Oh, that again?
But you know that's so.
You don't have to trust me as long as you can persuade me to trust you.
But Sam, darling.
Well, I think we better let it go at that until we see what happens after Gutman gets here.
The fat man? Here?
Certainly, why not? Anyway, that should be him. So it's too late to change our plans. I'll be right back. Oh, hello, Gutman.
Good evening, sir.
I see you brought company. I can understand the gunman, but I didn't know Cairo was a friend of yours.
No, we're old acquaintances. Now that we're all here, let's go in and sit down and be comfortable and talk.
Oh, sure. Come on in. Now, look, Angel. Gutman brought a couple of friends along.
Good evening, Miss O'Shaughnessy.
Hello, Joe.
You look unusually charming this evening, my dear.
Thanks.
The gunsul doesn't talk, Angel. Get away from me, punk.
Stand still and shut up.
Listen, you're not going to frisk me, touch me, and I'm going to make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shot up before we talk.
Never mind, Wilma. Oh, you're certainly a most headstrong and unpredictable individual, Mr. Spade. Now, why did you send for me?
You ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
The Falcon?
That's right, Angel. I've got it.
Well, sir, I have in this envelope $10,000.
$10,000? Oh, we were talking about more money than that.
Yes, sir, we were, but there are more of us to be taken care of now.
Now, that may be, but I've got the Falcon.
I shouldn't think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon, yet we certainly have you.
Yes, I'm trying not to let that worry me, but let the money wait. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy.
I beg your pardon?
Police have got to have a victim, somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
Two. Only 2 murderers, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2 then. Well, the point I've got to give the police, a victim when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it. Let's give him Wilmer here.
Why, you dirty rat.
He actually did shoot Thursby and Jacoby, didn't he? Anyway, he's made to order for the part. Let's turn him over to them.
By God, so you are a character, that you are. There's never any telling what you'll say or do next, except that it's bound to be something astonishing.
Well, it's our best bet. With him in their hands, the police will forget the rest of us.
Your plan is not at all practical, sir. Let's not say anything more about it.
All right. I have another suggestion. Let's give him Cairo.
Well, by God, sir.
Suppose we give him you, Mr. Spade, or Miss O'Shaughnessy. How about that, huh?
Sam, you wouldn't.
You people want the Falcon, I've got it. A fall guy is part of the price I'm insisting on.
You seem to forget you're not in a position to insist on anything.
No? If you kill me, how are you going to get the Falcon?
By God, sir, you are a character.
Well?
Well, what else can I do? I'm sorry, Wilma. Terribly sorry. I want you to know that I couldn't be any fonder of you if you were my own son. But, well, you lose a son, it's possible to get another. And there's only one Maltese Falcon.
You rat, I'll kill you for this.
Thank you, Mr. Spade. When you're as young as Wilma, one simply doesn't understand these things.
And how about some coffee, Bridget? Put the pot on, will you? I don't like to leave my guests.
Surely. Anything to get out of here.
Now, sir, let's get down to business.
I ought to have more than 10,000.
Of course, sir, you understand this is the first payment. You still don't understand the Falcon's worth.
Well, a black enamel bird can't be worth millions.
But it is. Otherwise, I should not have spent 17 years of my life trying to acquire it. The black enamel you refer to, sir, is merely camouflage, covering a solid gold bird encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewel.
Okay. So I get millions later. How's about 15,000 now?
Frankly and candidly, and on my word of honor as a gentleman, 10,000 I gave you is all the money I can raise right now.
But you didn't say positively.
Positive.
Well, if that's the best you can do, it's the best you can do. But it's understood the punk has to stand as the fall guy.
That is part of our agreement, sir.
Okay, I'll make a phone call. The Falcon will be here in an hour.
It's a fake. Huh? This is not the Maltese Falcon. This is a lead imitation covered with the same enamel. See where I've shaved it off with a knife lead? Pure lead.
You bungled it. You, Gutman. You and your stupid attempt to buy it from the Russian who owned it. He caught on to how valuable it was. No wonder we had so little trouble stealing it. You imbecile. You bloated idiot.
Well, sir, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names? Or shall we pay the Russian another call in Istanbul?
Are you going?
17 years I've wanted that little item, and I intend to get it. Another year, well, sir, that'll be an additional expenditure of time on only 5 and 15/17%.
I go with you.
Good. And Wilma?
Wilma,
Where is the boy?
He must have made his getaway while we were unwrapping the Falcon.
A swell lot of thieves.
Well, sir, I left to ask you to return my $10,000.
I held up my end. It's your hard luck, not mine, if you didn't get what you wanted.
I'm sorry, but I must insist.
Oh, a hideout gun, huh? Okay.
Thank you, sir. The shortest farewells are the best. Adieu. And to you, Miss O'Shaughnessy, I leave the fake Falcon as a little memento. Oh, come, Clara.
Hello, police department. Lieutenant Dundee there. Put him on. Tell him Sam Spade's calling. Now, look, Angel. Gutman and Cairo will talk when the cops nail him about us. We've only got minutes to get set for the police. Now, give me your whole story, fast.
Well, where shall I begin?
The day you first came to my office. Why did you want Thursby shadowed?
I suspected him of betraying me to Gutman, and I wanted to find out.
That's a lie. Gutman tried to make a deal with him. You had Thursby hooked, and you knew it. You wanted to get him out of the way before Captain Jacoby arrived with the Falcon. Isn't that so? What was your scheme?
I thought if he saw someone following him, he might be frightened into going away.
Now, look, Archer hadn't many brains, but he wasn't clumsy enough to be spotted the first night. You must have told Thursby he was being followed.
I told him, yes. But please believe me, Sam, I wouldn't have told him if I'd thought Floyd would kill him.
If you thought he wouldn't kill Archie, you were right, Angel.
Didn't he?
Archie'd been a detective too long to be caught shadowing a man up a blind alley with his gun tucked away in his hip and his overcoat buttoned. But he'd have gone up there with you, Angel. He was just dumb enough for that.
Sam.
And then you could have stood as close to him as you liked, there in the dark. Put a hole through him with a gun you'd gotten from Thursby that evening.
Don't talk to me like that, Sam. You know I didn't.
Now, the police will be blowing in any minute now, Angel. Talk.
Oh, why do you accuse me of such a terrible...
Why did you shoot Archer? You thought Thursby would tackle him and one or the other would go down. If Thursby was killed, then you were rid of him. If it was Archer, then you could see that Thursby was caught. Was that it?
Something.
And when you find
like
out that Thursby didn't mean to tackle Archie, you borrowed the gun and did it yourself, right?
I guess so.
I know so. You didn't know Gutman was here looking for you until you learned Thursby was shot. Then you needed another protector. So you came back to me.
Yes, but oh, sweetheart, it wasn't only that. I would have come back to you sooner or later. From the very first instant I saw you, I knew that...
Ah, you angel. Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of San Quentin in 20 years.
Sam, you're not...
Yes, Angel. I'm going to send you over. But if they hang you, I'll always remember you.
Don't, Sam. Don't say that. Even in fun.
It's not fun. I happen to be in the detective business, and you killed my partner. Bad business to let the killer get away with it. Bad for every detective in this country. You're taking the fall.
You've been playing with me. Only pretending you cared. To trap me like this. You didn't care at all. You don't love me.
I think I do. But what of it? I won't play the sap for you.
You know it's not like that. You can't say that.
I am saying it.
You know down deep in your heart, you know that in spite of everything I've done, I love you.
I don't care who loves who. You killed Archer. You're going over for it. Come in. Oh, hello, Copper.
Hello, Sam.
You get Gutman in Cairo?
We got Cairo. Gutman's dead. Kid Wilmer had just finished shooting him when we got there.
I ought to have expected that. You better put the cuffs on Angel, Copper. We're taking her down to the station.
What charge?
Sam.
Murder. She shot Miles Archer. Oh, and you better bring that black bird along, too, Copper. It's part of the evidence against Cairo.
Hey, this is heavy. What's it made of?
The stuff that dreams are made of.
So ends the story of the Maltese Falcon. Thank you, Mary Esther, Humphrey Bogart, Sidney Greenstreet, and Peter Lorre for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight, and also for telling us the most exciting story.
It was our pleasure, Mr. Bradley. We all had a wonderful time making the picture, and the radio version tonight brought back some wonderful memories. Then, too, knowing that the benefits from these programs support the Motion Picture Country House and Clinic give us an added incentive. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Astor. Ladies, you know it's surprising the number of letters new users of Lady Esther face powder have sent me in the last few months. So many of them say the same thing, that Lady Esther face powder is an entirely different kind of powder, that it does wonderful things for the appearance of the skin, makes it look softer, smoother, and often years younger. Well, Lady Esther face powder is more flattering, more becoming, because my powder isn't just mixed, just blended like ordinary face powder. It's made by a method new, unique, exclusively mine. You see, Lady Esther face powder is blown at whirling speed by my famous twin hurricanes. Yes, my patented twin hurricane process blows and whips color and powder particles together until they're evenly married, blended into a fine, smooth, sheer mist of beauty, finer in texture and truer in shade than powder ever made by ordinary methods. That's why Lady Esther face powder smooths on so much more evenly, and why the shades of my powder are so clear and alive. They make your skin younger looking, more vivid, far lovelier. Why don't you try Lady Esther face powder and see how much happier you'll be with the appearance of your skin?
Before we tell you about next week's program, Humphrey Bogart has a word to say from our government.
As you all know, the third war loan drive is on full steam, the drive to back the attack our fighting forces are making against our enemies. As our share toward victory, we at home must buy $15 billion worth of war bonds, which means each one of us must dig down deeper into our own pockets. Each of us must buy at least one extra bond this month. We have to win this war, and we will win, all right. But how soon we win is up to every one of us. So buy an extra war bond this week, sure, to help speed our day to victory.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present highlights from Warner Brothers' great new musical picture, Thank Your Lucky Stars. It will star Joan Leslie, Dennis Morgan, Dinah Shore, and Eddie Cantor. Be sure to listen. Humphrey Bogart can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Thank Your Lucky Stars. Mary Astor is currently playing in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, Thousands Cheer. Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To help your government save tin, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream, and at the same time, you will save yourself money to invest in war bonds and stamps. Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
To pick
a better cigarette. You don't need sleight of hand. Try Lucky's better taste, and then they'll be your favorite brand. Honestly, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
I roamed around the whole wide world from New York to Tibet, and I can tell you Lucky Strike's the finest cigarette. You'll discover Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette. Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Friends, millions of smokers agree Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette. And here's why. You see, fine tobacco and only fine tobacco always gives you that happy blending of perfect mildness and rich, true tobacco taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike's fine tobacco gives you everything you want in a cigarette. Real mildness, rich taste, complete smoking enjoyment. So if you're not happy with your present brand, and a recent 38-city survey shows that millions are not, switch to Lucky Strike. Every puff will prove Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Remember, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette. The
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny is in New York City, and in exactly 30 minutes, he'll be doing his television show. But let me take you back a few days to Beverly Hills, where we find Jack at home getting ready for the trip.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Rochester, we'll be away 12 days, so I hope you've taken care of all the little details. You know?
As usual, I had the gas, electricity, and water turned off, and I left a note for the milkman to stop delivery.
Good. What about the evening paper?
I left instructions on that, too.
You did?
Yeah, now when they're through with it, the Colemans can just throw it away.
Good, good.
Boss, maybe you ought to stop borrowing the Colemans' paper. I got a feeling they're trying to discourage the practice.
What makes you say that?
The last two issues came wrapped around their garbage.
What?
That tea bag Dick Tracy was holding last night was real.
No kidding. Now, Rochester, take my grips out to the car while I call Miss Livingston.
Is Miss Livingston going with us?
No, but she's feeling much better, and she'll be on our next show. It's Miss Livingston's sister I'm picking up.
Her sister, babe?
Yeah, she's going back to Plainfield on the same train we're taking. I'm going to call her. Be happy, go lucky, be happy.
Hello?
Hello, Mary?
No, this is Miss Livingston's maid.
Oh, Pauline. Oh, this is Jack Benny. I didn't recognize your voice.
Well, it has been a long time.
That's right. Not since New Year's Eve.
Oh, you've taken me out since then.
Oh, yes, that drive-in movie. What a picture, huh?
Yeah. That was the first time I ever saw a picture at that drive-in.
You were never there before?
I didn't say that.
Well, the reason I called, I'm coming by to pick up Babe in my car. Put her on the phone, will you?
Okay. It's for you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pauline. Hello? Hello?
Look, mister, get off the party line till I finish.
Jack!
Come on, get off.
Jack, it's me, Babe.
Oh. Well, Babe, I just called... Babe, I just called to tell you I'll pick you up in 15 minutes.
Couldn't you make it a half hour? I'm all ready, but I have to put on my lipstick.
Well, why should that take a half hour?
Well, it's a special lipstick, and it takes longer to put on.
Oh.
But it's worth it. I've been using it for 12 years, and it doesn't smear.
Oh, is it kiss-proof?
Who knows?
Well, try and hurry. Rochester's getting the car out now.
Okay, Jack. I'll rush it. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Rochester, we'll pick up Miss Livingston's sister in about 15 minutes.
Are we going to pick up Mr. Harris, too?
No, he's going with his piano player, Charlie Bagby. I hope they're not late.
You got everything packed, Bagby?
Yeah, Maestro.
Well, in less than an hour, Bagby, we'll be on that super cheap going to New York.
We've been on so many trains. Which one is the super cheap?
Well, you ought to remember the super cheap. That's the one you fell off.
No. That was a cheap.
You better wait for laughs, kid. No, Bagby, the cheap is the one they threw you off. Or was it the El Capitan?
No, the El Capitan is the one they wouldn't let me on.
Oh, yeah.
Say, Phil, how much money are you taking along for expenses?
I don't know.
How come you don't know?
I don't know how much money I'm going to take. Alice hasn't given it to me yet.
Oh.
Look, Bagby, you know something? You ought to get married, too.
Me?
Yeah, you ought to settle down and give up your bad habits like gambling, staying out half the night and drinking.
What are you trying to do? Ruin my character?
Well, it's too late for your character, but there still may be a fighting chance for your liver.
I guess so. You know, Phil, it's too bad Remley couldn't make the trip with us.
Yeah, I thought he'd be over that virus by now.
Well, it's his own fault. He shivered and shook for 3 days. Why didn't he call a doctor?
Oh, he didn't know it was virus. He thought it was the usual thing. Well, let's see. I wonder if I got everything.
Are you taking any books along to read on the train?
Books? No, I'm off books.
Why?
Well, I just finished the one I started last January, and I was kind of disappointed in it.
What's the matter? Was it dull?
No, it was exciting enough, but it was unbelievable. Imagine a giant living in a beanstalk.
Hey, that's the book you borrowed from me. When are you going to get it back?
You'll get it back. You'll get it back. I want to look at them pictures again. Now, come on, Bagby. Let's get going, huh?
Sorry I kept you waiting, Jack.
Oh, that's all right, babe. It gave me a chance to talk to Mary. She feels pretty good now, doesn't she?
Yeah, she'll probably be back in your show next week.
I hope so. She needs the money, you know. Well, there's the car. Oh, babe, let me help you. Let me help you with your trunk, will you?
Thanks.
Gee, it's heavy. There. Now take it easy so it won't fall off your shoulder. Easy.
Now steer me to the car.
Certainly. Now watch it. Don't laugh, the trunk will fall off. A little to the left, a little to the right. Now just dump it in the back seat there. There we are. Now let's get in the car. Start the motor, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, I can't understand that motor. Maybe there's some dirt on the spark plug.
There must be. There's some beautiful flowers growing there.
Darn this spring weather. Start the motor again, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Well, there we are. Now we're on our way.
Jack, do we have to stop and pick up anyone else?
No, Phil is coming with Bagby, and Dennis is driving down with his mother.
Dennis, did you tell the cab driver where to go?
Yes, Mother, the Union Station.
Well, I hope we don't miss the train. What time is it?
It's exactly 1:15. Now it's 1:20.
That's the meter. Now, Dennis, remember what I told you. I want you to take good care of yourself while you're in New York. Watch out for pickpockets.
Oh, don't worry, Mother. I pin my money to my underwear. A little trick I learned from Mr. Benny.
Mr. Benny pins his money to his underwear.
Yeah, when he takes off his shirt, he looks like an artichoke.
I can imagine. Now, Dennis, what hotel are you going to stay at in New York?
Oh, the one Mr. Benny always takes me to, the Acme Plaza.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Dennis. You don't have to live at that dump just because Mr. Benny stays there.
Oh, I like the Acme Plaza, Mother. It's such fun. They play a wonderful game every morning.
Game?
Uh-huh. All the guests gather in the lobby and draw straws to see who's first in the bathroom. You know, Mother, I'm really excited about going to New York. This time I'm going to visit all my friends.
You have friends in New York? Who?
Well, there's Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCuffy, Malarkey, Mahone, Rafferty, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dooley...
Now, Dennis. Dennis, it's all right to... Driver, turn around and watch where you're going.
Oh, please, lady, I only turn around because I recognize your son. He's my favorite singer.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Dennis, sing for the nice man.
Yes, Mother.
Oh, driver, you come back here and listen. I'll take the wheel.
Okay.
Okay, Rochester, the light changed. You can go now.
Yes, sir.
Jack, why don't you buy a new car?
I'll tell you why, babe, because they don't make cars today like they used to.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, take a simple matter like the steering wheel. Today they make them out of plastic. But the steering wheel on this car is made out of seasoned mahogany with solid steel spokes.
Really?
Yeah, here, take a look.
Put that back on. For goodness sakes, Rochester, just tend to your driving.
Yes, sir.
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you, who are you having on your television show?
Gee, you read that beautifully. Do it again, babe. I want you to get used to radio. Go ahead.
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you, who are you having on your television show?
Well, babe, I managed to get 3 great guest stars. I'm having Claudette Colbert, Robert Montgomery, and Basil Rathbone.
Gee, that's wonderful. How did you get them to appear with you on television?
I sent them a telegram and signed it Senator Kefauver. And you know, babe, on Thursday, I'm going to be on the radio show Suspense. Gee, I'm so tickled. A blowout.
Rochester, aren't you going to fix it?
If we stop with those silly things, we'd never get anywhere.
Rochester, you better stop the car.
Jack, I'm afraid we'll be late. Look what time it is, 2:45.
That's the meter.
Yeah. Turn it off, Rochester. It's only us. We got plenty of time. Now stop the car and we'll change the tire. we finally got to the station, babe. Let's go in.
Train now leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Come on, babe.
Gee, I'm ashamed to go on the train the way I look. Fixing that tire ruined my outfit.
Yes, there is a little grease on your T-shirt there.
Correction, please. The train scheduled to stop at Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga will only go to Anaheim and Azusa. Cucamonga was moved on account of the freeway.
Say, babe, you wait here in case any of the gang shows up. I'm going to get a couple of magazines.
Okay, Jack.
Let's see. What magazine should I get?
Can I help? Why, it's Mr. Benny.
Mr. Kitzel! Mr. Kitzel, I didn't know you worked here.
I don't. This is my brother's magazine stand. I'm just helping him out. The poor fellow got such trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Tomorrow, his wife's relatives are coming from the east to visit him, and today he gets sick with the intentional flu.
No, Mr. Kitzel. His flu is intestinal.
It's intentional. You should see his relatives.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, I'd like to get a couple of magazines. Let's see. I'll take Collier's and Look.
Collier's and Look. Here you are. Attention, please. Trains now leaving on track 7 and 11 for Las Vegas and all points the hard way.
Well, Mr. Kitzel...
These trains are pulled by diesel engines.
Mr. Kitzel...
Roll 'em.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, it was nice seeing you, and I hope...
Pardon me, clerk, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you...
Don!
Oh, hello, Jack. I didn't see you.
And you didn't recognize me either, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, I must apologize, Mr. Kitzel, but I was in a hurry and I wanted to get...
Me, you don't have to tell what you want. Automatically, I'm reaching to get you some lucky strikes.
Well...
I've heard you say it so many times that lockies are so round, so firm, so fully packed. And they're so easy and they're free.
No, Mr. Kitzel, they're not free. You see, they're free and easy on the draw.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you.
But, Mr. Wilson, I read where a recent survey in 38 cities showed that millions of smokers aren't satisfied with their present brand of cigarettes. Imagine all those people going around unhappy when all they got to do is change to Lucky Strike. This, to me, is sad.
Oh, it really is.
So, here's your Lucky Strike.
Thank you.
Take them and be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, and thank you for the sale. Pooly poo 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 poo.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, and Don, excuse me, I better get back to Babe.
Attention, please. Train now leaving on track 8 for Barstow, Albuquerque, Kansas City, Chicago, and Cucamonga. They really moved it.
Babe, did you see any of our gang?
No, did you?
Only Don, and he was in a hurry.
Hiya, bud. Long time no see.
Huh? Oh, hello. Come on, babe.
Who was that?
Oh, that's that tout. He must have been here for the Santa Anita races. Oh, look, here comes Dennis and his mother. Hello, Mrs. Day.
Hello. Now, Mr. Benny, Once my boy gets on that train, he's your responsibility.
I know.
And when you get to New York, I want you to take better care of Dennis than you did the last time. Don't be taking him to that place called Minsky's.
Minsky's?
Why, Jack, you didn't take Dennis to a burlesque show.
Babe, Minsky's happens to be the name of a delicatessen. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
See?
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Remember that third salami from the end?
What? Now, come on, kid. Let's all get on the train.
Wait a minute, Jack. I want to get some chewing gum.
Some chewing gum? I'll get it for you, babe. You wait right here. See, I mustn't forget to get my ticket validated, too. I'll do it right after
Bun.
Huh?
Come here a minute.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Look, fella.
Where are you going?
I'm going to buy some chewing gum.
What kind?
Spearmint. What?
Get bubble gum.
Bubble gum? Why?
It's great in the stretch.
Well, I don't know. What about chiclets?
Chiclets haven't got a chance.
Why not?
They're boxed in.
But I like chiclets.
Now be smart, Bud, and take bubble gum. Just look at the breeding.
The breeding?
Yeah. It's by penny on a slot machine.
Oh, well, I don't care about that. I'm going to get spearmint.
Okay, it's your dough.
Gee, look what time it is. I won't have time. I'll get some gum on the train.
Hey, Jackson!
Huh? Oh, hello, Phil. I'm glad you got here in time. What's that you're carrying under your arm?
Bagby?
So soon?
Oh, he's sober. I owe him this for carrying me last night.
Oh, well, you better get him on the train.
Hey, Jackson, by the way, you forgot to get Bagby's ticket.
I did?
Yeah.
Well, here's mine. I'll get myself another one. I'll see you on the train.
Attention, please. Will passengers who just arrived on the train from Catalina please get in your taxis? You're dripping all over the station.
Now, let's see. Oh, here's the ticket window. Oh, pardon me. Are you the ticket clerk here?
Yes. I used to be in Pasadena, but they moved me on account of the freeway.
That's very funny.
Thank you.
Attention, please. He stole that joke from me.
Now, look, clerk. Now, let's not have any trouble here. I want a ticket to New York.
Return trip?
No, one way.
Good.
Now, cut that out. I'm coming back by plane. So just do what
Excuse me, sir, but may I go ahead of you? I'm in a hurry.
Well, yes, I guess so.
Well, you see, I'm just going on my vacation for 3 weeks, and I don't want to waste a minute of it. Clerk, will you give me a ticket? Yes, sir. Where to? Oh, I don't care. Any place is all right with me. Well, the next train out is going to Nashville, Tennessee. No, not there. I don't want to go back to that state again. Why not? What happened there? Well, I'll tell you. I was dancing with my darling to the Tennessee Waltz. When an old friend I happened to see. And you introduced him to your loved one? Yes. And while they were waltzing, my friend stole my sweetheart from me. Well, why don't you try to forget? Forget? I remember the night in the Tennessee Waltz. Now I I know just how much I have lost.
Look, mister.
You keep out of it. Just what did you lose? Well, I lost my little darling the night they were playing the beautiful Tennessee Waltz.
Well, what are you crying for? You're number one on the hit parade.
I told you to keep out of it.
I'm sorry.
Well, look, how about a ticket to Banff? Oh, yes, that'll be swell. Oh, you'll enjoy it there. It's very close to Lake Louise. Oh, no. I can't go there. Why not? Louise was the name of my little darling. Oh, the one I was dancing with to the Tennessee Waltz when an old friend I happened
Look, one chorus is enough. Now, clerk, give me my ticket, will you?
Attention, please. The following trains are now ready to depart. The Super Chief, the El Capitan, the City of Los Angeles, the Golden State Limited, and the Lark. There they go. Super Chief out in front, City of Los Angeles is second, El Capitan is third, the Lark is fourth, and Golden State Limited.
What is this?
Going into the turn, it's still Super Chief by a headlight. Lark is second by a dining car. El Capitan is third by 3 compartments and a bedroom. And coming up fast is City of Los Angeles on the rail.
What is this, anyway?
Coming into the half, Super Chief is still out in front. City of Los Angeles is second by a Pullman, and coming up in third place is the Lark, with the engineer using the whip, and coming up fast on the outside is Mary's sister, Babe.
Jack, we'll be back in just a moment. Now let's have a bit of April 1st fun.
April Fool and lots of fun, but neighbors, we're not joking. When we say Lucky's better taste gives extra joy in smoking. No kidding. Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Most cigarettes look quite alike, but that does not fool me, 'cause I know fine tobacco counts in LSMFT. That's why Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Be happy, go lucky. Be happy, go lucky. Strike. Be happy, go lucky. Go lucky, strike today.
Friends, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette. Yes, every puff of every Lucky always gives you that perfect blending of real mildness and rich, true tobacco taste. For fine tobacco, and only fine tobacco, makes a cigarette completely enjoyable. And you know, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So to get everything you want in a cigarette, switch to Lucky Strike. You'll enjoy the perfect mildness and rich taste that Lucky Strike and only Lucky Strike can give you. Yes, be happy, go Lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike. You'll agree, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Be happy, go lucky. Go lucky, strike today.
Remember, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Rochester, I've got to get out on stage to do my television show in 30 seconds. Now hurry up and finish making me up.
Boss, I'm just putting a little more Maybelline on you.
Why?
Those baby blue eyes don't look good with gray lashes.
Oh, yes. Good night, folks.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. The Jack Benny Show is heard by our armed forces overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Transcribed, this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting. Fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike.
This is Don Wilson. Friends, you know if you smoke, chances are that within the next 24 hours you'll be stepping up to a tobacco counter somewhere for a pack of cigarettes. Before you get to that counter, think about your present brand. Ask yourself if you've been really enjoying it, thoroughly enjoying all 20 cigarettes in every pack. If even just a bit of doubt creeps into your mind, then get yourself a pack of Luckies. Here's why. Smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Taste better for two excellent reasons. Every Lucky is made of fine, light, naturally mild tobacco, and every Lucky is made better to taste better. On the subject of taste, Jack Kramer, America's greatest professional tennis player, has come up with a pretty sound statement. Jack said, "I smoke Luckies. The reason I smoke them is I think they taste better." End quote. So the next time you buy cigarettes, take a tip from Jack Kramer. Switch to Lucky and smoke the cigarette that tastes better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, you've probably often wondered what happens after our radio shows are finished. So right now, let's turn the calendar back 1 week. The program has just been concluded, and our little star is on his way to his dressing room.
There's no business like show business. Da-dum-dum, ba-bum-bum.
Wonderful show, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Dee-da-dee-da-dee-da.
Great show, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, thank you. Dum-bum-bum-bum.
Another funny one, Mr. Benny.
Thanks very much. Yum-bum-bum.
Sensational show, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, thanks. Gee, after 10 years, my writers still call me Mr. Benny. But I prefer to keep a formal relationship. My mother called me that for years. Let's see, what was it my father called me? Oh, well. There's no business like show business. Don't be.
Hello, boss.
Oh, Rochester. Here, hang up my coat, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
Did you call for a masseur like I asked you to?
Yes, sir. I called up for one, and he's coming right over.
Good. I can sure use a massage. You know, Rochester, these shows are work.
Yeah, it's been a tough season for both of us.
What do you mean, both of us?
Boss, you only tell the jokes. I have to sit out there and laugh at them.
Well, it's the least you can do. And incidentally, what was the matter with that audience? They didn't seem to know when to laugh.
Don't blame me. I did everything but lead them with a baton. I even crawled through the aisle, slipped their shoes off, and tickled their toes.
Stop exaggerating, will you? Each week I give you a script and point out a few places where you're supposed to laugh.
A few places? Page 9 had so many arrows on it looked like Custer's last stand.
Oh, stop. Now, Rochester, I want you to brush all that lint off my jacket because when I leave here, I've got a heavy date.
You mean you're going out tonight?
That's right. Come in.
Am I intruding, Jack?
No, come on in, Bob.
Well, I just wanted to check with you. What did you think of the orchestra tonight?
Well, the trumpet section was flat. The trombones and saxophones seemed to be playing two different numbers at the same time. And the rhythm section was offbeat.
Well, I thought they were better than usual, too.
And, Bob, did you notice how the orchestra boys kept their eyes on you when you were leading them? They've never done that before, so I guess my suggestion worked.
Yeah, but I felt silly leading them with a bottle of I.W. Harper.
Well, don't worry, Bob. They looked even sillier sitting there with their tongues hanging out. But I really wish you'd talk to Remley, the guitar player. His playing gets worse every week.
Oh, you don't dig it, Jack. Remley's practically given up the guitar. Oh, on all of his other jobs, he plays the accordion.
The accordion?
Yeah, he's making more money that way.
How can he make more money playing the accordion?
Well, he's got a deal. While he's playing it, he's also crushing grapes.
Gee, with Remley, from the accordion came the wine. Just the same, Bob. I wish you'd tell him to...
Oh, say, Jack, there's
hello, Don.
Jack, there's a little old lady waiting outside here. She says she's a fan of yours and she'd like very much to have your autograph.
Oh, fine, Don, fine. Send her in, will you?
This way, madam.
Mr. Benny?
Yes, yes.
I hope I'm not putting you to any trouble, but I would so appreciate your signing this for me.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
You know, I'm from Waukegan, too. Lived there all my life.
Really?
Wait till I show this to the folks back home. We're all so proud of you at Waukegan.
Well, I know practically everyone there, you know, but it's funny, I don't seem to remember you.
Well, no, you were a little before my time.
Well, here's my autograph.
Thank you.
By the way, did you see our show tonight?
Oh, yes. I was in the audience, and I enjoyed it very much.
Well, good, good.
But I do have one complaint.
A complaint? What is it?
Well, I'm sure it's a very expensive studio you're working in, Mr. Benny, but...
But what?
They've got mice.
Mice? Oh, you must be mistaken.
Well, something was tickling my toe.
Oh, I know what that is. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny, and thank you very much.
You're welcome, I'm sure. You know, she's kind of sweet, but I don't understand. She said I was before her time. Rochester, do I look older than she does?
Boss, do you want me to testify, or are you making a point of order?
Never mind. Don't answer.
Well, fellas, I better be running along. See you at the baseball game tonight, Don.
Right, Bob. Oh, and Jack, I have an extra ticket. How about joining us?
No, thanks, Don. I got myself a big date for tonight. Rochester, when's that masseur coming?
I don't know. He should have been here by now.
Oh, you getting a massage, Jack?
Yeah, you ought to try one sometime, Don. They're great.
Well, I've had a few, but I really can't afford them.
It's not too expensive. I mean, they only charge me $3 for the hour.
They charge you by the hour?
Certainly. How do they charge you?
By the yard.
Well, that figures, Don, but, you know, if you'd only lose a little weight... Come in. Oh, are you the masseur?
No, I'm just carrying this folding table in case I run into 3 people who want to play bridge.
All right, I know you're the masseur. Don't be funny.
Shall we get started?
I'm ready.
All right, take your shirt off.
Okay. There.
Well, a yellow undershirt.
He ain't wearing one. That's him.
Rochester, please. Now then, Mr.
Nelson.
Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Nelson, shall I lie on the table?
Yes, face down, please.
Here, I'll help you up, Jack.
Thank you. There.
Say, your shoulder blades really stick out, don't they?
What?
From where I'm standing, you look like the back of a Cadillac.
Look, you're here to give me a massage, not to make comments.
Sorry. Now, here we go. First, I'll put some oil on.
Look, don't slap, will you please? Rub.
All right.
Ah, that feels good.
I'll get it. Oh, it's the sportsman. Come on in, fellas.
Don, look, I haven't got time to hear a commercial or a song now. I'm getting a massage.
I know, but look, Jack, the boys heard that you're going on a personal appearance tour this summer.
That's right. I've got my show all lined up. I'm opening in the State Fair Auditorium in Dallas, Texas, June 14th.
Well, Jack, the boys have prepared a number for your opening in Dallas. So while you're getting your massage, why don't you listen to it?
Okay, particularly if it's about Texas.
It is.
Oh, well, good.
Hit it, fellas.
Stars at night are big and bright. Deep in the
me so hard.
I'll swing along the trail.
Mr. Nelson, please.
The doggies ball and ball and ball. Deep in
Mr.
the
Nelson.
heart of Texas.
Yes, fellas, I'll be in Dallas for 2 weeks.
The eyes of Texas will be on you all the livelong day. So don't forget to take your fiddle. They'll want to hear you play. Everybody rides in Texas. It's the state where men are men. Better take your padded saddle. Buck Benny rides again. With smoke they like his lucky strike.
Mr. Nelson, don't slap me. Rough.
Throughout the state, they say they're great. It's Lucky Strike.
You're hurting me.
Like the pack of fine tobacco.
Now
They
stop
are
that.
smoking Lucky. The cattle and the favorite brand.
Mr.
They
Nelson.
taste it Lucky. It's just a matter of taste. That's why it's Lucky's.
Well, Jack, what'd you think of that number?
Fine, Don, fine.
I love the beat.
You stay out of this. Now, who is that, I wonder? Hand me the phone, will you, Rochester, please?
Here you are.
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Dennis, where are you?
I'm out looking at houses again.
But, Dennis, you're always looking at houses. You've got a nice house now. Why do you want to move?
It's that real estate agent of mine. For 2 years, he's been pestering me to get another house.
Where'd you find him, anyway?
He's my next-door neighbor.
Well, that clears that up. Tell me, Dennis, is he still showing you around Beverly Hills?
No, this time we're a little farther out.
Well, where are you?
Laguna Beach.
Laguna Beach. Dennis, that's a 60-mile drive. Couldn't you find something closer?
Yeah, but as long as I was making all the lights, I thought I'd keep going.
Oh, fine. Dennis, what do you want from me?
Well, my real estate man showed me a terrific beach house down here. It's right on the beach, and it has 5 rooms.
Only 5 rooms?
10 when it's low tide.
You mean part of the house is underwater?
I found a halibut in the mousetrap.
Well, that's the silliest.
Whoops, gotta hang up now. The tide's coming in.
But, Dennis, you can't.
Goodbye.
What a crazy kid. His windshield's all right, but his head is pitted. Mr. Nelson, I wish you'd hurry with my massage.
Now, hold still. I'm almost through.
Well, it's about time. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That oil you've been putting on me smells rancid.
Well, don't blame me. Blame the butcher.
Butcher?
Yes, I use chicken fat.
You mean all this time you've been rubbing chicken fat on me?
Well, what did you expect for $3 an hour? My sin?
Well, that does it. You've slapped me until I'm black and blue, butted into my personal affairs, and covered my whole body with chicken fat. Now, here's your $3 and go.
No tip?
Oh, get out of here. Oh, my goodness, look what time it is. I'll be late for my date. Who can that be? Hello?
Mr. Benny, this is Dennis again.
Dennis, I have a date and I'm in a hurry. What do you want now?
Well, I just wanted to tell you I didn't buy that house in Laguna, and I'm glad you talked me out of it.
You are?
Yeah, the climate's much nicer here in San Diego.
San Diego. Dennis, how'd you get there so fast?
I flew. You're not the only one who has big shoulder blades.
Now, cut that out. Goodbye. That Dennis, who does he think he's fooling? San Diego. Probably at home making this whole thing up just to aggravate me. Well, I better get going. I don't want to keep my date waiting. Da-da-doom, da-da-doom, da-da-da-da-da-doom, da-da-doom, bo-boom. one last look in the mirror. Maybe I was before her time. Oh, well, I feel great. Might as well go. Gee, I hope they keep my reservation in that cafe. I wonder if she'll like this place I'm taking her to. She's always so critical. But underneath, I think she really likes me. She's so cute. Every time I hear her voice, I get goose pimples. Gertrude, look at that couple in the car next to us. She has her head on his shoulder. Gee, it's a beautiful night. Gertrude, why don't you ever sit with your head on my shoulder?
What?
I said, why don't you ever sit with your head on my shoulder?
What?
Gertrude, you're not working now. Take your earphones off. There, that's better. Move over closer to me, Gertrude.
Okay.
Gee, this is nice.
Say, did you notice a little bump a minute ago?
No.
Neither did I, but it smells like we ran over a chicken.
Darn that masseur.
What?
Nothing.
I'm getting hungry. Where is this restaurant anyway?
Just a few more miles. Let's see what's on the radio.
Okay.
This is station XTMO, the voice of Tijuana, Mexico. And now we continue our program with another song from Tijuana's newest resident, Senor Dennis Day.
See? I thought he was making it all up.
Quiet, I want to hear Dennis.
Here in this enchanted place, here enclosed in your embrace, here with you so near to me, here is where I want to be. The world outside may be thrilled by the treasures that people buy for gold, but I would rather be thrilled by the treasures that I alone can hold. Here beside the warmth of you, here within a dream or two, here for all eternity, here is where I want to be. The world outside may be thrilled by the treasures that people buy for gold, but I would rather be thrilled by the treasures that I alone can hold. Here beside the warmth of you, here within a dream or two, here for all eternity,
Gertrude, we're almost there.
I still don't see why we couldn't have gone to Ciro's or the Macombo.
Oh, everybody goes there. This is a little different. You'll love this French restaurant.
Well, where is it? I don't see it.
It's just down a few steps. We're right here. Here, watch the steps. Watch it. See, it was nothing.
Welcome to Musty Michel's.
Bonjour, Michel.
Bonjour, Monsieur Benny. Step this way, please.
Michel, it always used to be so nice and quiet here. Why is it so crowded?
Tonight it is a special occasion.
Special occasion?
Oui, it is the reunion of the Société des Légaux Travailleurs de Paris.
What kind of a society is that?
The sewer workers of Paris.
Boy, did they pick the right place.
Quiet, Gertrude.
Here we are, a nice table for two. I remove the phone book like so, and...
Wait a minute. You're not giving us this telephone stand for a table.
Oh, but, monsieur, we crowded the society.
I don't care about the society. I'm a steady customer. I'm entitled to a little comfort.
Yeah, who would eat at a tiny table like this? I'd hardly be able to order anything.
That's right. On this smaller space, how much could she... Sit down, Gertrude.
But if mademoiselle is unhappy, perhaps I could find...
Michel, shut up, et vous? Avec. This is fine.
While you are deciding about dinner, may I suggest to drink some nice vin de cerise de la Provence?
What's that?
That is cherry wine from the provinces.
Nah.
Well, I could also give you vin de raisin sec de Bordeaux.
Come again?
Well, that is raisin wine from Bordeaux.
I don't know. Haven't you got anything else?
Well, we have something new. Vin de raisin de Montpiano.
What's that?
Grape wine from an accordion.
What?
Cresta Remley, 54.
Gee, Bob wasn't kidding. Michelle, we don't want anything to drink. We'll just look over the menu and order dinner in a few minutes.
Oui, I shall return.
Why do you take me to these places? Why couldn't we go somewhere where they have music and dancing?
Gertrude, we went to a nightclub last week.
You call that a nightclub?
Well, they had an orchestra, didn't they?
Some orchestra. A ukulele accompanied by a Hoover vacuum cleaner.
Oh, stop complaining. I'll admit we're a trifle cramped here, but it's a nice place.
Monsieur Benny?
Yes?
I regret to impose, but as you see, we are not prepared to accommodate such a big reunion, so if you do not mind, Monsieur Pierrot here would like to sit with you.
But, Michelle, we haven't room.
Je complimente cet homme. Il a une belle jeune fille.
What'd he say? What'd he say?
He says you are to be complimented on having such a beautiful young companion.
Well...
Elle n'est pas que belle, mais elle a le flair de lilas et rose.
What'd he say? What'd he say?
He says not only is she beautiful, but she has the fragrance of lilacs and roses.
Il sent de poulet gras.
What'd he say then?
He says you smell like chicken fat.
For heaven's sake. Gertrude, let's get out of here. I came here with my girl. Ladies and gentlemen, in this critical period when the United States needs all the friends overseas it can get, sending care packages abroad gives us an opportunity to make friends for America on a personal basis. President Eisenhower has endorsed CARE, calling it a person-to-person expression of international goodwill, since each care package is delivered in the name of an individual American to a specific individual in Europe or Asia. So please remember, contact your care office as each care package becomes an ambassador of American goodwill. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, a word to cigarette smokers.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
Friends, when you buy a pack of Luckies, when you unravel the red cellophane tab and take out a cigarette and light up, well, you'll be enjoying a cigarette that tastes as fresh as the day it was made. That's because every pack of Luckies is extra tightly sealed to keep in the freshness, the better taste that has made Luckies so popular with millions of smokers. You see, the makers of Luckies know, just as you do, that smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. That's why they do everything humanly possible to keep Luckies better tasting. That's why fine tobacco goes into every Lucky Strike. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. And Luckies taste better because they are made better. Made round and firm and fully packed to draw freely, to smoke evenly. So for a better tasting, fresher tasting cigarette, be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Did you have a good time, boss?
Not bad, Rochester. The food was good, but the restaurant is so far out that... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis again. I want to find out what time rehearsal is.
Dennis, where are you?
I'm at home.
Oh, you finally got home, huh? Well, Dennis, the first rehearsal will be at 10 o'clock in the morning. Then we have a dress rehearsal.
Excuse me, Mr. Benny. I got to go. I think my mother's cooking dinner for me.
You think?
Yeah, I smell chicken fat.
Over the phone? Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
Stay tuned for Amos and Andy on the CBS Radio Network.
There's a lot of guys in L.A. who wear black suits. Ushers, waiters, floor walkers, and the crew down at the coroner's office. Petticini wore a black suit, but he didn't do any of those things. He had a different angle. I found that out the first time I saw him. A big guy with a lot of black hair and a pair of hands he could have rented out to a shovel company. It all started last Thursday in a one-arm joint on 6th Street. I was working on a cup of coffee that would have been Exhibit A for the Restaurant Commission when the skinny guy who runs the place got ambitious.
Hey, Bud. Something to go with your coffee or bear claw, maybe, huh?
I'll chew on that coffee a while.
I made it myself. I got a special recipe. It's a secret.
Save it for the next war. We'll need some weapons.
Oh. Try to please the public, and what do you get? Nothing but talk. Everybody gotta have an answer. I'm gonna be a big man in this business someday, and then...
Sure. Your phone's ringing. Maybe it's J.P. Morgan.
Oh, you're a wise guy or something, huh?
So it's only a girl.
I ain't got one. A girl ties you down, you can't get nowhere. It's bad business. Hello, ye Bear Claw Coffee Shop, you who? I'll ask her. Hey, Bud, is your name Regan?
Who wants to know?
A guy named Lyon.
Hang up on him.
Bad business, hanging up on people. Here.
Okay. Yeah?
Oh, Jeffrey, I'm glad I finally located you. I know this is your day off.
I'm busy. So long.
Now, wait. Don't hang up. I wouldn't think of interfering with anything you have planned today. I just thought I might be able to help you relax, relieve the tension.
What's in it for you?
Oh, now, Jeffrey. I intend to watch the workouts at the Lacey Street Gym today, but I can't make it myself. Now, if you'd care to go, just use my name at the main gate. They'll let you right in.
Who's the client?
Client? Client? I didn't say anything about a client. course, if you want someone to talk to, someone who knows the ins and outs of the fine, manly sport of boxing, there's a chap named Pettacini. Be sure and look him up. Give him my best regards. Old friend, roomed together in college.
What college?
What college? Well, at the moment it escapes me.
So did I. So long.
Now, wait. Oh, the truth is, Jeffrey, I don't really know this Pettacini guy at all. He retained us. But I thought you could enjoy yourself at the gym. Meet Pettacini, talk to him, find out what he wants. Then the first thing tomorrow, you can start right in, show him the kind of service International can...
That's bad business you're hanging up on people.
Oh, shut up.
Every time I get hot into the collar, I always sit down and drink myself a cup of coffee. You want some?
I'm not that hot.
Oh, is that going to be for you, that him calling back, huh?
Try hello. You'll pick it up from there.
Hey, where you going? What'll I say to him?
Try hello. You'll pick it up from there.
That's what you just said.
Yeah. I had my choice of talking to the Lion again or going straight out to the Lacey Street gym and talking to a guy named Pettacini. I already knew what the Lion had to say. So I drove out Sunset past Alvarado, found it in the middle of the block. Big pile of cement that might have been a soundstage once. I drifted through the gate and started up the ramp. That's when a little guy wearing a hat he could have used for a snoot stuck out a hand.
Price is 50 cents. 50 cents to watch.
I work for Anthony J. Lyon. He said to use his name.
All right, you used it. 4 bits.
You always this nice?
I won first prize this week.
You must have cheated.
Look, the name's Joey Arch. Used to fight bantamweight. Now, you're tempting me, and it'd be an assault with a deadly weapon if I hit you.
I'll wire for help.
Oh, cut it out. All the time answers.
Look, I came here to see a guy named Pettacini.
And Joey's making it tough for you, is that it?
Huh?
My name's Pettacini. You looking for me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Lion sent me.
You be Regan? Joey apologized, don't you, Joey?
Yeah, but this guy... Oh. Okay, Regan. Think I'm still fighting sometimes.
Thanks for coming. Look, I've been working out with the boys. I want to get out of these clothes and catch a shower. My office is upstairs. I'll be right up. Make yourself at home.
It wasn't much of an office. A couple of rooms with a connecting wastebasket. Figured Pettacini wasn't going to retire from what he made out of the boxing business. I was just finishing my cigarette when he walked in. This time, he wasn't wearing the sweatsuit. He was wearing a black one. But he skipped the white carnation. I didn't figure to do much for that white collar he was wearing backwards. Father Pettacini?
Yes, that's right.
I didn't know you were a priest down there.
Well, you can't punch a bag wearing a cassock. You're surprised, aren't you? I'm 38 years old, Regan, and I get surprised every day.
There's no other Pettacini around here.
No, I'm the one you're supposed to see.
Well, maybe the Lion didn't know you were a priest either.
Well, come to think of it, I may not have mentioned it when I phoned him.
I thought so. Well, Father, we'd be glad to help, but I'm not sure you have anything to be in our line.
This is in your line.
Oh? All right, Father, what can I do for you?
Find Davy Lang. Do you know him?
Middleweight?
Mm-hmm.
One who topped Al Shummer 2 nights ago.
That's him.
Gee, a guy like Davy'd be hard to lose.
Not so very. You know anything about him?
Well, I've seen him fight. He's a comer. Turned pro a couple of years ago, that's all.
I'll tell you the rest. He's got a good right hand, and he keeps in training. He's one of my boys, Regan, and I want him back.
Well, a guy like Davy can take care of himself.
Nobody can take care of himself. Davy's on parole, Regan. He made a mistake once.
And you don't want him to make another one?
He's due to report at the parole office before Saturday.
Well, what's he waiting for, an engraved invitation?
I don't know, Regan. I haven't talked to him lately.
Oh, he's disappeared.
Yeah.
They gave him a rule book when they let him loose. He knows what he's doing.
And you and I both know what it means if he antagonizes those people. It'd be rotten if they sent him back up. Rotten.
You can only do one job, Father.
I'll do a dozen if I have to. That's why I wear this collar. Have you got a light?
Here.
Thanks. You know, I was raised on this street, Regan. I've known a lot of guys like Davy Lang, kids who make little mistakes that turned into big mistakes.
You figure Davy Lang hasn't made that big one yet?
I figure David Lang isn't going to make that big one. That's why I sent for you, Regan. Here's a check. If it takes more, I'll get it.
No, thanks.
You won't help me?
Well, I didn't say that. When did he turn up missing, Father?
Right after his bout last Tuesday night. I'm his manager and trainer till he gets going. He dropped Al Shummer in the fourth. 10 minutes later, I went to his dressing room and he was gone. I haven't seen him since.
Anybody else see him? Doorman, cab driver?
No. I thought he'd call me, but he hasn't.
Been over to his place 3 times, no answer.
What do his people say?
His parents dead. He lives alone at this address. Here. You've seen him in the ring. You know what he looks like.
Yeah. Does he have a girl?
I don't know.
Anything else that'd help?
Yes. Davy's a good boy.
I told you I'll do the job, Father.
You'll do it better if you believe in him.
Suppose it turned out different.
Suppose I tell you about a middleweight named Ignatius Loyola.
Look, nobody's going to put Davy's picture on a church window.
You don't have to be a saint to make the finals.
Even the Bible says sin's here to stay.
And that's why people like me will always have a job to do.
All right, Father. I'll let you know when I have something.
Thanks, Regan. Oh, Regan.
Yeah?
You didn't ask me why I didn't call in the police.
I didn't have to. Davy's not in violation until Saturday.
Crosby did it. I don't know why I couldn't. This is the old...
I left him standing there blowing smoke rings. A kind of smile came on his face, like maybe he just got some inside dope and something real big. But I didn't feel like smiling. I climbed in my car and drove down to Missing Persons Bureau. They hadn't picked up anybody who looked like Davy Lang. Then I went through the dead and unclaimed records over the city morgue. Nothing there. Lincoln Heights and City Jail, all the hospitals turned up the same. Nothing. It was after 7 when I got to the address Father Petticini had given me. A red brick apartment house in South Marathon. Davy's place was on the 2nd floor. I pulled out a ring of skeletons and won my letter on the 3rd key. I didn't expect to find anything. I was wrong. A blue suit with a scar across his face was standing in the middle of the room. It was dark in there, but I could still see that .45. Then I began to feel nervous, like a hula dancer in a forest fire.
All right, Nosy, close the door. Walk over to that wall. That's right. Okay. Now, tell me you're the landlord. Hmm? Milkman? Friend of Davy's? That way, huh? Well,
Listen, Bust.
Don't you guys ever learn?
My knees folded like an army cot. I began to see pinwheels all over the place. He knelt down beside me and went through my pockets. I heard him grunt when he found my gun. Then he lit a match to read my billfold. He didn't like what he found there, either.
Your name is Regan, and you're gum healing for Davy Lang. Who sent you?
Oh.
I ask you one question. Who sent you, Regan? Was it Mel Lawrence? Did she hire you? No. She'd have more brains than that. That priest, wasn't it? Davy ain't got no family. It was the sky pilot who hired you, wasn't it? Petticini. Yeah. Petticini. Why didn't I think of that, huh? Petticini.
It was a good show, but I didn't catch the last act. I did remember the advance publicity. Any kind of preview would tell you Davy Lang hadn't just run out on a priest and parole board. There was a lot more I had to find out, and it figured Father Petticini wasn't going to like the way it wound up. It was an ice age later. I rolled over and found out I had some legs. Then I found a bottle of scotch on top of the stove, and that helped a lot. I tugged on it while I went around the place. There were 3 suits and an empty suitcase in the closet, and some shirts and things in one of the drawers. Wherever Davy'd gone, he was traveling light. I was trying to fit in the guy with the scar when I remembered him talking about a girl named Mel Lawrence. I polished off the scotch and tried the telephone book. I was lucky. It said Mel Lawrence lived over on Melrose. I was still rocking on my heels when I rang her bell. When I saw that blonde hair, I began to feel better. She stood there and looked at me a while like I was breathing some air I shouldn't. Then she turned halfway around and gave me a profile.
I wasn't expecting company, or I'd change clothes.
You got something better than that?
Do you like the way I wear my hair?
Fits your face.
How about my face? Do you like it?
It's nice.
I'm looking for a new boyfriend. Mine ran out on me. Come on in. I keep my scotch over there and my bourbon over there. I'm a model. I work 3 or 4 days a week, and the rest of the time, I don't have anything to do.
Well, if things are that good, why'd your boyfriend leave?
You tell me.
Maybe I can help.
Sure you can. Just put your arms around me and kiss me.
My name's not Davy.
Shut up and kiss me.
Well, that wasn't the trouble.
Now, tell me I'm pretty.
You're pretty.
Tell me you like me a lot.
I like you a lot.
Tell me you like to kiss me. Tell me that Davy used to tell me. Tell me all that, and then tell me why he didn't pick me up. Why'd he clear out? Where's he gone?
Sit down.
What's the matter with me? What have I got that other girls haven't
I
got?
said sit down.
You hit me.
It's time to talk sense.
Who are you anyway?
My name's Regan. I'm looking for Davy Lang.
What do you want with him?
Father Pettigini hired me to find him.
Father Petticini. He wants to make sure Davy keeps his nose clean.
He didn't mention your name.
I never met him. Davy's told me a lot about him. Only Davy isn't around anymore to tell me about him now. Davy ran out on him. He ran out on me.
Maybe he didn't.
Oh, yes, he did. When Davy goes someplace, he just goes. That's all. You aren't going to find him.
A blue suit with a 45 and a scar said different.
I met him
I
tonight.
met him tonight over at Davy's place. You know Davy's playmates. Who is he?
I don't know a man with a scar.
Who is he?
I don't know. I don't know.
You aren't helping Davy.
I'm not Petticini. I couldn't help anyone. Go on, Regan. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't feel very good. I don't feel very good at all.
Well, I knew she had some more to say, but I knew she wasn't going to say it then. So I left her sitting there and got in my car and drove home. I wanted to think. I wanted to get one good reason that said Davy Lang wasn't playing on the wrong team. When the lion's around, you don't do any thinking. The lion was around.
Jeffrey, I'm glad you got home. I wanted to talk to you about Petticini. He's a priest, isn't he?
Yeah, why?
Run any expenses yet?
No.
Good, then we'll drop it. I'll phone him first thing in the morning, recommend another agency. I've been thinking...
You've been thinking wrong. We're staying with this one.
Well, now, see here. I'm the president of International Detective Bureau, and I can't collect a bonus from a member of the clergy. It wouldn't seem right.
You better not try.
Oh, I wouldn't. Those men take the vow of poverty. But we haven't taken any vow of poverty, and the agency has expenses.
Now, get this. We're hired to find Davy Lang, and we're going to find him.
Why? Why should we?
Because everything doesn't add up to a dollar sign.
No? What doesn't?
A priest named Petticini. A guy named Davy Lang who's got a date with a parole board.
Now, wait a minute, Regan, wait. You've been touched by this thing.
Get out of here.
There's something in all this has got to you. The humanity of the thing. Oh, I can see it now, Regan. Your picture on the front page. Me standing beside you. Brotherhood.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, don't shout. The agency held up to public acclaim. Perhaps the paper starts a fund to repay us for our humble efforts.
Out.
Hey, Jeffrey, I haven't finished. You can't shove me out the door that way. Jeffrey, let me in. What's the meaning of this?
But I didn't tell him. I was thinking of Davy Lang in a blue suit with a scar, and Father Petticini in a blonde who had a lot of tears. It was all out of focus, like a 10-cent movie. Blue suit sounded like he knew Davy, but I didn't like the way he'd said it. I was trying to figure why Davy'd run, and that's when I got on the phone and checked a bookmaker I know on Main Street.
Hiya, baby. What's up?
Davy Lang, Al Shummerbout, last Tuesday.
Lang bounced him in the fourth.
Well, how'd it figure before the fight?
Let's see. Lang was favored. Plenty of 8 to 5 around town.
More than usual?
Yeah. Some real coarse coin on that one. Anything wrong, baby?
Yeah.
What?
It came out right.
Huh? Hey, I don't get it.
Neither do I. No, I'm not through that. But an hour later, it started to work through. Figured that Al Shummer, the other fighter, might be able to fill in some bald spots. I got his address from the Times sports desk and went down to his hotel. Place on Soda Street. But Al Shummer was through answering questions. He was lying on the floor when I got there. A knife the size of a baseball bat was sticking out the front of him. And he had company. Father Petticini, picking up where that knife left off.
Better phone the police, Regan.
Who did it? When did it happen? What?
Regan, just call the police, that's all. All right, I'll do it.
But, Father...
I know enough law for this one, Regan. I'm suspect number 1.
This is CBS, and you are listening to the story of the Man in Black. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Now, here's a special word for those of you who are interested in setting up a retirement fund. One that will permit you to have some of the good things of life before you're too old to enjoy them. I'll give you her name later. Are you satisfied with what you've been able to save so far? It's not easy to save these days, but here's a way you can do it. Start now and save before you spend by putting your savings on an automatic basis. Join the payroll savings plan where you work and invest in United States savings bonds. Under this plan, your firm sets aside whatever sum you name from each paycheck and uses the money to buy savings bonds for you. The bonds keep growing in value, paying you back $4 for every 3 you save in just 10 years. Buy United States bonds. An investment in bonds is an investment in the future of your country. Buy United States bonds and keep them. And now back to tonight's story of the Man in Black and Jeff Regan, investigator. Had to do that.
When I walked in that hotel room and found Father Petticini standing over what was left of Al Shummer, it didn't take 20/20 vision to see Davy Lang was running hard. And Petticini was blocking for him. Well, I phoned homicide, and they showed up 10 minutes later. Sanducci was handling it. He changed 8 shades when he saw who he had to ask questions. But Sanducci's a cop. Took him 13 years to get that double-breasted suit. And he started in.
All right, all of you. Clear out. Beat it. We'll dress it up later. Well, Father, you know what I gotta do?
We all have our jobs, Lieutenant.
I'm gonna ask you first, Regan.
I came over to see Al Shummer.
And he found me beside the body. I was administering extreme unction.
He was still alive?
I wasn't sure, you know, in a case like that.
Yes, I know, Father. What business you got with Al Shummer?
He called me, asked me to come.
Why?
I don't know. I found him this way.
Regan, how about you?
I wanted to talk to him.
About what?
Fight?
A fight, huh? That's all there is to it. Tu sei un grande bugiardo.
I speak Italian, too. Se tu vuoi sapere qualunque, allora domande da me.
Se tu domande, non sono esauriente.
Provatemi.
Padre, io ho una missione e lo devo fare. Regan, io ti domande un'altra volta. Look, once more, Regan. Tell me why you want to see Shummer.
Regan works for me. Ask me the question.
All right, I ask you.
Not here. Down at headquarters, Lieutenant.
Headquarters? You want me to arrest you?
Regan found me in a room with a murdered man. That's enough to take me down for.
But I... All right, Father. I take you into custody.
And Regan, you know what you have to do.
I know, Father.
Well, let's get busy.
Father?
Yes.
I've made 1,000 arrests in my day. I've taken them in for everything. You sure you want me to do this?
Like you said, we all have our jobs to do.
When he said that, he was looking right at me. And I began to get a helpless feeling, like a butterfly in a wind tunnel. Well, when we got downtown, Sanducci waved a hand at the prowl car and had the driver turn into the garage instead of going in the front way. Then he climbed out and talked to some uniform standing in the office. They came over and got Father Petticini. As soon as they were out of sight, Sanducci turned to me.
All my life I've been a cop, Regan. All the time I play it one way. I ask and they talk. If they don't, I lock them up till they do. Tonight I played different.
You didn't ask any favors.
Those guys are taking him up to my office. No newspaper guys or anybody else is going to know he's in there.
Then what?
I won't ask him anything, and neither will anybody else around here. Right now.
What about tomorrow?
I'm off duty then. Before I leave, I have to ask him something.
He won't tell you.
This is homicide. Who's he covering for, Regan? He's counting on you to turn up something. You find what he wants, Regan. You find it fast and you find it alone. You got 3 hours to do whatever it is. When the morning squad comes in, they like reports, and you can't stop reports. Now, Regan.
Yeah?
No falla manganza.
What does that mean?
Better not make a mistake.
Sanducci was bending over backwards to give me time. 3 hours to find Davy Lang. That meant I had to forget the routine stuff and try other ways. I got to Melrose as fast as I could. It took her 5 minutes to answer the door. She didn't look happy.
What are you doing back here?
I forgot my homework.
Say you can't.
I just did.
Why,
Now, look, lady, we can pass up the preliminaries, get to the main event.
You...
I want information. I want it fast. Where's Davy?
I don't know. I lost my head and told you too much when you were here before.
Where's Davy?
You're hurting my arm.
I'll break it if I have to. If you love him, tell me where he is.
I don't know. Really, I don't. It's just like I told you.
Come on.
All right. I was afraid.
Talk.
Davy told me he meant to throw that fight with Al Shummer Tuesday night. That he'd make a lot of money doing it. That we'd go away and get married, maybe. That's all I know.
That isn't enough. The odds were with Davy. He won.
Well, then ask Al Shummer what happened.
He's all used up. Somebody stuck a knife in him tonight.
What?
And homicide's holding the priest.
Father Petticini?
You know why?
I don't.
Because he thinks Davy Boy is still #1 on the good parade. Now, you and I know different. Now, tell me the real setup.
I can't. I don't know.
Then I'll tell you. Davy was going to throw that fight. Then he found someone who'd pay him more to play it the other way. So he got together with Shummer. Shummer laid down on the 4th. Davy walked out on you and everybody.
Maybe he did. But he didn't kill Shummer.
I think he did. Shummer was going to talk.
Davy wouldn't kill a man. He's not bad.
I heard that before.
But he's not bad.
He didn't show up for you, did he?
No, but...
He double-crossed Petticini by fixing a fight. Then he doubled back, didn't throw the fight. He was probably trying to double on Shummer tonight when he stuffed that shiv in his ribs.
No, that's not Davy. Not Davy at all.
No, lady. No, that's not Davy. Of course not. Davy's a real good boy. Well, I thought I had most of it when I left there. It figured David got a bright idea somewhere along the line and bet on himself to win. That meant he had to make a deal with Al Shummer, only Shummer wasn't around to talk about it anymore. I figured if I walked into the station and gave that much to Petticini, he'd let Homicide handle it from there. But I was wrong.
Regan, did you find him?
No.
Something's happened to him.
He's blown town.
I can't believe that.
Father, he was fixing a fight right under your nose.
Davy?
He was going to take a dive, but he didn't.
And Shummer, was he in on it?
Well, they must have tussled over the payoff.
What else?
Well, he's rattled on everybody he knows, including his girlfriend.
We haven't heard Davy's story.
He couldn't write one good enough.
Isn't it that late?
Father, you can call in Sanducci right now. You can tell him what I've told you.
They send out a pickup on Davy.
You'll have to sooner or later.
And what about the parole board?
He's broken that. Shummer's dead.
We don't know if he did that.
Who else?
It doesn't fit Davy.
All the rest of it does.
That can be cleared up.
You take a lot of convincing.
You're a detective, Regan. You always come up with facts. All I've got is faith.
In him?
I can't believe he'd kill a man.
I'll get Sanducci.
All right, Regan. All right.
Hey, Sergeant, You want...
Through, Regan?
Yeah. Where's Sanducci?
In his office. I'll call him for you. Okay, mouthpiece. Right in there. Pardon me, please. Who the hell are these people?
Sure,
All right, I've stopped the watch. Where is... Come on. Jack, up on mic, boy. Bottom at 27. Just get on mic. We're recording it,
Yeah.
huh?
Come on, let's go. Bottom of 27. Pardon me, please. Sure, Sarge.
Yeah?
Never mind calling.
Suit yourself, Regan.
What did Father Petticini send for a mouthpiece?
He didn't. Guy just showed up, said he was a lawyer, wanted to see him. Why? I don't know. All right to send him in, wasn't it?
I didn't answer that because the guy who'd passed me in the hall had his coat collar turned up. The glasses made it look good. But if he was a lawyer, he'd gone through law school in one day. I waited around outside. He wasn't in there long. 10 minutes later, he brushed out the door. I was waiting for him at the corner. Hello, Davy. How's murder these days? Easy, kid. This is a gun.
You're no cop.
I don't know what you told him in there, but I don't listen easy.
Oh. You must be Regan. You've been looking for me.
Yeah. You slip around fast.
That gun doesn't make you look that good.
I saw the guy with the shiv in him. You might have used the same line on him.
Father Petticini told me how you figured it. I can't blame you. I know it must have looked that way.
You got something different?
I'll tell it to you. I don't expect you to believe it.
Did he believe it?
About me fixing up the fight? That's right. I was going to lay down for $2,000.
But you didn't. Who offered you 4?
I deserve that. But you got it wrong.
Tell me how.
I was up there in the ring sparring with him. It was one of those crazy things. I wanted to make it look good, and... well, Shummer's got a glass jaw. One connected, and he went down for the count.
Sounds like a fairy tale.
I told you it wouldn't be easy. I had to run after the fight. Denton doesn't like things not to work out. When Shummer went down, the guy who was paying me lost a pile of dough.
Wait a minute. The guy who was paying you...
Toby Denton.
A guy with a scar.
Yeah. He's after me.
Yeah. Yeah, he sure is.
What's the matter?
Well, my arithmetic's lousy. When I added this thing up, I put you in, but I left the scar out.
What's that mean?
It figured you killed Shummer to stop him from talking.
I didn't. I can't prove it, but I didn't.
Well, whoever did called the Padre to come over there. The guy who killed Shummer wanted the Padre taken in.
Why? Why would he want...
Because he knew hooking the Padre was a sure way to smoke you out of hiding. It was all a setup to get you.
Toby Denton.
Yeah. Toby Denton.
You figured it smart, Beeper, but you got there too late.
What? It was Denton. He was still wearing the blue suit and the scar. But this time he had help, a muscle in a trench coat. They were both carrying heavy artillery.
Been waiting 10 minutes for you two to finish up. Trench?
Yeah?
We'll just have to take Regan along with us.
All right, straight ahead.
Wait a minute, Toby. Regan had nothing to do with this. I'm the guy you want.
Don't worry, we'll take good care of him. Me and Regan met once, didn't we, Peeper? How do you feel, Regan?
Better than you will when they strap you down in that gas chamber, Tony.
Toby. You hear that, Trench?
Come on, Toby, let's move.
We'll stay right here, Toby.
Move.
You know I can hardly handle myself. Gun butt wouldn't get me to. You'll have to shoot. There's a cop station half a block away. Leave Regan, I'll go with you.
I always wanted to plug somebody right outside a cop station.
Kid was fast. He went after Toby with all he had. I got busy with the tall guy in the trench coat. He wasn't fast, but he was big, and he kept me busy. I landed a lucky kick that turned him green in a second, and after that it was easy. I turned around to give the kid a hand, but I was a second too late.
Regan!
Davey took them both in his chest. That's when Toby spun around and tried for me, but this time he was too late.
Oh.
Lie still, kid. I'll get a doctor.
Regan, I done everything wrong. I didn't want him to get you, too.
Don't talk. You made up for it all.
I'm not bad. All the way?
No. Like the Padre always said. You're a good boy. Well, the ambulance got him to emergency hospital, and they went to work on him. I waited around with Father Petticini all night until a nurse walked out, said that they were going to have to give Davy some transfusions, but he'd live. Then I got over to headquarters and explained the whole thing to Sanducci. He said it didn't make sense, but when I got Father Petticini on the phone, they talked it over in Italian, and Sanducci seemed satisfied. So it was about 10 in the morning when I dropped in on the Lion on the way home. He was stretched out on a couch in his office. It was sagging in the middle. So was the Lion.
Oh, Jeffrey, don't disturb me. I'm ill, Jeffrey, ill.
Now what's the matter with you?
Oh, it's that man Petticini. He's a fiend, Jeffrey. Man's got an uncanny power. 'Tisn't natural.
Wait a minute. Where did you see Petticini?
At the hospital, of course. I checked with headquarters and found out what had happened, so I just thought I'd go over there.
You mean you took his money after all?
Took his money? Are you being funny? I walked in, the first thing I knew, he'd Svengali'd me into the operating room.
The operating room?
Yeah, I'm a type O, Jeffrey. Me, the same blood type as Davy Lang. And you think you made this thing turn out right. Well, what are you grinning about? I don't see anything funny.
You wouldn't. But cheer up, Fatso.
Why? Why should I?
The hospital pays $25 for a pint of blood. You may get something out of this yet.
CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond. The music fades. Your local announcer's voice superimposes itself over the theme music, just as my voice did when I started speaking. Your opening announcement would sound like this. Tonight, the Blank Company presents another of the exciting adventures in the life of Bulldog Drummond, amateur detective, soldier of fortune, champion of lost causes, the most celebrated adventure detective of fiction and the screen, who now comes to his loyal friends through radio with more of his baffling and intriguing mysteries. We invite you to follow in the footsteps of Bulldog Drummond. We invite you, too, to try Blank. At this point, your announcer will describe your product, store, or service, followed by 40 words of selling copy.
But now to tell you about tonight's adventure, here is Bulldog Drummond.
Come with me to one of the great highways which spread like ribbons across the broad expanse of the United States. It is late at night, and a driving storm beats down on the countryside. Coming up toward the crest of a steep hill, a huge express truck laden with goods slowly climbs. In the driver's cab, two men peer intently into the night.
Hey, Bill. Yeah, Red? What time is it? 3:30. Say, did you see that? Yeah. Another truck behind us, signaling with their lights. I wonder if it's anyone we know. I'll give them my signal. 2 long flashes and 1 short one. Here comes their reply. Long, 2 shorts, and the long. It's funny. I never got that signal on the road before. I guess it must be some new outfit. Yeah. Boy, I'm sure glad we ain't alone on this road. What do you mean? The Richards mob. You ain't worried about them, are you? Well, they got away with 6 hijackings in the last 2 weeks. 2 of them were on this road. Yeah, but they wouldn't pull another job so quickly. They're not so dumb. They know the cops are looking for them. Yeah, well, I hope you're right. Hey, that truck's coming close. Only it ain't a truck, Red. I can see it clearly now. It's a car. Yeah, here they come.
Okay, you in the cab. Pull over and stop.
Say, Red, they got guns and rifles. Yeah, 4 men in that car. Better do as they say, Bill.
Come on, stop or we'll let you have it.
I mean business, Bill. Business or not, I ain't stopping.
They're firing at us. You better duck. Hey, the road's wet. Be careful of skidding.
I know what I'm doing. I hope so.
Are you going to pull over? This is your last chance.
Bill, you better stop.
No, I can manage her.
Now you did it. We're skidding.
Hold tight. I'll bring her out of it. Just take it.
Bill, you're heading for the bank. Get her in the center of the road.
I can't. She's out of control. Watch it, Red. We're going to crash. Red, you okay? Yeah. You were crazy to try a thing like that. I wanted to get away from them. Got a lot of good at, did you? Here they come.
All right, get out of that cab, both of you.
Guess the jig's up, Bill. Not yet, it ain't. There'll be other trucks along this road and cars, too. I'm going to stall them. Come on out or we'll drag you out. Come on, Red. You must be Richard.
Never mind who I am. Okay, boys, you two cover him. I'll take over the truck.
Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, you look like the kind that's going around looking for trouble.
Yeah, you got me right, buddy. He dropped his gun. Grab it, Red. Grab it. Why didn't you help me?
Dr. Wilson wanted in Ward 8. Calling Dr. Wilson.
Captain Drummond?
Denny?
Well, I got your message, Captain Drummond, and here I am. But would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Well, Denny, I've asked you to meet me at this hospital because we've got one of the most important commissions we've ever been assigned to since we landed in the United States.
Oh, I say, what's up?
It seems there's a gang of hijackers stealing truckloads of goods consigned for shipment to England.
Hijackers?
Yes, Denny, it's an American word for a sort of road pirate.
Oh, I understand. Or when did you receive this commission?
Well, we must work as quickly as possible. You know how badly they need those American goods back home.
Oh, yes, of course. Just how do these modern descendants of Captain Kidd operate?
Instead of ships, they use automobiles, Denny. Instead of cutlasses, they use sawed-off shotguns and submachine guns. Otherwise, the methods are exactly the same. Terrorize or even kill the drivers and make off with their trucks. They're a particularly nasty lot, Denny.
Yes, I can well imagine, Captain.
One of their victims, a man named Cassidy, is in that room. He was courageous enough to resist them. They beat him, shot him. If the doctor will permit it, we'll have a chat with him. Ah, there's Dr. Wilson now.
May I come in, Captain Drummond?
Come, Denny.
I don't think you'll be able to have much of a talk with him, Captain Drummond. He's been delirious for the last 2 days. Talks coherently for only short periods.
I understand, Doctor.
Red, why don't you help me? Grab his gun, Red. Help me, Red.
Cassidy.
Red.
Cassidy.
Who are you?
I'm Captain Hugh Drummond. I'm investigating the hijacking.
Oh, yeah, the fight. Did they get the truck? Did they get my load, huh?
Yes, Cassidy, yes. Now, look, do you feel well enough to answer some questions?
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Now, can you tell me exactly what happened when you were held up 3 days ago?
Yeah, well, Red and me crashed into the embankment. Then they came up in their car.
How many men did they have in the car?
4, I think.
Did you recognize any of the men who attacked you?
No. I guess I was kind of crazy of me to wail into them like I did, but it was dark, and I figured they wouldn't be able to shoot straight anyway. I thought I could stall them till another car came along the road, but I guess it didn't work. You know, Red didn't help me much.
Oh?
In fact, he just stood there. Say, Captain Drummond.
Yes?
Now I come to think of it, the way the lights were signaled.
Yes?
A long in 2 shorts and then a long. And then the way Red... Oh, my head.
Yes, Cassidy. Go on with what you were saying.
Them light signals. Red.
Yes, Cassidy. What about Red?
Red, why don't you help me? Grab his gun, Red. Give me a hand here, will you? They're coming at me. Don't let him, Red. Oh,
Dr.
Red.
Wilson. Dr. Wilson.
I'm afraid this will be all for the present, Captain Drummond.
Yes, I understand, Doctor.
Why don't you...
Denny.
Coming, yes. I say, Captain Drummond, who's this Red person he's talking about?
Red Nelson, the driver who was with him when the truck was held up. And strangely enough, he wasn't injured in the fight at all.
Oh, that's curious. Well, have you questioned this Nelson person yet?
Yes, I had a little talk with him before coming here. He's scheduled to take a cargo of goods worth $30,000 to New York tonight. He doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to be on that truck with him, Denny.
Hey, Michaels. Come on, I'm ready to leave. Hey, Michaels, what's keeping you? Well, it's about... Oh, Captain Drummond.
Yes. Hello, Nelson.
What are you doing here?
I've decided to take Michael's place.
Why?
You're carrying a valuable cargo, you know. You haven't any objection to my coming along, have you?
Well, it's hard work. I need someone to relieve me.
Oh, that's all right. I can drive.
Can you?
Oh, I've handled trucks like this before. Well, what do you say? Ready to leave?
Okay, Drummond.
Well, Nelson, when do you want me to take over?
I'll tell you when, Drummond.
Oh, you've been at the wheel for 5 hours now. I think you're rather tired.
No, I ain't tired.
Say, what's that?
What?
Those lights in your mirror.
Signals.
Signal from whom?
Another truck in back of us. You can see it in the mirror.
I can see a pair of lights. Well, it looks more like a car from here.
Oh, cars don't signal like that. It's another truck.
Look, they're flashing their lights again.
Yeah.
Well, what does that signal mean?
He's asking if everything's okay.
Right. Are you going to reply?
Yeah. I'm going to tell him everything's fine. Like this.
2 long flashes and a short one. Interesting. I suppose they'll respond.
Sure. Here it comes.
Long one, 2 short ones. What does that mean?
It means this.
What, a pistol?
Yeah, get him up, Drummond. Come on, get him up.
All right, Nelson. What are you going to do?
You're not going to leave this cab alive, Drummond.
I'm afraid you won't either.
What do you mean?
Look, your truck's going off the road.
Where? Hey, let go of my hand.
Drop that gun. Drop that gun.
Oh, you ain't going to...
Stop it, I tell you.
No, you ain't going to get away with it. You...
Fight to the finish in a truck running wild down the highway. Can Drummond save the precious cargo? What is the secret of the blinking highlight? In just a few moments, we'll know the answer to this secret.
The music fades, and at this point in the program each week, your local announcer presents a minute and a half of your selling copy. However, as is customary on the premiere performance of network shows, let's listen to the following suggested personal message to be read on the opening program by your local announcer or a chief executive of your company. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is a great one in the career of the blank company. For tonight, we present for the first time the most celebrated adventure detective of fiction and the screen, Bulldog Drummond, who will now be brought to you, our good friends and his loyal friends, through radio. We have developed this program for your entertainment, to make your Sundays more pleasant, and to circle a weekly date on your calendar to get together with the blank company. The Adventures of Bulldog Drummond come to you directly from the stage of the Mutual Playhouse just off Times Square in New York City, where every Sunday, for your entertainment, we will assemble a sparkling cast of dramatic stars from radio, Hollywood, and the theater to bring you the very best, the most brilliant in mystery adventure stories, just as we of the Blank Company always bring you the best in blank products. Be sure to tune in every Sunday when Bulldog Drummond will thrill you again with another complete, pulse-pounding story in his career of breathtaking adventure. Such is the program that we have arranged especially for you, and we of the Blank Company sincerely hope that Bulldog Drummond brings you as much pleasure each week as it gives us in presenting him to you. And now, on with the show.
We left Drummond struggling with Red Nelson in the cab of the huge trailer truck, which is swinging crazily down the highway as the two men grapple. Drummond is relentlessly twisting Nelson's gun hand.
Drop that gun. You ain't gonna get away from me.
Now to stop this truck. There we are. All right, Nelson, snap out of it. Come on, come on. Take your pistol now, so you better not try anything.
What are you going to do with me?
You better talk fast, Nelson. You're smart and tell me what I want to know. It'll take years off your sentence.
What do you want to know?
Those light signals we saw, they came from Richard's car, didn't they?
Yeah.
Did he plan to hijack this truck?
Yeah.
What was the signal you gave him? Was it the signal to stay away?
You ain't got a thing on me, Captain Drummond. You ain't going to get any information out of me.
I don't understand it, Captain Drummond.
What, Denny?
Why that Nelson person is so foolish as to withhold the information.
Oh, it's quite simple. He thinks Richards will help him. As soon as we got back here, he saw a lawyer, and we haven't been able to get a word out of him since.
It's rather discouraging, isn't it, Captain Drummond?
Yes, rather. I thought Nelson's capture would give us an important lead, but just another blind alley. We're back just where we started from, and it is...
What are you laughing at, Captain Drummond?
Jenny, have you seen the seat of your trousers?
The seat of my trousers?
You must have sat in some paint.
Oh, dear me, so I have. Looks quite ghastly, doesn't it?
Well, that rich yellow doesn't exactly harmonize with your blue suit.
Oh, I must rush home and change.
No, don't.
But Captain Drummond, it's most embarrassing.
Embarrassing? Why, Denny, those trousers have just given me a plan that will lead to the capture of the Richards mob.
Have they? I don't see how a pair of trousers can capture a gang of hijackers.
Oh, you will, Denny, you will.
Well, do you mind telling me what your plan is, Captain Drummond?
Of course not. In every one of these hijackings, the truck was taken from the drivers on the highway.
Yes, that seems to be the general method.
Yes. 2 days later, the truck would be found empty, miles away from the spot where it was held up. The hijackers had unloaded the goods, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, stored them somewhere.
Oh, can you be sure of that?
Well, not absolutely sure. You see, the police in New York and Chicago have received very little of the stolen property. These hijackers are clever. They know that it's rather easy for the police to trace large quantities of stolen property.
Oh, yes, I see.
And so they are selling only small amounts of it. In that way, they protect themselves.
Very clever.
Yes, but here's the rub. They must have some place where they can unload and store the stuff. And that's the place we're going to find.
But how?
With a clever paint trail, which we'll find in the crime laboratory here at police headquarters. Come on, Denny. We have a lot of work to do. Here, Denny, try this new mixture.
Very well, Captain Drummond. Paint. Upon my word, Captain Drummond, I'm fairly sick of the smell of the stuff.
Now, Denny, we're getting close to the mixture we need. Don't lose patience now.
Captain Drummond.
Yes?
Do you realize that we've spent the entire night in this laboratory?
Have we? Wait, Denny. Come here. What is it? Look, this mixture. 104. When did you set it out to dry?
Why, look at the chart. 104. Here it is. It was set out at 5:10 a.m.
5:10. And what was its original color?
Dark blue.
Look, Denny, it's turned a cream color.
Yes.
I think this is the mixture we need. What time is it now?
5:40.
Are you sure it didn't change color before this?
Oh, I'm positive. Here's the chart, Captain Drummond. Mixture 104, dark blue paint, set to dry at 5:10 a.m. 5:15 a.m., same color. 5:30, still blue. 5:35, starting to turn to cream color.
This is what we need to really track down the stolen trucks. Turn off the lights, Denny. I want to make one more test.
Righto.
There's a spotlight. Here it is. Now, Denny, you watch while I turn on the spotlight. There we are. See, Denny? We can see that mixture 104 without any trouble. That cream shade looks white under the spotlight.
Yes.
All right, Denny. Today is the 21st. I'm going to call the Trans-State Transport Company and tell them to spread the word that a valuable truckload of goods will be sent to New York on the night of the 23rd. And, Denny, I think that date will mark the end of the Richards outfit.
Hey, look, Jerry, I think that's the Trans-State truck coming up the hill now.
Yeah.
You better get set. I want you to swing out into the road as soon as it passes it.
Okay.
You fellows ready back there?
Yeah, okay.
Now, we're in luck. I can't see another pair of lights on this road, and we can see for miles from the top of this hill.
Yeah. Say, boss.
Yeah?
Are you sure this load is worth the risk?
Sure. Hey, listen, I got a gilt-edged tip that the load coming through tonight is worth close to $100,000.
Yeah, but what I'm worried about is that it might be a trap.
Say, what's eating you? Getting cold feet?
No, but you know what happened to Red Nelson. Without him slipping us the dope from the inside, we might be taking a big chance.
Hey, listen. I checked this road for 20 miles in both directions. There ain't a trace of a cop around here. Stop your worrying, Jerry. This looks like it'll be the easiest load we ever grabbed.
I hope you're right.
Here it comes, Jerry. Yep, this is our baby. It's the Trans-State, all right. All right, Jerry, turn on the lights and get started. Jerry, pull over close to the cab.
Right.
You fellows in the back, get ready those Tommy guns. Okay, Jerry. Blast your horn.
Right.
Hey, you in the truck. Pull over. Stop or we'll let you have it. Come on, pull over.
Yeah, that did it, Richards. They're stopping.
Pull up in front of them.
All right.
Come on, man.
Right behind.
Hey, you two get out of that cab. That's right. Now make it quick. Come on. Keep your hands up.
Okay. We're getting out. Come on, Denny. All right.
Now, we won't shoot you if you don't give us any trouble. Jerry, you get in the truck.
All right.
I'll follow you in the stick-up car.
Okay. Well, there they go, Denny. Yes, it worked like a charm, Captain Drummond. I don't think they were in the least suspicious. I hope not.
And the way you said okay, sir, it sounded so authentically American.
Denny, look at the road here.
Our paint mixture, 104.
Yes. It's dark blue. And the trailing gangster car with Richard in it will never spot it. But in 30 minutes, it'll turn cream-colored. And we'll be able to follow that truck to wherever they're taking it.
I wonder what they'd do if they knew they were leaving a trail behind them leading straight to their hideout.
Well, Denny, in half an hour, Sergeant Johnson of the state police will be along, and we'll be able to follow that trail. Sergeant Johnson, I think we're reaching the end of the trail. Better slow down.
All right, sir.
Look, Denny. The line of paint goes right up to the entrance of that warehouse.
Yes.
Stop here, Sergeant, please. Now, look, Sergeant. You better turn out the lights on this car and radio headquarters the location of this warehouse and tell them to send some men at once.
All right, Captain Drummond.
Come on, Denny.
What are you going to do, Captain Drummond?
Have a look at that warehouse.
Seems a bit dark and deserted.
They probably have blinds over the windows. Look, Denny. You can see how the white line made by our paint mixture goes right through that garage entrance.
Yes, it does.
Look, there's a door over there.
Quiet now as we approach.
Righto.
It's open, Denny. Better get your pistol ready. There may be trouble.
Right.
Oh, come along, come along.
Look, son. There's a light up there near the back.
Yes. Look, there's the truck we were in tonight.
But where are the men? There doesn't seem to be a soul about.
Yes. That's curious. Denny, the door. Somebody close the door. Come on, back, quick.
It's locked. I'm afraid, Captain Drummond, we've walked into a trap.
Yes, they must have seen us come in and slipped out through another entrance.
Well, Captain Drummond, if we didn't succeed in getting the pirates, at least we succeeded in getting their booty. Look at this place. Why, there are hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stolen goods here.
Denny,
Yes?
do you smell smoke?
Smoke? Yes, Captain Drummond.
Well, look there in the back.
A fire.
Yes, Denny, those bounders are far cleverer than I gave them credit for. They knew that the game was up, and they set this place on fire to destroy the evidence before they fled.
Captain Drummond, what was that?
Denny, look over there. Crate upon crate of chemicals. This place will be a roaring furnace in 5 minutes. We've got to get out of here. Try the door over there, Denny.
Right. I say this door's locked. Try the window, Captain Drummond.
Denny, these windows are barred, too. We can't get out through them.
There goes another crate of chemicals. Captain Drummond, this fire's spreading as fast as lightning. All these doors seem to be locked. What are we going to do?
Back to the smashing climax of our mystery in just a moment. But first, a message from our sponsor.
Again, your local announcer presents another minute-and-a-half sales message. At this time, we ask you to try and visualize what the adventures of Bulldog Drummond means to you. Here are the facts. In the past, as a local or regional advertiser operating on a limited budget, you could not hope to compete with the big network radio programs for a listening audience. Talent costs alone making this impossible. Today, however, as a participant in our cooperative group, you pay only your prorated share of the total talent cost. This is possible because Bulldog Drummond is a nationally syndicated cooperative network radio program, which is simultaneously fed by direct wire from the Mutual Playhouse just off Times Square in New York City to the 175 affiliated stations of the Mutual Broadcasting System from coast to coast. This fall, starting Sunday, September 28th, you can exclusively sponsor an audience-tested radio program in your city which has proven itself the equal of the brilliant network shows sponsored by the world's largest advertisers. Bulldog Drummond is not a phonograph record, but a live show presenting top-name dramatic artists in person at a good Sunday hour when most people listen, and at a program cost prorated to the potentialities of your trading area. And remember that Bulldog Drummond's fiction fans and movie fans are pre-sold Drummond radio fans.
Now back to Bulldog Drummond. We left Drummond and Denny trapped in the blazing warehouse, surrounded by exploding chemical crates, choking from the dense fumes, and facing an almost certain death. Licking tongues of flame bar all exits. Desperately, Denny cries,
There goes another crate of chemicals. Captain Drummond, this fire's spreading as fast as lightning. The doors are locked. The window's barred. What are we going to do?
Denny, look, there's a truck. Into the cab, hurry.
Righto.
We're in luck, Denny. Look, they left the keys in.
What are you going to do, Captain Drummond?
Use the truck as a battering ram and smash through those garage doors. Hold on, Denny. Here we go. Denny, are you all right?
Quite, Captain Drummond, quite.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Captain Drummond, are you all right?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson, yes.
I saw them speed by in two automobiles a few minutes after you and Denny went into the warehouse.
Oh, did you radio in a description of their cars?
Yes. I also radioed in a report about the fire. The fire engines are coming up now.
Good work. I want to get to that radio and tell headquarters to block all roads in a radius of 50 miles of this place. Come on, Denny.
Calling all cars. blockade all roads in 50-mile radius of Old Simmons Warehouse. Richard's mob, believed in vicinity. Calling all cars.
Calling car 29. Barricade Road south of Hollis Head. Calling car 38. Barricade Road south of Robbins Turnpike.
State Police Headquarters. Special orders to Police Chief of Martinsville. Barricade all roads west of your town. Richard's mob, believed in vicinity. Description of cars they are using.
Sergeant, are you sure that this is the road they took?
Yes, Captain Drummond.
They had quite a start on us, Captain Drummond.
Yes, I know.
Calling all cars. Richards and his mob spotted at Glenville. Police fired at their cars and knocked out one of their headlights. They turned around, went south on Route 14.
Route 14? That's the road we're on now.
Sergeant Johnson, how far is it to Glenville?
Only 3 or 4 miles from here, Captain Drummond.
Then we may meet them coming toward us, unless they've taken a side road.
I say, Captain Drummond, look up there. 2 cars just came over the crest of that hill. One of them has a headlight out.
Yes, but we can't be sure it's Richards.
I say, they seem to be signaling to each other with their headlights. Look, a long flash, 2 short ones, and another long one.
That's Richards, all right. It's their all clear signal. Johnson, swing your car around and block the road.
Okay, Captain Drummond.
Hurry, we won't be able to make it if you don't. Come on, Denny. Johnson, out of this car, quickly now. Come over here to the side of the road.
Here they come.
Yes, they'll have to stop now. Get your pistols ready, men. We'll close in when they stop. We'll be able to hold them until help arrives.
Captain Drummond, I don't think they're going to stop. They're trying to swing down the side. Captain Drummond.
Yes, Denny?
I say, did you see this account of the capture of the Richards gang and the Blade?
No, Denny.
Well, there's a very good photograph of you in it. Yeah. The one they have of me is simply horrid.
Oh, well. Denny, I think you better say goodbye, or rather au revoir to our American friends.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, we're leaving on the Clipper for England. I received a cable only an hour ago. I'm afraid we won't be able to come back here until the fall.
Oh, dear me, it will be difficult to say farewell. I've made so many good friends here.
And so have I. But there's a great deal of work to be done in England, and we're needed.
Again, the music fades. Again, your local announcer presents a half-minute sales message. We suggest you have your selling copy at this point feature specials, traffic items, price merchandise, or special promotions. Strong, do-it-today copy with plenty of sell. In the case of a sponsor distributing through dealers, we suggest here a mention of dealer names and addresses. And so into the night walks Bulldog Drummond, seeking new adventure and excitement. Join us again next week at the same time when Bulldog Drummond solves the exciting mystery of death with gloves on. Until then, we bid goodnight to Bulldog Drummond and beg to remind you... Now, right here, insert not more than 10 words of sponsor identification, followed by usual network signature. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Brooks presents Hollywood. Far out on the Pacific, a steamship moves slowly through the midnight fog. Shrouded in mist, her huge hulk glides ghost-like over a glassy sea. In the lounge, almost deserted and heavy with shadows, a man is seated at the piano. His face is thin and pale. He plays very softly, absently, his eyes fixed far ahead, as if seeing into the future or trying to remember the past.
Long day ahead of us tomorrow. Don't you think you'd better turn in, old man? It's rather late. Conway, don't you hear me? Conway.
Anything you say.
Please don't stop playing, please. That last selection was quite beautiful. May I inquire the name of it?
Well, what was it, Conway? The name of that selection?
I don't know. It's something Oh, something...
Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Rudolph Sievkin.
Sievking, the pianist.
You know me?
I've heard you play many times. My name is Rutherford. This gentleman is Mr. Conway.
How do you do? Oh, no, don't stop. Go on, please. Thank you, yes. Superb, but I can't quite place it.
I remember now. It's by Chopin.
Chopin? No, not Chopin. Very much in his style, but definitely not Chopin.
I know it's by Chopin.
Really? But I flatter myself that I know everything of Chopin's. Everything that was ever published.
Well, this wasn't published.
So, then how do you happen to know it?
It was taught to me a few months ago by one of Chopin's pupils.
Mr. Conway chooses to have a joke with me.
Not only a pupil, but a friend.
Mr. Conway, may I remind you of one thing? This friend of Chopin's. Do you realize that to be alive today, he would have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of, say, 130 years of age?
Yes, he was with Chopin the night he died, in 1849. Rutherford, I believe I'll take a walk around the deck. Good night.
Perhaps Mr. Conway resented my intrusion.
You'll have to forgive my friend, sir. He's been quite ill.
Oh?
Yes, I'm taking him home to England. You see, he's had a very severe case of amnesia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd better go along with him. Excuse me, please. Conway! Conway, is that you? Well, I'm afraid you've insulted the eminent Mr. Sievking. He was quite peeved.
I suppose it sounded very absurd.
Well, a man 130 years old. It was rather hard to believe.
Yes, the more so because it's true. You don't believe me either, hmm?
I'm a writer, Conway. I'm capable of believing almost anything.
Rutherford, how did you happen to find me?
Oh, purely by accident. I was traveling from Hankow to Chongqing by train. I made the acquaintance of a very charming lady, Mother Superior of some French Sisters of Charity. She told me of a case they had in the hospital at Chongqing, a fever patient who'd been brought in some weeks ago. She said he seemed to be English, but spoke excellent Chinese. Naturally, I was interested. When I went to the hospital with her, I recognized you at once.
And I didn't recognize you? Hmm?
The doctor said you'd been under considerable strain.
Yes, but I do recognize you now.
You mean your memory is coming back?
For the past 2 days, I've been remembering little things. Tonight, it all came back to me. That is, all except a few days when... Rutherford, when you went to the hospital, did they mention how I had come there?
Yes. You were picked up on the road about 60 miles from Chongqing.
Alone?
No, there was someone with you. A woman.
A Chinese woman?
Yes.
And what happened to her?
Why, they brought her in too, of course. But she was pretty far gone. She died that night.
Died?
Conway, I'm glad your memory has returned. But I'm sorry if already you wish it hadn't.
I don't know what I wish. I only know that... Rutherford, you said you were capable of believing almost anything. Could you believe the impossible?
Do you believe it?
It happened to me.
Go on.
I don't know just where to begin. How long is it since I've seen you?
About 1921. As I remember it, you were at Oxford.
Yes, that's right. I'd gone back there after the war. I was making a study of Oriental languages. Well, soon after that, I went into the consular service.
So I heard. You were sent to India, weren't you?
Yes, to Baskool. I was the consul there, up until last May. Then there was a revolt of sorts in Baskool, and we thought it safer to evacuate the civilians to Peshawar on the northwest frontier. We had some planes for the purpose, and I myself left Baskool with 4 passengers and a pilot. With me was my vice-consul, a young fellow named Mallinson, a missionary woman, Miss Brinklow, and Henry Barnard, an American businessman. We took off from Baskool at about 3 in the afternoon and should have landed in Peshawar at about 5:30. We never arrived at our destination.
Conway? I say, Conway, you asleep?
Oh. What's the matter, Mallinson? Anything wrong?
Well, I'm not sure, but didn't you tell me that Fenner was piloting us?
Yes, isn't he?
No, the chap turned his head just now, and I swear it wasn't Fenner.
Well, they must have changed their minds and given us someone else.
Yes, but who is he?
My dear boy, how should I know? When we arrive in Peshawar, you can ask him all about himself.
At this rate, we won't get to Peshawar at all. The man's off his course, and we're an hour overdue at least. What? You've been asleep. It's after 6:30. And look down there, nothing but mountains as far as you can see.
I don't recognize this part of the world at all. I'd say you were right, Mallinson. The man's lost his way.
What's that, Conway? You say we were lost?
Lost? Oh, good heavens.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Brinklow. There's nothing to be upset about, I'm sure.
I'm not so sure. Flying over the mountains of India with night coming on isn't exactly my idea of a pleasant time. Where would you say we were?
I don't know, Mr. Barnard.
Well, we might ask the pilot, you know.
But if we're lost, he won't know either, will he?
Oh, I'm not yet certain that we are lost.
Still, there's nothing like finding out, is there?
All right, I'll ask him. Hey, you there, pilot, open the panel. Open up, will you? I want to speak to you.
I advise you ask no questions, please.
Oh, certainly.
Look here, we want to know where we are.
I advise that you be seated.
I will not be seated. I want to know...
Mallinson, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but there's the barrel of a revolver pointing directly at my chest. Under the circumstances, I think you'd better do as the gentleman suggests.
Thank you. It would be pity if I had to resort to force.
I don't suppose you'd care to answer, but might I ask just where we're going?
You will know that tomorrow when we arrive.
What the devil did he mean?
You suppose we're being kidnapped?
As good an explanation as any.
He wouldn't have dared to shoot. It was probably just bluff.
Quite, but I'd rather leave it to you to make sure.
Well, I do feel that we ought to put up some sort of a fight. We can't just give in like this.
Putting up a fight without a decent chance of winning is a poor game, and I'm not that sort of a hero.
Good for you, sir. When a man's got you by the short hairs, you may as well give in pleasantly and admit it.
But what are we going to do?
Well, since we're going to be flying all night, and since there seems to be nothing we can do at the moment, I suggest we try and get some sleep. For hours, we sat in the darkness of the plain, each of us pretending to sleep. From all I could make out, we were flying northeast over a range of mountains, the Karakorams. In the moonlight, I fancied I could pick out the crest of K2, the second highest mountain in the world. Beyond lay Tibet. Then I must have fallen asleep. For how long, I don't know. Suddenly, the plane lurched sharply. There was a loud rushing sound in my ears, and I realized that we were coming down. But fast. Much too fast. We stumbled from the plane, the four of us, badly shaken but uninjured. We found ourselves on a snow-covered plateau surrounded by towering cliffs, and I knew we must be somewhere in Tibet, a vast, uninhabited and unexplored region, a land of frozen wastes and bitter cold. Then a strange thing happened. The wind died suddenly, and the moon swung over the edge of a precipice high above. And there, soaring into the heavens, appeared the loveliest mountain on earth. It was an almost perfect cone of snow, so radiant, so serenely poised that I wondered for a moment if it were real at all.
Conway, come here. There's something the matter with this pilot fellow. I think he's ill or something. I can't get a word out of him.
The pilot? Well, now we are in a fix.
Loosen his helmet. Now, he's still breathing anyhow. Got a match, Barnard?
Not very many. Here we are.
I'll keep lighting them.
His pulse is pretty weak. I can hardly feel it.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Oh, possibly a heart attack brought on by the altitude. There's not very much we can do for him out here. Barnard, another match. Mallinson, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with... Look at us, a lot of fools striking matches over a corpse.
There was little we could do for the man. We watched his breathing grow more and more labored. Eventually, he opened his eyes and began to speak convulsively, a kind of Chinese that I didn't understand very well. Toward the end, he half lifted himself and looked toward that shiny precipice towering above us. With a great effort, he raised his hand and pointed.
Shangri-La. Shangri-La.
Then, as the early rays of the sun caught the summit of the mountain, the man died.
But what did he say? He must have told you something.
Very little, I'm afraid. Merely that we are in Tibet, which is obvious. But he did say something about a lamasery near here. along the valley. Shangri-La, he called it. He was most emphatic that we should go there.
There doesn't seem to be any reason at all why we should. What if it's a trap? Have we got any guarantee that we won't be murdered?
None at all.
Conway,
Well?
I've just been looking at that mountain. Am I seeing things, or are those men coming towards us?
They were men, a party of a dozen or more, crawling like ants across the white face of the mountain. As they drew near, we saw they carried among them a hooded chair, and in it a robed figure. An elderly, Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven. Slowly they came toward us. The Chinese gave an order.
I am from the lamasery of Shangri-La. My name is Chang. You, sir, would you be good enough to present me to your friends?
Of course. This is Miss Brinklow, Mr. Barnett, and Mr. Mallinson. My name is Conway.
How do you do? We observed from the mountain that you have had a severe accident. Your ship is beyond repair?
Yes, I'm afraid so. And anyway, our pilot is dead.
So?
As a matter of fact, we were just setting out to find your lamasery. If you could give us directions for the journey.
There is no need for that. I shall be delighted to act as your guide.
Oh, but you must have just come from there. And if it isn't very far, we could
It
easily...
is not far, but it is not easy either. I shall esteem it an honor to accompany you and your friend.
Oh, but really...
I must insist.
Well, thank you.
Our stay won't be long, and we'll pay for anything we have. And we'd like to hire some of your porters to help us on the journey back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
Are you so certain you are away from it? Fun hoy, Shangri-La. You are contemplating the mountain, Mr. Conway.
Yes. Yes, it's a beautiful sight. It has a name, I suppose.
It is called Caracal.
I don't think I ever heard of it. Is it very high?
Over 28,000 feet.
Do we have to climb it to get to your lamasery?
There is a pass at 20,000.
Can't be much further than this, can it? We've been climbing for hours.
Well, it's quite certain we can never have found the way ourselves.
Well, would we be missing much? What sort of a Hell's Kitchen are we making for? And what's our plan of action when we get there? What do we do?
Mallinson, there are times in life when the most comfortable thing is to do nothing at all. Things happen to you, and so you just let them happen.
That's a bit too philosophic for me. I'm suspicious about all this. They're getting us into a corner.
Have you anything else to suggest?
No.
Try and make the best of it.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's the matter with me. The whole world seems to have gone completely mad.
We seem to be at the top.
We shall rest here a moment before we descend into the valley.
Are we almost there?
The dangers of our journey are quite over. If you will look below toward the head of the valley, you can see the lamasery of Shangri-La.
Shangri-La. It was a strange and incredible sight. A group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside, like flower petals impaled upon a crag. It was superb and exquisite. The eye was carried upward from the milk-blue roofs to the gray rock looming tremendously overhead. Beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, soared Caracal. It was the most beautiful and the most terrifying mountainscape in the world. I don't remember how we arrived at the lamasery. The thin air had a dream-like texture, and with every breath, I took in a deep anesthetizing tranquility. But I do remember a strange sensation, half mystical, half visual, of having reached at last some place that was an end, a finality.
At the rail of the ocean liner, Conway continues his story. The strange tale of a journey to a strange place, the lamasery of Shangri-La.
From the stormy cliffs of Caracal to the serene peace and quiet of Shangri-La was like a descent into another world. How long we would have to stay, we didn't know. But I can't pretend that I was worried or even annoyed. For here in this lovely place, I enjoyed a strange sensation, a pleasant mingling of physical ease and mental alertness. It seemed to me, of all sensations, the most truly civilized. At dinner, our first night there, I noticed that the food was cooked and served in Chinese fashion.
You will excuse me if I do not have my dinner with you. My diet is very restricted. I'm obliged to take care of myself.
Of course.
If there is anything you wish, please do not hesitate to ask. I'm sure we can supply it.
You seem to be a fortunate community here, and very hospitable to strangers. I don't imagine, though, that you receive them often.
Seldom indeed. It is not a traveled part of the world.
Yes, to put it mildly. As we came up, I thought it the most isolated spot I had ever set eyes on. And yet...
Yes?
And yet you run this place as though it were a first-rate European hotel. Isn't that what you mean, Conway?
Or an American hotel, for that matter. You even have bathtubs.
Yes. We are less barbarian than you expected.
Will you tell us about the monastery, please?
It will give me the greatest pleasure, madam, so far as I am able. What exactly do you wish to know?
First of all, how many are there of you here, and what nationality do you belong to?
Those of us in full lamhood number 50. As for our racial origins, there are representatives of a great many nations, though it is perhaps natural that Tibetans and Chinese make up the majority.
I see. It's really a native monastery, then. Is your head lama a Tibetan?
No.
A Chinese?
No, madam.
Well, I'm sure he can't be English. Oh, do you have any English here?
Several.
Dear me, that seems very remarkable. And now, tell me what you all believe in.
Well, that's rather a big question, Miss Brinklow.
Of course, I believe in the true religion. But I'm broad-minded enough to admit that other people, foreigners, I mean, are quite often sincere in their views.
If I were to put it into very few words, I should say that our prevalent belief is in moderation. We believe in the virtue of avoiding excess of all kinds. In the valley below, there are several thousand inhabitants living under the control of our order. We rule with moderate strictness, and in return we are satisfied with moderate obedience. And I think I can claim that our people are moderately sober, moderately faithful, and moderately honest.
Well, were those the valley people who arrived with you this morning?
Yes.
Well, they all seem to be excellent guides. Why can't they take us back tomorrow? We'll make it worth their while, of course.
I am sorry, but that is beyond my province. I cannot help you, sir.
You mean you won't?
Malin.
If you refuse to help us, we'll help ourselves. You have maps, I suppose?
Yes, we have many.
Well, then we'll borrow some of them, if you don't mind. How far away is the nearest telegraph line?
I do not know.
Well, where do you send to when you want anything? Anything civilized, I mean. When you had all these modern baths installed, how did they get here? Oh, you won't tell me then. It's part of the mystery, like everything else, I suppose. Conway, I must say, I think you're devilish slack. Why don't you get at the truth? I'm all in for the time being, but tomorrow, mind you, we must get away tomorrow. It's central.
Mallinson!
Lend me a hand here. Easy, man.
Are you all right, Mallinson?
I feel... I don't know. Tomorrow he will be much better. The air here is difficult for the stranger at first, but one soon becomes acclimatized.
Yes, I expect we're all feeling it somewhat. Barnard, look after Mallinson, will you? And I'm sure you're in need of some rest, too, Miss Brinklow.
Yes, I am. Good night.
Good night, madam.
Come on, Mallinson. Just lean your weight on me. That's the boy.
Shall I call for someone to help you?
We'll manage.
Are you retiring also, Mr. Conway?
I'd like a word with you first, if I may.
Yes?
I want to know, this morning when you found us, were you setting out on a journey?
No.
Then it was not a chance meeting. You came there deliberately to intercept us. That suggests that you must have known of our arrival beforehand. The interesting question is, how?
You are very clever, but not entirely correct. Therefore, I should counsel you not to worry your friends with these abstract discussions.
Oh, they want something more concrete. They want to know exactly how long you're going to keep us here.
There will be certain unavoidable delays.
How long?
The difficulties of the trip, securing the necessary porters.
How long, please?
You may tell your friends a few months.
But you don't guarantee it. Is that what you mean? Very well. For myself, I can't say I shall mind a great deal. It's a new and interesting experience.
In time to come, you may find it even more interesting. Good night.
In the days that followed at Shangri-La, I gave myself over to a rich and growing enchantment. In the petal-colored buildings which dotted the mountain, I recognized treasures of art that museums and millionaires alike would have bargained for. Paintings and sketches, exquisite ceramics, and tinted ink drawings preserved for more than 1,000 years. And then I discovered the library, lofty and spacious, with a quiet atmosphere more of wisdom than of learning. Here was housed all the great literature of the present and of centuries past. and all the scientific knowledge of the world. One morning, I stood beside a lotus pool in an open pavilion of the lamasery. Presently, I became conscious of the music that seemed to come from an archway behind me. It was a harpsichord, and it had begun so softly that I wasn't even aware of listening. A girl was playing, a girl in Chinese dress. She had the high cheekbones and the eggshell pallor of the Manchu. Her jet black hair was drawn tightly back and braided. Her mouth was small and pink. She was like a delicately painted miniature. That was very lovely.
You are pleased, sir?
More than pleased.
Chang said it would be so.
Oh, did Chang send you here?
To play for you.
Well, that is very nice of him. My name is Hugh Conway.
They call me Lotzen.
Lotzen. Do you live below in the valley?
No, I live here.
At the lamasery?
Yes. But as yet I have not attained the full lamahood.
You mean you are a lama?
Yes.
I'm a bit confused. I didn't realize. I thought that only men could be lamas.
They will tell you when you have been here longer that in the lamahood there are no distinctions between a man and a woman.
But you're hardly more than a child.
Shall I play for you again?
Oh, please.
Good morning.
Oh. Chang.
You are pleased with Lotzen?
She plays magnificently.
One of our greatest students of music. She has studied for a great many years.
But she couldn't. She's only... Chang, how old is Lotzen?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you.
Not a word yet about when we're to leave. Has Chang spoken to you, Conway?
Chang has been rather vague on the subject.
Vagueness seems to be his principal stock in trade. But I imagine he'll break down a bit before long.
Well, the prospect of being marooned here doesn't seem to worry you a great deal, Barnard.
Well, frankly, it doesn't. The outside world has certain attractions, of course. But it also has some definite disadvantages.
Well, I'm surprised to hear that from you. From Conway, I might have expected. You seem positively intrigued by the place, Conway. Or are you intrigued mainly by the little Chinese girl?
I've always been a lover of music. I enjoy her company.
Hardly an excuse, is it?
Oh, I don't know. You don't care for music, do you?
No.
And yet, if you'll forgive my saying so, you seem to enjoy her company, too.
I suppose you think that's rather clever.
No, I merely think she's rather beautiful. And I know that you're only 24.
Well, you're not very old yourself, you know.
True.
Speaking of age, I've been sort of puzzled about this fellow Chang. How old would you say he was, Conway?
Chang? Well, that's rather difficult. At a rough guess, I'd say... Oh, anywhere from 49 to 149.
Conway, are you awake? Conway.
What is it?
I've got to see you.
Come in.
Listen, I just found out why our friend Barnard is so willing to stay on here. He dropped his pocketbook tonight and a lot of newspaper clippings fell out.
Well?
The clippings say that he's wanted back in America for embezzlement and fraud.
When Mallinson had gone, I walked out on the terrace and stood looking across the valley of the Blue Moon. Suddenly, I became aware of a figure standing in the bright square of the pavilion.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, is that you, Chang?
I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I bring you important news.
Well?
I congratulate you, sir. And I am happy to think that I am, in some measure, responsible for the High Lama's decision.
Decision? High Lama?
It is extraordinary and unprecedented. A fortnight ago, you had not arrived. Tonight, you are to be received by him. You will follow me, please?
As I followed Chang through the lamasery that night, I knew I was on the threshold of some great discovery. Pattering in front of me, he mounted a great spiral staircase to a door which opened noiselessly before us. Inside, the atmosphere was dry and tingling warm. The airlessness increased as we passed through the dim halls. And then at last we stopped.
The High Lama will see you alone.
Chang left me silently, and I stood breathing an atmosphere that was sultry and full of dusk. As I became accustomed to the gloom, I saw sitting before me a small and wrinkled man. He was motionless, A fading antique portrait in Chinese dress, his face thin and drawn tight over the frame of his skull. And his eyes, I felt dizzy beneath the gaze of those ancient eyes.
You are Mr. Conway?
I am.
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down beside me and have no fear. I am an old man and can do no one any harm.
I feel it a great honor to be received by you.
Thank you. I trust you have been comfortable at Shangri-La since your arrival?
Extremely so.
I am glad. Chang tells me you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
Oh, yes, I am very much interested in them.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation.
There's nothing.
The history of Shangri-La begins rightly in the city of Pekin in the year 1719. For it was then that 4 friars set out on a long and perilous journey into the hinterland. They traveled southwest for many months by Lanzhou and Nokono, facing many hardships. 3 died on the way, and the 4th was not far from death when, by accident, he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to our Valley of the Blue Moon. There, to his joy and surprise, he found a friendly population who made haste to display what I have always regarded as our oldest tradition, that of hospitality to strangers. Quickly he recovered his health and began to preach his mission. His name was Father Perrault, and he was by birth a Luxembourger. He was something of a scholar, but he was also physically sturdy. For more than half a century he labored with his hands like any other man, tilling his own garden and learning from the inhabitants as well as teaching them. Then in the year 1789, news descended to the valley that Father Perrault was dying at last. He lay in this room where he could see from the window the white blur that was all his failing eyesight gave him of Caracal. He gathered his friends and servants round him and bade them all farewell. But the end was not yet. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement, and then he began to recover. He was then 108.
The ancient Lama paused, his eyes closed as if the discourse had tired him. What he had told me was not beyond belief, but as he went on, I was held speechless with wonder. Father Perrault's recovery, he told me, was not in any sense temporary. No, he plunged immediately into a rigorous self-discipline which would have killed another man of that age. It was in 1803 that a wanderer found his way to the Valley of the Blue Moon, an Austrian named Henschel. A great friendship sprang up between the two, and Henschel stayed on. It was then that they had a wild and fantastic dream to preserve for all time the transient and perishable beauties of the world, to store them at Shangri-La, and keep them safe against the brutalities and ravages of war, a heritage to cherish and bequeath. Then, when the strong had devoured each other, the Christian ethic might at last be fulfilled, and the meek might inherit the earth. So, with the valley's gold, they purchased art treasures from Europe and Asia. They filled the library with the great literature of all the ages. Then, later on, it was decided to admit travelers and strangers who had lost their way.
Strangers who had lost their way. Strangers might come as freely as they wished, but with one important proviso.
And what was that?
In the years that followed, strangers did come. More than one party of explorers lost in these hills encountered messengers bearing a cordial invitation, and one that was rarely declined. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of Father Perrault and Henschel, the lamasery had begun to acquire many of its present characteristics. It was almost completed when Henschel died.
He died?
Yes. It was very sudden. He was killed in the year 1910.
1910?
Just before his death, a Chinese artist had sketched him. There is his picture on the wall behind you.
But this is the portrait of a young man. If he died in the year you said...
He did.
And he came here in 1803?
Yes.
He was killed, you said?
Yes. A traveler shot him.
What was the cause of it?
There had been a quarrel about some porters. Henschel had just told him of the important proviso that governs our reception of guests. Perhaps you are wondering, my dear Conway, what that proviso may be.
I think I can already guess. We are to stay here. All of our lives.
And can you guess anything else after this long and curious story of mine?
It seems impossible, and yet, impossible as it may be, I know it's the truth.
What is, my son?
That you are still alive, Father Beryl.
Once again, as his friend Rutherford listens intently, Conway takes up the thread of his narrative. Dawn is breaking over the calm Pacific. Conway's voice is low, keyed to the tune of another world, the peaceful world of Shangri-La.
I learned one of the secrets of Shangri-La that night, the secret of prolonged human life. For the High Lama who sat beside me had been born in 1683. He had lived for nearly 2.5 centuries. He confirmed my suspicion that our coming was no accident. There had been no travelers to Shangri-La for 20 years. Many lamas had died. And our pilot had been sent out into the world to bring new life to the lamasery.
Yes, my son. There is death at Shangri-La. There are many of us who live no more than 100 years.
And those who do live more, when do they begin to grow old in appearance?
Cases differ. Some retain their youth for a century or more, but they must never leave the Valley of the Blue Moon.
And if one of your lamas were to leave the valley?
He would die. His years would fall on his shoulders like a great burden, and he would die very soon. An old, old man.
Lotsen.
You have seen the High Lama?
Lotsen, you must help me. When I spoke with him, I understood everything. And now...
And now, you are not sure again. That will pass.
Will it?
You will be happy, as all of us have been.
Lotsen, how did you come here? How long ago?
I was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan. We were traveling to Kashgar to meet him when my carriers lost their way in the mountains.
When did this happen?
In 1864. I was 18.
18? Well, then now you...
The missionaries of Shangri-La found us. They brought us here.
Yes, it must have been very difficult for you, your wedding journey.
I had never seen a man I was to marry. It was the custom of our land.
Then, in all these years, you have never known the meaning of love? Lotsen, is there no love at Shangri-La? Is there no room for love at Shangri-La, Lotsen? She did not answer, but I thought I saw a faint flush rising in her ivory cheek, and my heart seemed to leap inside me. And then I was aware that someone had entered the pavilion and was standing watching us. It was Mallinson. In the next few weeks, I was summoned often by the High Lama. I learned to expect his call, and I seemed to sense when it would come. One night, I heard the valley people chanting far below. I thought it strange, for I had not heard it since we arrived. It was midnight when I stood in the presence of the High Lama.
Tell me, my son, Have you been happy at Shangri-La?
Quite happy, Father Perrault.
What have you been doing?
Something very unusual. I have been learning new pieces by Chopin.
Ah, then you have met Alphonse Briac.
Oh, yes.
He was a great friend of Chopin. He was with him the night he died, in 1849.
And so he told me. It was fascinating.
My son, I know that you are content here, but I worry about your friends. Will they learn to be content also?
I'm sure that two of them will. Miss Brinklow is going to convert you.
Or we her. Does it matter? What of Mr. Barnard?
Oh, he's found a project, too. He wants to mine your gold.
For himself?
No, for you. He's discovered that you use it to bring supplies from outside.
And he wishes to help us. Splendid. And now, Mallinson.
Ah, he's going to be a problem.
Yes. I'm afraid he's going to be your problem.
Why mine?
Because, my son, I am going to die.
You are going to? Father Perrault.
Yes. We are all mortal, even here in the valley of the Blue Moon. But I must feel at rest before I die. That is why I sent for you tonight.
You do me a great honor, Father.
I have in mind to do much more than that. I have waited for you, my son, for, a long time. My colleagues have grown old and wise, but you who are still young in years are as wise already. My son, there is a great storm gathering in the world, a black fury which will not spend itself for many years. There will be no safety in arms, no answer in science. It may rage till every flower of culture is trampled, and all human things are leveled in vast chaos. Such was my vision when Napoleon was still a name unknown. And I see it now, more clearly with each hour. Do you say I am mistaken?
No, a crash such as that came once before, and then there were the Dark Ages lasting 500 years.
The Dark Ages that will come will cover the earth like a pall. But I believe that you will live through the storm. Beyond that, my vision weakens. But I see at great distance a new world stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, hidden behind the mountains in the valley of the Blue Moon. And you will be here to give them to the hopeful world. My son, I place in your hands the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
The High Lama stopped speaking. The glow in his eyes faded. Presently it came to me as in a dream. The High Lama was dead.
Conway, I've been waiting for you. I've got some news. I say, what's the matter, Conway? Are you ill?
Ill? No, I don't think so. Just tired.
Well, where were you all the while?
I was visiting the High Lama.
Oh, him. Well, that's for the last time, anyhow.
Yes, the last time.
Pull yourself together, man. The porters are waiting for us.
Porters?
Yes, it's all arranged. We've got to start immediately.
We can't.
Oh, don't be a fool. They've even been paid. They're going to take us back to Peshawar. Miss Brinklow and Barnard are staying, so it's just you and I and...
Who's been making all these plans? Who?
Lotsen. She's with the porters now. She's waiting.
Waiting?
Yes, she's coming with us.
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
You must take my word for it. Lotsen must never leave here.
Because you want to stay. Because you're in love with her. That's it, isn't it? That's it.
Listen to
I
me.
won't. You're in love with her.
What if I am? That's why I tell you she must stay.
You've no right to say that. Oh, Conway, listen. There isn't much time. You've got to come with us. I want to go back to get away from this place. And Lotsen, too. She's young. Doesn't that count?
Lotsen is not young.
Not young? Not young.
Lotsen came to Shangri-La in 1864.
You're a raving man.
It's the truth. Her beauty is a fragile thing. It can only live where fragile things are loved. Take her away from this valley and she will fade away like an echo.
Conway, I'm not going to waste any more time. Are you coming with us or not?
Mallinson, listen to me. I tried then to tell him about the secret of Shangri-La. He looked at me as though I were mad. And as I read the disbelief in his eyes, I began to doubt myself. When he left me, I wanted to cry out to him, to wait, that I had been mad. that the thing was too incredible even for me to believe. I waited in torture all night. And then, toward dawn, Mallinson returned.
I couldn't do it. I didn't have the nerve.
Mallinson.
Well, that place where we were roped together on the cliff, do you remember? I got as far as that, and I couldn't manage it. I was afraid.
Stop it. Stop.
Conway, you've got to go. I can't do it without you. I've depended on you. I've depended on your help in everything. You've got to help me to get out of this place.
Tell me something. Are you in love with Lotsen?
Yes. And she's in love with me.
Where is she?
Lotsen.
I'm here.
Lotsen, do you wish to leave Shangri-La?
We have tried to go. We tried to leave tonight.
You know, you understand the risk?
I love him. If he is not with me, I would die. Here?
Conway, you see, don't you?
Do you think you could manage that tricky bit with the rope if I were with you?
You mean you'll come?
Yes.
Lotsen, did you hear? He's coming. He's coming with us.
We made the descent that morning, Mallinson, the girl, and I. For weeks, we traveled toward the east. And then our porters began to desert. One by one, they disappeared. Until there were just the three of us, creeping like snails across a desert wilderness. Then, for a long while, we were only two. Mallinson had died.
Go on. There must be more, Conway. What's the rest of the story?
I don't know the rest of it. Perhaps you can help me, Rutherford.
Aye?
You found me in the hospital at Chungking. A woman had come with me.
Yes?
Did you ask? Did they tell you? Was she a young woman?
No. They said she was old. The oldest woman they had ever seen.
Ashore! Gangplank is down! Going ashore!
Conway, are you in there? The boat's docked, Conway. Conway, answer me.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you Mr. Rutherford?
Yes?
Mr. Conway asked me to deliver this note to you.
Well, where is he?
We arrived quite early, sir. He went ashore in the tent.
My dear Rutherford, when this letter reaches you, I will be gone. Thank you for everything that you have done.
When this letter reaches you, I will be gone. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I can never repay you. Tomorrow, I hope to find passage back to Shanghai. Somewhere beyond Lhasa, near the foothills of the Himalayas, I seem to picture in my mind a long plateau running north. It seems to me that from the end of this plateau, I can see a mountain far away rising white against the sky. I hope to find it again, for this, I think, is Karakal, and beyond is Shangri-La, and the Valley of the Blue Moon.
Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy.
Free. Yes, absolutely free. A sample of Vims, the new low-cost vitamin mineral tablet. Ladies, if you haven't tried yet, Vims, now's the time.
I say, Conway, you asleep?
Oh. What's the matter, Mallinson? Anything wrong?
I'm not sure, but didn't you tell me that Fenner was piloting us?
Yes, isn't he?
No, the chap turned his head just now, and I'll swear it wasn't Fenner.
Well, they must have changed their minds and given us someone else.
Yes, but who is he?
My dear boy, how should I know? When we arrive in Peshawar, you can ask him all about himself.
At this rate, we won't get to Peshawar at all. The man's off his course, and we're an hour overdue at least. What? You've been asleep. It's after 6:30. And look down there, nothing but mountains as far as you can see.
I don't recognize this part of the world at all. I'd say you were right, Mallinson. The man's lost his way.
What's that, Conway? You say we were lost?
Lost? Oh, good heavens.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Brinklow. There's nothing to be upset about, I'm sure.
I'm not so sure. Flying over the mountains of India with night coming on isn't exactly my idea of a pleasant time. Where would you say we were?
I don't know, Mr. Barnard.
Well, we might ask the pilot, you know.
But if we're lost, he won't know either, will he?
Oh, I'm not yet certain that we are lost.
Still, there's nothing like finding out, is there?
All right, I'll ask him. Hey, you there, pilot, open the panel. Open up, will you? I want to speak to you.
I advise you ask no questions, please.
Oh, certainly.
Look here, we want to know where we are.
I advise that you be seated.
I will not be seated. I want to know...
Mallinson, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but there's the barrel of a revolver pointing directly at my chest. Under the circumstances, I think you'd better do as the gentleman suggests.
Thank you. It would be pity if I had to resort to force.
I don't suppose you'd care to answer, but might I ask just where we're going?
You will know that tomorrow when we arrive.
What the devil did he mean?
You suppose we're being kidnapped?
As good an explanation as any.
He wouldn't have dared to shoot. It was probably just bluff.
Quite, but I'd rather leave it to you to make sure.
Well, I do feel that we ought to put up some sort of a fight. We can't just give in like this.
Putting up a fight without a decent chance of winning is a poor game, and I'm not that sort of a hero.
Good for you, sir. When a man's got you by the short hairs, you may as well give in pleasantly and admit it.
But what are we going to do?
Well, since we're going to be flying all night, and since there seems to be nothing we can do at the moment, I suggest we try and get some sleep. For hours, we sat in the darkness of the plain, each of us pretending to sleep. From all I could make out, we were flying northeast over a range of mountains, the Karakorams. In the moonlight, I fancied I could pick out the crest of K2, the second highest mountain in the world. Beyond lay Tibet. Then I must have fallen asleep. For how long, I don't know. Suddenly, the plane lurched sharply. There was a loud rushing sound in my ears, and I realized that we were coming down. But fast. Much too fast. We stumbled from the plane, the four of us, badly shaken but uninjured. We found ourselves on a snow-covered plateau surrounded by towering cliffs.
Your ship is beyond repair?
Yes, I'm afraid so. And anyway, our pilot is dead.
So?
As a matter of fact, we were just setting out to find your lamasery. If you could give us directions for the journey.
There is no need for that. I shall be delighted to act as your guide.
Oh, but you must have just come from there. And if it isn't very far, we could
It
easily...
is not far, but it is not easy either. I shall esteem it an honor to accompany you and your friend.
Oh, but really...
I must insist.
Well, thank you.
Our stay won't be long, and we'll pay for anything we have. And we'd like to hire some of your porters to help us on the journey back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
Are you so certain you are away from it? Fun hoy, Shangri-La. You are contemplating the mountain, Mr. Conway.
Yes. Yes, it's a beautiful sight. It has a name, I suppose.
It is called Karakal.
I don't think I ever heard of it. Is it very high?
Over 28,000 feet.
Do we have to climb it to get to your lamasery?
There is a pass at 20,000.
Can't be much further than this, can it? We've been climbing for hours.
Well, it's quite certain we can never have found the way ourselves.
Well, would we be missing much? What sort of a Hell's Kitchen are we making for? What's our plan of action when we get there? What do we do?
Mallinson, there are times in life when the most comfortable thing is to do nothing at all. Things happen to you, and so you just let them happen.
That's a bit too philosophic for me. I'm suspicious about all this. They're getting us into a corner.
Have you anything else to suggest?
No.
Try and make the best of it.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's the matter with me. The whole world seems to have gone completely mad.
We seem to be at the top.
We shall rest here a moment before we descend into the valley.
Are we almost there?
The dangers of our journey are quite over. If you will look below toward the head of the valley, You can see the lamasery of Shangri-La.
Shangri-La. It was a strange and incredible sight. A group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside, like flower petals impaled upon a crag. It was superb and exquisite. The eye was carried upward from the milk blue roofs to the gray rock looming tremendously overhead. Beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, soared Caracal. It was the most beautiful and the most terrifying mountainscape in the world. I don't remember how we arrived at the lamasery. The thin air had a dream-like texture, and with every breath, I took in a deep anesthetizing tranquility. But I do remember a strange sensation, half mystical, half visual, of having reached at last some place that was an end, a finality.
What presents Hollywood?
Far out on the Pacific, a steamship moves slowly through the midnight fog. Shrouded in mist, her huge hulk glides ghost-like over a glassy sea. In the lounge, almost deserted and heavy with shadows, a man is seated at the piano. His face is thin and pale. He plays very softly, absently, his eyes fixed far ahead, as if seeing into the future or trying to remember the past.
Long day ahead of us tomorrow. Don't you think you'd better turn in, old man? It's rather late. Conway, don't you hear me? Conway.
Anything you say.
Please don't stop playing, please. That last selection was quite beautiful. May I inquire the name of it?
Well, what was it, Conway? The name of that selection?
I don't know. It's something something...
There, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Rudolph Sievkin.
Sievkin, the pianist?
You know me?
I've heard you play many times. My name is Rutherford. This gentleman is Mr. Conway.
How do you do? Oh, no, don't stop. Go on, please. Thank you, yes. Superb, but I can't quite place it.
I remember now. It's by Chopin.
Chopin? No, not Chopin. Very much in his style, but definitely not Chopin.
I know it's by Chopin.
Really? But I flatter myself that I know everything of Chopin's. Everything that was ever published.
Well, this wasn't published.
So? Then how do you happen to know it?
It was taught to me a few months ago by one of Chopin's pupils.
Mr. Conway chooses to have a joke with me.
Not only a pupil, but a friend.
Mr. Conway, may I remind you of one thing. This friend of Chopin's. Do you realize that to be alive today, he would have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of, say, 130 years of age?
Yes, he was with Chopin the night he died, in 1849. Rutherford, I believe I'll take a walk around the deck. Good night.
Perhaps Mr. Conway resented my intrusion.
You'll have to forgive my friend, sir. He's been quite ill.
Oh?
Yes, I'm taking him home to England. You see, he's had a very severe case of amnesia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd better go along with him. Excuse me, please. Conway, is that you? Well, I'm afraid you've insulted the eminent Mr. Sievking. He was quite peeved.
I suppose it sounded very absurd.
Well, a man 130 years old. It was rather hard to believe.
Yes, the more so because it's true. You don't believe me either, hmm?
I'm a writer, Conway. I'm capable of believing almost anything.
Rutherford, how did you happen to find me?
Oh, purely by accident. I was traveling from Hankow to Chongqing by train. I made the acquaintance of a very charming lady, Mother Superior of some French Sisters of Charity. She told me of a case they had in the hospital at Chongqing, a fever patient who'd been brought in some weeks ago. She said he seemed to be English, but spoke excellent Chinese. Naturally, I was interested. When I went to the hospital with her, I recognized you at once.
And I didn't recognize you?
The doctor said you'd been under considerable strain.
Yes, but I do recognize you now.
You mean your memory is coming back?
For the past 2 days, I've been remembering little things. Tonight, it all came back to me. That is, all except a few days when... Rutherford, when you went to the hospital, did they mention how I had come there?
Yes. You were picked up on the road about 60 miles from Chongqing.
Alone?
No, there was someone with you. A woman.
A Chinese woman?
Yes.
And what happened to her?
Why, they brought her in too, of course. But she was pretty far gone. She died that night.
Died?
Conway, I'm glad your memory has returned. But I'm sorry if already you wish it hadn't.
I don't know what I wish. I only know that... Rutherford, you said you were capable of believing almost anything. Could you believe the impossible?
Do you believe it?
It happened to me.
Go on.
I don't know just where to begin. How long is it since I've seen you?
About 1921. As I remember it, you were at Oxford.
Yes, that's right. I'd gone back there after the war. I was making a study of Oriental languages. Well, soon after that, I went into the consular service.
So I heard. You were sent to India, weren't you?
Yes, to Baskul. I was the consul there up until last May. Then there was a revolt of sorts in Baskul, and we thought it safer to evacuate the civilians to Peshawar on the northwest frontier. We had some planes for the purpose, and I myself left Baskul with 4 passengers and a pilot. With me was my vice-consul, a young fellow named Mallinson, a missionary woman, Miss Brinklow, and Henry Barnard, an American businessman. We took off from Baskul at about 3 in the afternoon and should have landed in Peshawar at about 5:30. We never arrived at our destination. And I knew we must be somewhere in Tibet, a vast, uninhabited and unexplored region, a land of frozen wastes and bitter cold. Then a strange thing happened. The wind died suddenly, and the moon swung over the edge of a precipice high above. And there, soaring into the heavens, appeared the loveliest mountain on earth. It was an almost perfect cone of snow, so radiant, so serenely poised that I wondered for a moment if it were real at all.
Conway, come here. There's something the matter with this pilot fellow. I think he's ill or something. I can't get a word out of him.
The pilot? Well, now we are in a fix.
Loosen his helmet. Now, he's still breathing anyhow. Got a match, Barnard?
Not very many. Here we are.
I'll keep lighting them.
His pulse is pretty weak. I can hardly feel it.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Oh, possibly a heart attack brought on by the altitude. There's not very much we can do for him out here. Barnard, another match. Mallinson, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter? Well, look at us, a lot of fools striking matches over a corpse.
There was little we could do for the man. We watched his breathing grow more and more labored. Eventually, he opened his eyes and began to speak convulsively, a kind of Chinese that I didn't understand very well. Toward the end, he half lifted himself and looked toward that shiny precipice towering above us. With a great effort, he raised his hand and pointed.
Shangri-La! Shangri-La!
Then, as the early rays of the sun caught the summit of the mountain, the man died.
But what did he say? He must have told you something.
Very little, I'm afraid. Merely that we are in Tibet, which is obvious. But he did say something about a lamasery near here, along the valley. Shangri-La, he called it. He was most emphatic that we should go there.
There doesn't seem to be any reason at all why we should. What if it's a trap? Have we got any guarantee that we won't be murdered?
None at all.
Conway?
Well?
I've just been looking at that mountain. Am I seeing things, or are those men coming towards us?
They were men, a party of a dozen or more, crawling like ants across the white face of the mountain. As they drew near, we saw they carried among them a hooded chair, and in it a robed figure, an elderly, Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven. Slowly they came toward us. The Chinese gave an order.
I am from the lamasery of Shangri-La. My name is Chang. You, sir, would you be good enough to present me to your friends?
Of course. This is Miss Brinklow, Mr. Barnard, and Mr. Mallinson. My name is Conway.
How do you do? We observed from the mountain that you have had a severe accident.
Spring fever gives the wanderlust. Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
You are hanging by your fingertips on the sheer face of an ice cliff, suspended 1,000 feet above instant death, with your strength running out, and with no chance for escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight, we escape to the cold loneliness of a glacier high in the Swiss Alps, and to a man who learned much about death, as told in C.E. Montague's grim story, Action. High in the Swiss Alps, well above 12,000 feet, a man clings with desperation to the frozen glass wall of the Chaliot Glacier, hands and feet jammed into shallow steps chopped in iron-hard ice. A cold wind drives a spray of dusty sleet along the overhanging wall, and the sun has fallen away among the crags to the west. Darkness lies 1 hour ahead. The man has climbed with painful care 1,000 feet up the glacier's face from the broken moraine at the foot, and has moved now onto the underside of a great bulge in the ice, a part of the wall which breaks out beyond the perpendicular. And the man is forced to hang from slots cut by his axe, much as a sloth hangs from a tree branch. 12 more feet lie between him and the brow of the overhang. 6 more steps to be chopped out with the axe. And 1,000 feet of void space waits beneath him. The man is unable to lift his heavy axe for even one more stroke. He's tired, and he's 52 years old. No experienced mountaineer would ever attempt the west face of the Chaliot Glacier. And yet this man is an experienced mountaineer. But why? Why? What strange events have conspired to bring him along the path of his life and leave him hanging now in peril on the brink of eternity? Through what shadows has that path led him, and where are those who saw him pass? Can we ourselves move back along it, move back step by step against the river of time, move backward along the life path of Christopher Bell?
My name is Jean Valjour, and I am a guide for all the mountain trails on the VCARD and the Steyer. I talked with Mr. Bell this morning as he was leaving the village, though, of course, at the time I did not know that was his name. The season is over, you understand. Winter will come in another week or two, and most all the visitors are gone. So you see, I was very surprised to hear a stranger call out to me in English.
Hello there.
Bonjour, monsieur. I mean, good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm glad to see there's at least one other early riser in the village besides myself.
Only a few people are left in the village, sir. It is the end of summer.
The end of summer. How well I know it. Oh, by the way, which of these paths takes me to the foot of the Chaliot?
The one on the left. But you will find no climbing there, sir. One arrives very soon at the glacier and can go no farther.
Except, of course, to climb up it.
The glacier? That is impossible. It has never been done.
Of course not. Never been tried.
Well, there is not anyone who would be so foolish.
Oh, it isn't that. There are plenty of foolish people in the world. But even they hold on to their margin of safety.
Margin of safety?
Yes. The difference between the point where the man thinks he's reached his limit and the point where the limit really is.
Que diable racontez-vous? I mean, I'm afraid I do not understand.
Oh, all right. Well, take a mountaineer, such as yourself. Now, you look at a slope. You estimate the effort needed to climb it. Then you estimate your own endurance. And if there isn't a good-sized safety factor, you just don't make the climb.
But it would be foolish not to do so.
Sure, yes, I dare say. It's all tied up in the fear of death. Take that out of a man for one instant, and there's no telling what he might be able to do, or what limit he might reach.
And how should a man lose that fear?
He can't. He can't lose it. Has to be done for him by things outside.
He turned and left me then, this Mr. Bell. Walked up the path toward the glacier. That was early this morning, and I did not see him again. His talk with me made no sense, and I could not understand what he meant to do or why he was going to do it. I remember thinking, what a strange man. But I know really nothing more about him. I believe he arrived in the village only last night and took a room in the Zinal Inn.
My name is Greta de Gaspar, and I'm staying out the week here in Zinal to close up the inn for the winter. I have known Mr. Bell for the last 30 years. Always before, he came in the summer season for the climbing, and I was most surprised when he arrived last night. I opened one of the rooms and found something for him to eat, and then later we sat and talked in front of the fire in a big empty lounge.
This is very good coffee, Madame Gaspar.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bell. Had you let me know, I would have had everything ready for you. Just like all the other times.
Like all other times, eh? But this one's a little different, Madame Gaspar. You might call it a special visit.
It is all so different now from the old days. Then it was you and your madame would come here. And it was Gaspar and I. And the summer seemed to last forever.
I thought everything would be forever when she was alive. Now I'm really alone in the world.
As I am. And it is not good to be alone. It gives one little reason for living. And makes one no longer afraid of dying.
Yes, but there are stronger reasons for that than just being alone.
Mr. Bell, you look so strange. Is there something troubling you?
I know. Not now. Oh, there may have been, but not now. Well, I should be leaving quite early in the morning for a climb, so I think I'll go on to bed. Good night, Madame Gaspar.
Mr. Gaspar, I left the inn this morning before I wakened, and I have not seen him again. I have never known him to act so strange before. I have no idea what the reason is, or what he is planning to do. But I'm sure something is troubling him. Perhaps it may be something connected with his business back in London.
My name is Matthew Bruff. I've been chief clerk in Mr. Bell's London office over the past 35 years. I've always found him to be a considerate and dependable employer. I've never noticed anything you might call unusual about him until one day about 3 weeks ago. Mr. Bell entered the establishment a bit late, as I recall, and passed immediately into his own office without acknowledging my customary greeting. A little while afterward, he sent for me.
Where is Omegle misleading spam is strikeable on YouTube
Where do we
LOL.
go from here?
I can't say that I follow you, Mr. Bell.
Well, I mean, the company's on a steady footing, so if we use our heads at all, we don't stand much chance of losing anything.
Viewer Andy.
The position is quite secure.
On the other hand, we can't expect
You need to be put on
growing or
IP.
too expanding. From now on, it's just a matter of operation.
A most enviable condition, sub.
Is it? There's nothing more to look forward to, nothing more to work for. So, as I said, where do we go from here? Matthew, I'm putting you in charge of the business, turning it over to you, effective this week.
Mr. Bell, you can't possibly mean it.
Oh, yes. I've just decided.
But what are you going to do?
I'm taking a trip. I'm going to Switzerland. Climb a mountain.
Oh? Oh, well, then at least it's only temporary, just for whatever time you're gone.
That's right. For whatever time I'm gone. Just for whatever time I'm gone.
Before the end of the week, he had arranged all the necessary papers and had left London. I haven't heard a word from him since. Though I presume he's somewhere in Switzerland. Actually, however, I haven't the faintest idea where Mr. Bell may be right this moment. Minutes pass on the glacier, and the shadows grow longer from the jagged peaks to the west of the Chaliot Glacier, and reach out with dark fingers toward the man who clings to the icy wall, while his pounding heart beats out the number of his time on Earth. Already those shadows have flowed into the awful depths below his swaying figure, blurring the sharp points of the tumbled rocks 1,000 feet down, and making the harsh void seem soft and inviting. The man's thoughts have grown as unwieldy as the heavy ice axe gripped in his hand. He keeps trying to remember that he is Christopher Bell, a human being, and not a part of this free and empty space. For he knows if he stops remembering that, he may forget all else too, and then let go. There's been no reason for trying to locate Mr. Bell, since nothing of any importance has occurred during these 3 weeks. I am sure he's quite all right. Only one thing still puzzles me a bit. The remarkable change in him on that morning 3 weeks ago. I never heard him talk like that before.
Bullshit, Pierre, this isn't Omegle.
Whatever the reason for it, I'm quite sure it was something that happened that morning before he came to the office.
My name is John Huxford, and I've been a conductor on the Westminster route for some 14 years now. And during all that time, Mr. Bell has been a daily passenger of mine on the early morning inbound run. As I recall it, the first time anything you might say out of the way ever happened between us was one morning about 3 weeks ago. I saw Mr. Bell waiting at the usual place, so I signaled to the driver to stop. Oh, good morning, Mr. Bell.
Good morning. I'll be right there.
Here now, let me come down and help you, sir.
I'll make it. If you just take my arm, Mr. Huxford. My arm, please.
But I have taken your arm, Mr. Bell.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Pierre, get to Money Mart, you bitch.
There you are, sir.
Thank you. I had a bit of a shock this morning. I'm all right now.
Well, if it's all right now, that's fine, I say. I'll take hold of the strap there now.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, let me see. I have the fare here somewhere. Oh, yes. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you. I'm afraid you brought something home to mind.
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
Well, Mr. Huxford, have you ever had anyone take your arm and help you up a flight of steps?
No, and I might say that I hope the day never comes when I... well, I'm sorry.
Oh, not at all. Thank you, Mr. Huxford. Thank you very much.
I don't rightly know what was wrong with him, though it's certain that something was. I haven't seen him for nearly, 3 weeks now. I can't imagine what it might have been what happened to him that morning before we got on the bus.
My name is Jenkins. I've been Mr. Bell's personal valet for the past 12 years and 7 months. The master is travelling somewhere on the continent just at present. It's been on something over 2 weeks now. It's decided rather suddenly, I believe. In fact, I rather think something happened one morning about 3 weeks ago that caused him to make up his mind. I really haven't the faintest idea what it might have been. I can remember noticing a very strange look on his face when he came down to breakfast that morning, but thought nothing of it at the time.
Good morning, Jenkins.
Good morning, sir. I trust you had a pleasant night's rest.
Yes, I did, thank you.
You're having the usual orange juice, toast, and tea.
No, I want nothing except some coffee.
Very well, sir. I'll bring it right away.
I can't let him find out. I can't let anyone find out about it. Maybe it's a little better now. Maybe it's going away. Maybe I'm giving it too much importance, but... No, it's still there. That same lack of feeling clear down the whole right side of my body. Well, I can move my arm and leg all right. There's no feeling in them. They're numb. It's simply that at 52 years of age, I've had a light stroke.
Your coffee, sir.
Oh, thank you, James.
Would you care for something more, sir?
No, that's all.
If you'll pardon me, sir, you don't seem quite yourself this morning. I do hope you're not ill.
No, I'm all right, sir.
I hope you won't when I say, Mr. Bell, but you don't take very good care of yourself anymore.
Oh, please.
It's been years now since you had a check-up, since the mistress passed away, in fact.
I'm quite all right, Jenkins. I'm quite all right.
Yes, sir. I'm relieved to hear it, sir. I'll bring your paper now.
Oh, Lord. Is this what a man saves his life away for? To end up helpless, dependent on others? To be wheeled about, put out in the sun, taken in like some great fat lava? That's disgusting.
Pardon me, sir. I didn't quite hear you.
Oh, nothing, Jenkins.
Here's your paper, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Please, call if you need anything else, sir. I'll be in the pantry.
I couldn't go on that way. I'd rather not go on. I've got to face it. This stroke is the first warning. There'll be others, worse ones. And in a short time, I'll be helpless. There must be some way out. Not suicide, but some way. There's got to be some way.
The icy wall hardens into cold, vitreous steel as the dust-born shadows chill its surface. The merciless ice is beginning to freeze the cramped joints of the man's fingers now, and the heavy axe swings idly at his belt, tracing a fumbling pattern on the thin air of the void. How much longer can he cling to those slots in the glacier's face? How much longer does he have to live? 30 seconds? A minute? What's the margin of safety now? And what does a man think of while his pulse beats slower and he waits to die?
Strange how I'm able to go on, hanging to this slope, clinging on to life. I can't feel another ounce of strength left in me. Strange, too, how it seems I could stay here forever, becoming part of the glacier itself, looking down at the rocks below and out across the peaks and the ice. I was right. Dying isn't so bad, really. Not when it's like this. Rather pleasant, in fact. It looks so soft down there. The shadows and the snow. And the wind. Perhaps I could let go. Float out on the wind like an eagle. Or be blown along by it like drifting snow. The sun's gone now. It will be full dark in a few minutes. Maybe I can hold on that long. Till everything is dark. Even the snow and the ice. And who knows? Perhaps I'll watch the sunrise tomorrow and set again. And even beyond. Oh, no. I can't last even one full minute longer. I'm through. I'm finished. I can't even last the house. Huh? Chips of ice gliding over the edge. Funny how a glacier sheds off that way. I suppose the difference in temperature between day and... Oh, wait. An ice axe. That was an axe. No other sound in the world like it. Fell from up above the overhang there. There must be somebody up there on the slope. Coming down from the top.